Hello. Give me a minute, guys. I am here, but just give me a minute to settle some things.
Remember the rain, near and far beloved, each drop a blessing from heavens above, and how as time flowed on those waters became one, streams, rivers, and lakes reaching for the horizon, and far beyond they carry
Okay.
onward.
Hello! What's up, guys? I think I just yelled into the microphone. Hello. Alright. What we got? We use the Gunbreaker. Oh, I need to increase my volume, sorry. Every time I PvP, I was PvPing last night, I always reduce my volume. So, I've done so. So let me... Okay, let me catch up in chat. Hello. Wallet Hollow, hello. Jason. Toasty, hello. Toasted Necromancer. Ray, Core, hello. Darian, Miss Sheila. Kinara, Ada, Catman, Pappet, Magnus, Vincent, Absolute. Hey, what's up, guys? How y'all doing? I suck at frontlines.
Can't believe it has been 10 months.
I had the best score yesterday, so. Alright, let's get in first and I'll catch up with the rest of you because it's gonna be a long night. We got a long night, so Tank is not entirely the fastest thing in the world, so we gotta go. Thankfully, while Tank isn't the fastest thing in the world, it's also very durable, so. Okay. Rage? Nice. Well, I'll help see. What's up, guys? I hope you're having a good Thursday. Perfect stream to make Eureka grind less boring. Ooh, Eureka. I love the Eureka. It's just fortune. Also, let's safety. And let's rage. Watch the... Are you doing other files too? I am planning to do one of the files on Sunday. Sunday will be one of the days I do one of the sets. Yeah. Yeah, I did give Sig the commendation, or did I? I don't know. Maybe it was someone else that gave the commendation. Good morning, Pinned. Is it morning? Good morning, Pinned. Rude. Sig was our worst player. I went 1-2-3 YOLO. I like to help out the I like to help out everyone. Tomorrow, am I ready? Like, you're gonna pick up the game at 11 p.m. I'm gonna pick up the game in the morning, but I'm not playing Fire Emblem till at night. I'll play at like normal schedule. I don't know if I want to go earlier. I probably just like stick to my regular schedule right now in terms of like going live at 9 for Fire Emblem. I've been, hey, what's up, Z? Hi-oh! Nice stream today. I saw you beat up a shrimp. Jason has been kind of showing me some of the reviews, and it's fine. I don't care about the reviews, because I'm going to play the game regardless. But I know the reviews have been kind of, like, all over the place, so it's been interesting. But, you know, that shrimp is the scariest Pokemon ever. I couldn't see it on your screen. It was so small, but it was kicking your ass. Is mainly the meaning for it? I mean, it's fair. And I mean, like, a lot of times, like, if I'm already committed to a game, I'm probably not gonna care what they say about the game. I'll just play it. 189 is crazy. Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, things happen on the 189. I'm surprised I still cleared with what I had, so I'll take it. New trailer for... I did see it. You know what I also noticed? Today was the day I noticed that, Twitter now you can post, like, longer videos. But I think it's only for, like, the blue subscribers right now. I was just because the Stranger Paradise trailer was like 3 minutes long. I'm like, wait a minute, isn't there like a 220 limit? Like, oh, they raised it up to 60 minutes. And then I saw like another someone else post like their 6-minute video. So I'm like, oh. And I don't know if it'll be enough for me to go get Twitter Blue. I'm still kind of sitting on that for a little bit, but. Did I say hi to you, Willow? Oh. How long can you post it for? I think when I was looking up the information, it said Twitter Blue can post up to 60 minutes. Because actually, Twitter Blue could post up to like 10 minutes before, and now they can go up to 60 minutes. But like, us peasants can only post up to like the normal 220, unless that changes. So I have to deal with like a whole bunch of things like right as stream started. So I'm a little I'm catching up quite a bit right now. Here. Oh my god. You guys in the you're making Irish a very happy streamer, I tell you guys. Yeah, why are you looking at me, old man? Oh, okay. You had onion rings for lunch. I had pizza for lunch, it was good. It's like a lunch dinner. I'm not paying attention to this rotation. I forgot I have to pay attention every 30 seconds. Oh, when's Pin's birthday? I forgot. Oh, rip. Oh, double rip. It's okay, I'll just go get this. Oh. Okay. Cool. February 1st! Oh, February 1st! Wow. Am I stream? What days February 1st? Am I streaming February 1st? He's gonna be 30? Dang. The world turns upside down when you turn 30, can confirm. Everything changes, dude. Feels bad. Everything changes. It's a Wednesday? Oh, I'm not streaming. Rip. Where's that chest? Oh, it's over here. Can I beat the giant? I hear him. Oh, he's too far. Okay. Oh, almost stepped on that one. Tuesday night EST. Oh, I'm streaming. What am I streaming? I don't know. It's probably like Red Mage or White Mage or Ninja. If they fix Ninja, it's probably Ninja, but I don't know. Your birthday is February 15th. Valentine's Day, nice. Well, almost Valentine's Day. Ba, 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 da, ba, da, ba. That's not how that works, Sig. I mean, no. Oh man. I was hoping for the quicker kill, but it wasn't the quicker kill. Wow, one birthday day isn't quick enough. He needs to speedrun life faster. That makes you old faster, is that not what that means? Oh. It's really banking on the fact the exit would open right there. Oh! Oh, come on! And it's gonna open. Yeah, of course it's gonna open. God damn it. Story of my life. If it isn't me dying to manticores, it's me opening the exit when I aggro. Like, literally the other beam. Every time, dude. Wait, did I just... Oh, I dodged the 11, whatever it's called. I don't miss tank. Tank's so slow. Actually, what's gonna be interesting about Gunbig is it's gonna get faster later. It'll be a lot faster later. It's just really slow now. That doesn't seem to make sense, but I think I think if things go more or less the way it needs to, that's exactly how it's gonna go. When proximity mobs respawn McKee, that doesn't happen to me as much. Like, it's happened, but it doesn't happen to me as much as like me aggroing something and then the exit immediately opening after killing one thing, not the second. It does look kind of cool that I can look like I'm strafing now with the camera pivot off. Like, I'm actually enjoying jumping side to side now. I don't think I did that before. Actually, I don't even remember. Hold on. I've only done this for like 9 years. I don't remember how it looks like. Let's try it. Oh yeah, I can jump side to side. This is how it is with the camera pivot. How disruptive to the visual experience. Alright, back to that. I'm liking it. Like, I'm progressively liking the camera pivot disabled now. Like, little by little, day to day, I'm liking it more and more. Flights. I still don't know how to tell when mobs spawn. So wait, you still don't know how to tell when mobs respawn? So like, in terms of why they're respawning, or like how they're respawning mechanically in the game? Is that your question? I can answer both of them. I just want to make sure which one you're asking. Hey Speed, I'm having a pretty damn good night. Thursdays are like my best day of the week, so... Oh, turtle! Oh! You're not close enough. Hey, calculate. Oh! Never mind. There's another one. I heard it. It's okay, I got this. Sorry, we're a tank, it's fine, not a big deal. I'm gonna stun you. I'm gonna switch targets to you. And then we're gonna interrupt you, and I hear the other one coming back, I think. There it is. Good. No problem. I don't know if they'll do it again. Probably not. Yes, we have new emotes! I haven't, like, well, did I? I think I advertised it on the Discord. I haven't advertised it on Twitter yet, and actually the only reason I haven't advertised it on Twitter, it's because my the emote artist I got for those emotes, like, directly after she finished making them, she went on vacation, and she closed her comms for like the month, because she went on like a vacation or something. So I figured I would actually, like, she gave me the template to like share it and stuff, like it would have her signature and whatnot. I figured I would post that when she returns, because she posted a date that she came back, so I figured I'd do that. Yeah, just out of respect. I mean, I'm not in a rush to, like, you know, do that, so it's like, yeah, we'll just do that. It seems so. I probably did, Willow. I was trying to handle a couple things. I was doing Heaven on High with friends tonight, and I noticed a mob hikaring in a distant big room. Okay. And hit tank interval just before it happened, and almost choked because I laughed so hard when they all died. Oh. Oh, when your team died? Oh. So like all your friends died to the thing. You know what it kind of reminds me of, Willow? This is something you can think about the Hikari. So you know the Hikari, I mean I think you know, right? The Hikari has like the explosion range of its enrage is like the size of like a landmine. Like it's not ginormous. But I mean it's more you see it more evident in the big room. And I personally just call it the Zuon strat because that's what I do now. I just drag around big bombs and just make them explode in big rooms because she did it. But like when you see it like that, like it doesn't seem so threatening. But in like a regular room, it's a little bad because they're chasing you. But I remember I went to Hawaii one time. I promise it'll be a similar situation. Not really, no bombs exploding. But I went to Hawaii one time. We went to like a Polynesian cultural center or something like that, and we were taking like a boat across like this moat that would take you from like point A to point B, and the guy is given some directions about safety measures on the boat. He's like, you know, this is a boat, we're on the water, just make sure to keep all your hands and feet inside the boat. And then he's like, if at any point someone if any point someone happens to fall overboard from the boat, all you have to, like, please just stand up and walk to the side, because basically the water was like 2 inches off the ground, so like you're not gonna drown. You just have to just get up. So that's what I kind of think of that with the Hikari when you explain it to your friends. It's like if it's exploding, I mean, you could stun it, you can kill it, or you can just walk away. You know, just very, very, very slowly walk away from the bomb, and it'll just be fine. Because really, like, that's all you really have to, or like hide behind a wall or something. Like it seems threatening, but in reality, it's a very simple thing to handle. You know, so that's what makes you think of that. It reminded me when I was no, that's Loken, dude. That's Loken, man. Oh boy. Boom. Super annoying to try and regrind 8 to pull in PoTD to try a run because all kind of weapons are gorgeous. I want them all. Well, one of the strats that you do speed is you can do you can, like, so I did this before, is that you would exchange 2 arm in arm, like 2 grips per run. So if like you started at floor 1, you would do 2 grips at a time. And it's like a progressive thing. I mean, that's assuming you do a lot of deep dungeon over time. But that's like a progressive thing. So like slowly you do it and you're not actually detrimenting your next run, you know, like all of a sudden. Like you're not dumping all your points having to reform. You just kind of naturally reform. Although you do have to go and get silver chests along the way. But that's one way to do it. Some people do 1. I was doing 2 at a time. So safety, I'll take it. Here's it. Because I talked about Hawaii, that's why I said that. That's where Sig's mind went. Oh, I'm missing a raising. Oh. Partial issue. Is it raining? It's raining. It's raining. It's been raining all day today, but it's been like a nice, like, steady rain, not like a powerful rain. Which honestly, I don't know about you guys where you live, but it has not been a common thing anymore for us to get just like a steady day of rain. Like a lot of times when I get rain in my area, as of like maybe the past 5 or something years, it would be just literally a torrential downpour to the point where it's like overly windy, we'd lose power. Like you'd hear rain, you're like, well, great, I could probably lose power. Like that's how dumb it got. But like today, and actually the past couple of days, whenever it rained, it was like the rain that you would like to sit outside. Oh, not outside in the rain, but like you had like the windows open and you'd be like, you know, you just enjoy kind of the ambiance of it. So I hear it through my walls. I don't know if it comes through the microphone. Probably not, because you have the music and me talking. The guy that responded, mob spawning. Oh, the guy responded. I don't know when mobs spawn. I don't know when mobs spawn, so I don't know if it happens after a certain time or something. Okay, so Vincent, it is a time thing. I'm not sure. Someone can correct me if in the Discord we have what those timers are. Like as in like written down somewhere. But we do know the times of when things respawn. So the ones that I personally keep track of, Vincent, are the higher floors. So for instance, for example, in Palace of the Dead, once you step into 151 plus, the respawn is 5 minutes on the floor. So the moment you spawn into the floor, in 5 minutes, an enemy will respawn. And that is a consistent timing. In Heaven on High, once you're in the higher floors, in 81 plus, it's 10 minutes. So right at the 10-minute mark, something will respawn, and boom, it's right on the timer. So it is a consistent timer, and that's how it goes. You know, you can, if you want to, you can keep almost like a stop clock. You can mark the thing down in your timer to see what time you zone into the floor and kind of keep track of it. There was a point in time, like the one time, not really the one time, chat, you know, chat can backseat, I don't really care. But like the one time backseating in chat was actually very useful because there was like one run that I was doing, I think it was Astro, where we had chat like literally giving me the timers of respawns, like in chat, and that was very useful. Like that was extreme. Like they would be like, it's happening in a minute. I'm like, okay, I'm not gonna stand in the room, and like that was really nice. So, but yeah, it is a predictable time. Does Gunbreaker play similar to Warrior or Dark Knight? Thinking about picking up next. It's very strong. It has a lot of sustain damage. It has a lot of sustain healing. It would definitely be less healing than Warrior. It would be a little bit upfront burst. It'll be a little less upfront burst than Dark Knight. But I think where you're gonna see Gunbreaker shine, Southerner, it's more when you get deeper into floors. When you're in the higher floors and you're fighting enemies with more HP, that is where you'll start to see Gunbreaker shine, because it really has great, consistent damage. Like Warrior in Heaven on High is very bursty, right? So you want to make sure that you use inner release as much as possible. For Gunbreaker, you just basically want to maintain fighting constantly, and you'll reap the benefit of it. Like here's a good example, Southerner. I took Gunbreaker in Shadowbringers. It was one of the fastest jobs I got up in like 181 and 191. Like I went through the floors so fast, and we're talking a tank, and that's in comparison to DPS. It's very good if you kind of get your damage out as efficiently as possible. So it really does pull. It does have a lot of good damage. But I will say, like I've been saying this the whole time, like ever since Endwalker, is I find Gunbreaker boring to me. But the only reason I find it boring is one, in Palace of the Dead, it really is just kind of a lot of 1, 2, 3. There's not too much variety in this job for Palace. But it is pretty much the same build as it was in Shadowbringers. Like the rotation's basically the same, so that's why I'm kind of like a little bored about the job. I'm not really a tank main, like I'm more a DPS main, you know. So I'm biased in that situation. But I will never deny and bring down a job due to that reasoning. Like I am going to respect the job for what it's capable of, and that is one thing I do like about Gunbreaker, is that it is very powerful. And the Brutal Shell built into its rotation really helps in a lot of situations. So did I not open that? Are you kidding me? Good lord. You know, I was kind of noticing that a little bit. Like it seemed like I was getting just a little bit of weird, I don't want to. It's not technically lag. It kind of is lag, but it's not the same lag that you think of. It just seems like some things are like responding a little slower than I would have anticipated. Like on Tuesday, there were 2 goblins that were walking, like that were making a left turn in a corner room, like we have in the spawn room up that I'm gonna go to. And as I made the turn, I just see these 2 goblins show up and scream, but they never aggroed. And I fully expected them to aggro, and they didn't aggro. It's very weird. And now in that situation, I swear I was hitting the chest like right on top and spamming enter, and it still didn't register. It's very weird. Hey Tommy. Cammy, how you doing? I was a career caster DPS, Black Mage until Deep Dungeon. For some reason, I vibe with tanks super hard. That happens, you know, that happens more than anything, Southerner. I mean, this is a completely different game mode. It's a completely different... It asks for a completely different skill set, you know? So... If you were presented with exactly the same requirements like a raid, then of course you'd fall in love with the same thing, but soloing is different, a lot different than doing in a party. You don't have to worry about other people. You know, as a tank, you have to keep the enemy, so on and so forth. Like, there's more things to it. And as a DPS, you don't have to worry about getting hit. So there's things that you have to worry about now that you don't have to worry about parties. That's why. Good shell so strong that he can actually die because the block mechanic didn't notice. Yep, that's Serby for you. That is indeed Serby for you. Guess I'll just chill here. Okay. I could've... I'm too respectful for content. Holy moly. Rivet time? Delayed, dude. I'm already past rivet time, man. This thing is such a slow cast. Alright, it's good. Its rotation is a little wonky with 3 cards double down, but for my class. It's fair. Sure, I need to use it, yeah. Need to, like, maximize my palms on tank up. What we got here? Here. This is gonna be my new thing, guys. We're just gonna be jumping side to side from here on out, alright? Be a new feature in the stream. I just jump side to side like I'm strafing. What? Things are not responding the way I want them to. Stalling on Paladin until I absolutely have to. Well, Paladin Palace is a little rough, I will admit. It definitely isn't any better than it was before, like, that's for sure. If you thought... Okay, best way I can put Paladin in Palace. If you like Paladin in Palace of the Dead, I think you'll still like it. If you hated Paladin in Palace of the Dead, you're gonna hate it even more. I think that's the best way I could put it, honestly. Cause like I kind of like Palace and I kind of like Paladin in Palace of the Dead. But I for sure understood, like I for sure felt like, you know, the reduction in its objective weakness, but it wasn't that detrimental. Now, I will give it a lot of credit for Heaven on High. Heaven on High, I was highly impressed with Paladin, I'm not gonna lie. Like, there were points in time, Southerner, with, like, Frailty and Strength on, the burst that you had with Holy Spirit and Fight or Flight and all that stuff, it felt like having Inner Release. That's how strong it was. And not to mention, because of that rotation, that probably saved my run when I cleared on Heaven on High. So, pretty huge for me. Oh my god, I keep hitting the wrong button. All my buttons are very weird right now. I feel like adds fun to every job, which is why I'm so excited. Yeah, I mean, full kit anything is gonna be a lot of fun, that's for sure. finally out of this room, but I have to kill all these. Times 2, probably. You think EO will end up being my Omni first? I think a lot of people probably that'll be their first Omni first. Hey Kieran, how you doing? I think the only reason why I will never play in tank PoTD is because PoTD itself is very long, and with tank everything just takes longer. I'm such an impatient person. Look man, I'm with you. Honestly, Vincent, I get you, dude. Like I said, tank bores me. Like, and in Palace, it's like exponential. You know, it's a lot less things to do. The rotations are definitely not fleshed out for 60. But, you know what motivated me, Vincent, was the chase for Omni. You know, when I got to Warrior and Dark Knight and stuff, the chase for Omni took precedence over how I felt about the job. I needed the clear. It didn't matter what the job was doing to me, right? That's the same with Astro. You know, how painful Astro was, although it did get some kind of exciting moments and people were excited about the run. But, I mean, that's kind of Astro in a nutshell. Like, would I want to do that on my own free time? Probably not, but we were chasing a goal, and that's what motivated me to do it. So, I think if your goal isn't Omni, etc., then yeah, I mean, don't force yourself to do something that you have no interest in, you know? Remind you about Grand Blue Fantasy Relink? What's that? You can just DM to me. Just DM it to me at some point. Hey Mama Glacy, how you doing? Have I seen you since the New Year? If not, Happy New Year. Oh, it's the big boy. He's here. Come here. You've been misplaced, sir. He has Gaia's hammer. He's had Gaia's hammer all this time. But Happy New Year. Tonight is gonna be good night. Engage in a few. Yeah, I'm gonna play it tomorrow at my normal time, 9 PM Eastern, Kieran. I don't really have a desire to play it early. Not to mention, there's like things I gotta do. Like, I gotta catch up with a couple things. So, you know, so I'd rather have the time to do that. But you know, I'm letting this game last me until like Eureka Orthos pretty much. So I'm in no rush. Like I felt semi bad that I rushed Crisis Core a little bit. Not rushed it. I didn't rush it in the sense of like playing it too fast, but I gave it more time. You know, I played like extra days with Crisis Core. And then I was basically like, I had 2 days that I had to kill, you know? So I kind of want to just relax with this game and maybe like later, like if we're getting close, we got the release for Eureka Orthos, and I'll kind of adjust. Octopath I have to wait. I can't do Octopath, there's no way. It releases the end of February, I can't. I am not going to have time for that game, so I'll play that after all the Deep Dungeon stuff is finished. Or rather, I'm going to get back to like the variety schedule. So that's when I'll do that. If it's anything like the original Octopath, you can beat it quickly because you can just do one character, or you get all 8 characters, and then on top of that, you want to finish all the side quests because the side quests will unlock a final boss. So it'll be long. It'll be long depending on how you decide to play it. Did that make sense? But I'm like a partial completionist, so I'm gonna play it, and then I'm gonna be playing it on PS5 on top of that. So I'm probably gonna chase achievements. Check out Valari. Valari is a gamer pillow that I will use whenever I play any console games. We're gonna be using it tomorrow. You put it around your waist, and then it allows you to kind of park your hands in a very comfortable position. It's actually really good. There's been a handful of community members that have bought it. I mean, it's kind of the size of one, but it like wraps around your waist, so it's more like hugging you. Does that make sense? You want to send all the Trails games? Thanks, Jisian. I'll remember to look at that after. Alright, we're almost to the boss. What a decent amount of time left over. Not that I heard of, but I mean, I could talk to them. I mean, they said first quarter, so I could talk to them I could talk to them like at the end of January. Hey, Tony, thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you so much for that. I will have hopefully some good luck, and I definitely will have some fun. But thank you so much for that comment. Much appreciated. We did our best. That's, you know, something I kept promising everyone. When everyone was like saying good luck, I'm like, hey, you know what? I'll just try my best, and I think I did that through everything that happened. We did our best. That's all I could ever hope for. Am I gonna alarm clock and do hardcore hours day one? Yep. Absolutely. Is that the term, alarm clock? That's the second time I heard someone say that. I'm gonna go really hard. I mean, I'm gonna try to race for world first, right? So I gotta go really hard. Now, how long I stream will be debatable, because here's what I can tell you. When we did early access in, when we did early access for Endwalker, I had this whole intention of like streaming all weekend. I was gonna stream all weekend. We're gonna go like crazy hours. I barely managed my normal schedule because I was so tired. Because I couldn't sleep the night before, you know? So, I don't know, we'll see. Like, I will definitely power through it, like, eventually, but I can see myself being so hyped that I can't sleep, and then rip me. Will first sharing tips and tricks, yeah, hell yeah. That's what my video is all about. Well, I didn't give the link to that new video, but we did release a video yesterday. Plug! Concerning the world race. I'm definitely interested. It was my biggest issue with the straight speedruns, holding the controller. Yeah. That's what hurt me too. Misfit, thanks for the follow. That's what hurt me too, I think, Kinara. Was the speedrun was like physically painful. There's so much button pressing, you know? So it will, I think it will help. I mean, it definitely, right now I've been using it and I feel like it's definitely a lot more comfortable. And I use a pillow anyway. You know, so... People call it alarm clock. It's funny because I never really heard that term until like literally like today and Tuesday. I think no cam at the beginning is you're grinding up Aether so no light and shit. I think that's a good idea, Jason. You're probably right. I was thinking about that too. I was thinking like maybe I'll go camera on the higher floors. And it isn't like because I can't. Like I think that would just be a little smarter thing. Because that's one thing that I've been kind of practicing, if you will. Like what you guys like, we joke about the PNG tuber, right? Like the mimic bongo and everything. That's my actual web camera, and this is the VTuber, right? That's what I joke about. But in reality, that whole year of me doing variety was really an experiment to see how I felt about that. I could stream long hours without the lights and the camera on, like almost no problem. I didn't do it for 14, mind you, but I could totally do it, you know, in that format, so it might be something that will allow me to kind of go a little bit more endurance on. I don't know what center is. It's gonna be hype. It's gonna be hype for, it's gonna be so hype for our community, that's for sure. Hey, also, if you didn't see the announcements, guys, Discord approved the server as a Discord partner, so we are now a Discord partner. So that's kinda cool. You know what else got Discord partner? If any of you guys are in the Island Sanctuary Discord, I forgot what it's called. Ocean, whatever. They also got Discord partner. They were in the wave that got in, like, because I saw them introduce themselves. So we're a Discord partner now. What does partner do? Like, from what I initially saw, like, there's a lot of perks that we get. There's a lot of perks that you get when you boost the server. Like, when you boost servers and you, like, you know, give, like, a little bit of your subscription to it. You get a little bit of benefit, but I think all that now is just included with the partner. So I think you still get benefits from boosting the server, but like we now have a custom URL permanently, which I've called it FFXIV solo. That's the URL now for the Discord. We could have an animated icon if I can find one, or if I want to make one. So this is a couple things. So. We get like the support system of the partner thingy, and probably promotions and whatnot, so I gotta still kind of sift over the information of what that means. But that's generally what it is. It held up during AGDQ, so maybe there's a shot. Oh, you're right. Yeah, no, what Southerner said's not bad. I mean, we bumped, like, you guys bombarded Cactuar and it survived GDQ, so... So, I mean, that's definitely, you know, something to be happy about. But no, like, honestly, I don't think there's gonna be server... I mean, okay, there could be server stress issues, but it depends on the instance. Like, I don't think so, you know? Probably not. I mean, the whole game doesn't have access to EO. Because it's 81 plus content, right? If you drop EO in, like, level 1 content, then yeah, maybe it'll be a little bit of an issue, but... One worry is that a lot of DDoS attacks happen during patch releases. Yeah, but that's gonna affect everyone, right? I mean, if we get DDoS, then that's just everyone suffers, not just one person. I wonder if there's any of the devs watch the AGDQ and saw the run. I think some of the community managers did. In terms of like the social media stuff, I think they did. I don't know about the devs though. Now there was a Japanese restream, I know that much. There was a Japanese commentator for the JP, and they were commentating the run. I didn't hear back from them after the run though. I heard back from the French commentator who's in our Discord, Dr. Omega, so he gave us a little bit of insight of what happened over there, so that was kind of cool. But I didn't hear from the Spanish, I didn't hear from the JP after the run. I'm not gonna poke them. If they want to talk to them, they can talk to them, but, you know. I don't know if that's like customary to just like, hey, so how did you guys think? Like, I don't know. That's kind of weird. I do like to be aware of all the big events. I dare say it got back for them. Well, you know, because I mean, I tagged the main Twitter, but so did GDQ. They tagged them too, so it definitely had traction. That's for sure. I also got I forgot which post I did because I was doing a lot of social media on that day, but I did get a response from Final Fantasy Twitter in one of my posts that they told me good luck. So yeah, they were paying attention. I'm sure one of them were watching. So. I think those would be super hype about 14 finally getting to GDQ. Well, I mean, getting into the main event, Catman, it has been on GDQ before. It's been on Hotfix, it's been on Frame Fatale, but the main event for sure, it's the first time for that one. What other change? Ah, Siruden! Let's go, dude. Makes so much of a difference that in P8SP2, I've gone from memeing about soaking to have used the internal first just to survive standard mechanic things. I'm actually squishier than a dancer and caster now. Wow, so okay, so even Siruden, who's pro monk, does not like the new riddle. Dang. Maybe they change it for Tuesday. What are the chances they'll do that? You think they'll do that? They'll probably be so glad that they are giving us more detention. I think a lot of things worked out very well in terms of timing, so that probably did. That probably aided in it, you know. I mean, I did a little bit of advertising on the new Deep Dungeon coming in. I probably could have done a little bit more. Not that it was my obligation to do so, but you know. But it was a lot of things happening. Definitely not like it was more of a coincidence that it all happened, you know, at that time. So, but it definitely works out that they got the free advertising for the new Deep Dungeon with the new Deep Dungeon coming in. That probably does help, which I'm all for, you know. That's definitely something I'm all for. I don't think so. I mean, first and foremost, what's really nice about the World Race is that they don't have to do anything, because it'll... I mean, maybe they recognize it because it's on their official leaderboard. You know, there doesn't have to be any shenanigans or anything like that. Like, it's just there. It just shows up. So nothing special has to really happen. So that might be something they look at, potentially. You know, but... The Dungeon is a great form of content for speedrunning too, because it feels so different when you have people being like, wait, I thought that this was no. You know, this entire time, Cyrodian, I was handling the run for AGDQ like, oh, it's a challenge run, you know? It's not really a speed run, it's a challenge run. But then when they started interviewing me and they started talking about it, they're calling it a speed run. So I kind of like shifted my brain a little bit to like, you know what? I can see why you guys kind of will consider this a speed run. With look, if they consider it a speed run, who am I to argue with an organization called the Game's Done Quick, right? But in essence, we're racing a clock, and then we have tech that speeds us up. So I guess you're speedrunning to some extent, right? Like in essence, you instead of reaching an open-ended time, you're trying to race a time limit. So I can see how they kind of like built it into that idea of a speedrun, right? Like I still don't really see it as a speedrun, but I can see the perspective maybe from the outside point of view that it's like a speedrun. So, you know, that probably, you know, if I can shift my brain a little bit, or some of you guys can think of it like that probably really opens the door to just submit Deep Dungeon to GDQ. Like, as long as it's entertaining, like, it's a speedrun, period. You can go faster and show more stuff off, but, like, that's a speedrun, so... It just makes it very interesting. Okay, let me take an ad break. I'm gonna take a quick break here and to get rid of the ads, and I shall talk to you in a few minutes. So BRB, guys. Thanks for watching. Kieran, you like Deep Dungeon? That's okay. It's not meant for everyone. I mean, that's a fact. It's not meant for everyone. So, you know, all it is that we present to you all the information and everything to allow it to be a little bit better for people to get into it. But in reality, it's not for everyone. I've talked to a couple people already who like they know what this content's all about, and they're like, yeah, it's not really for me. Yo, listless, let's go, dude. You wanna load? Thanks, game. Appreciate it. Got my Gunbaker clear in heaven on high. Wasn't a big fan of the Endwalker move. What's wrong with Super Bolide? There's nothing wrong with Super Bolide. It keeps you on your toes, you know. Oh, hello, Google. I need to grind arm though. It was way harder than it should have been. Only had 12. Oh yeah, that'll make it hard. That's for sure. That'll certainly make it hard. Hello, Mimic. You're the second Mimic I opened on the first floor. I see this might be a trend today. Gunbaker activating Persona. You just made me automatically think of activating combat mode, Kinara. Imagine every enemy I engage, you just hear activating combat mode. I should do that for bosses, that'll be funny. Maybe that should be a channel. No, I don't that'll be a weird channel point redemption. Hey Blank, how you doing? Is that a Quan emote? That's a Quan emote, nice. Please don't be the ice. You really look like a really annoying room. Okay, good. I'm out of here. Peace. I'm still missing a raising though. We should be fine. Then I'm just gonna make. It's either you get mimics all run, or you're getting rid of them early, right? Depends on if you're a half glass, if you're a half full kind of person or a half empty kind of person. Really? I mean, I have to fight anyway. Doesn't matter. Alright, come with me. Enjoy my lightning shot. Enjoy my static electricity. Okay, good. I'm not sure how I can swing my gunbreaker on the ground facing one way and it shoots backwards, but we'll take it. I burst. Sounds great. Must have got 10 Magicites on floor 20 in Heaven on High. Maybe this will work out. Yeah. It'll work out for sure. Let me out of here. Shidoro, thanks for the follow 8 minutes ago. That must have been when I was on a break, I guess. Appreciate the follow. What we got? Where's the thing? Okay, they're both there. Ba-da-ba-da. Ba-ba-ba. Ba-ba-da. Yo, direct hit on the rough divide. Love it. Really? What is up with his heck eyes? Is he all of a sudden using his eyes? He's not. But the aggro is a little bit... a little out of whack. Call him Mr. Hector McDieballs? That's a way to do it. That's a long thing. Oh, that's a long name though. Oh, sorry, my bad. Die. A lot of rages. Not complaining. How hard is it for Samurai to get Necromancer? Melee in general is a little tricky in general. The one that you're probably gonna... There's like... I would say there's about 3 prog points, Sad Ducky, that you have to worry about for Melee to be successful in Melee. One, you need to be able to really maximize your ability to use Bloodbath. Like, getting the most out of Bloodbath, using Bloodbath to fight harder enemies, and not using Bloodbath to fight easier enemies is one thing that'll really, really help you to get a good understanding of how to be successful in Melee. You have to, like, kind of concede the idea that you probably have to kite at certain points, because that just is what it is, you have to kite. And you need to know when you're at, like, danger zone that you need to get out of there, or, like, you're enough to push through. And then the tougher one is, like, Godfather, is probably the biggest part of Melee, is to get through Godfather, because that is an extremely hard fight. I would say, amongst the fights in general, for sure, Melee Godfather is really tough, but I would definitely rank it there in terms of, like, the toughest boss period in like, all of Palace of the Dead, is a Melee Godfather. So those are, like, the 3 points that you need to kind of get down. Like, you need to reduce your steals that you use, right? Because if you use just too many steals, you're not going to have enough to keep going, and then that's it. So it has its difficulties, but there have been people who've done it. There have been people who've gotten Melee as a Necromancer. You know, if you're destined to be Melee, if you really like Melee, you like the way it plays out, I think it's going to be a fun challenge, and I think you should stick with it, because it is going to be, on paper, a little bit harder, but, you know, when it comes to jobs in Deep Dungeon, sometimes what's more important is your ability to play your personal ability to play the job, not what it says on paper. Yeah, you do.
"17 months. GL Angelus."
So, Char, thank you for the 17! I appreciate the continued support. Come here, Harrymon. Harrymon! Get wrecked by a wall. Oh! You little... Wow. I said get wrecked by a wall, he curved his stone around the wall. What a champ. I'ma curve my bullet. Did it slack ass? Bruh, I don't know what he did. He did something, man. I was almost certain I wasn't gonna get hit by that stone when I ran around the wall. Hello? EMC Ultima, thanks for following me. Any change to Gunbreaker since I last cleared? Since I last cleared, which is in Shadowbringers, there have been minor changes. Super Bolide is from 8 seconds, now it's 10 seconds. Your combo does not break using a range attack, and your combo lasts 30 seconds. Which are, like, the major ones that are there. I mean, aside from, like, continuation being one button, you know, that's also a thing, but I don't really care about that. I don't, whether it's 1 or 2, it didn't 3, it didn't really matter to me. So those are the major changes, but they are pretty, like, they sound really small, but they are pretty significant in the grand scheme of things. For Behemoth specifically, having a 10-second Super Bolide lets you have a little bit more flexibility, because it was a little precise, like you had to wait 1 GCD after the meteor to use Super, or it wouldn't be up for the next one. Now I could just, like, as long as I do it after the meteor, it's fine. Having the longer combo lets me wind up the harder hitting combo sooner, because it's a lot easier to manage that way. And overall, the pulling of the range attack not breaking combo will just help in terms of enemy to enemy, because now, like, one thing I could do on, like, harder enemies is I can finish an enemy with any part of my combination. I can walk up to it, pull it, and then continue my combination. Like, that's pretty big, you know? So, you know, those little details help in terms of making it a little bit better, especially when you're talking about something so sensitive as Behemoth and some of the pools. I'm remembering how to say my name right, Solchar. I'm trying my best, dude. There's gonna be a point in time, Solchar, that I'm gonna be like, wait, I need to say your name interestingly, and then I'm just gonna say it like, you know, like KR, like, you know, Char, something like that. It'll happen. No promises. One day I'll just be like, my mind will just be gone. Stay over there. I guess I'll alter. Gamba. As the kids say. I still need that raising. I don't know how hard I should try. Maybe I should try a little bit harder, I'm not sure. Really shouldn't die, but... Oh, nothing here, that's cool. Bada. That's why I didn't want to do PoTD with Machinists. I don't like the job. So I did it with Red Mage because of my main. Who cares about meta? Vincent, I like you. I like you. You're a cool guy. Or ma'am, I don't want to make assumptions. Have I heard of Landgresser? I have not, no. No, that's my whole thing, Vincent, you know? That's why a lot of times when we talk about, like, people ask me, hey, what's the easiest job? Hey, you know, what's the job that, like, it becomes a long conversation. It's not just it's just like a literal one-word answer to me. Because I've seen so many iterations. I mean, you know what I could totally see, Vincent? This is what I could totally see now, okay? Really bad take, probably, in my opinion, but I can see someone saying this. Oh, just go Machinist for Palace. It's the easiest one. And you know what? They fixed your ping, so now you don't have to complain about high ping. I'm gonna hear that. I'm gonna hear it, I'm gonna shake my head. Someone's gonna say it, I know it. I mean, look, they're not wrong, but at the same time, it's like, you know, I've never enjoyed forcing people into, like, you know, one decision. So... yeah, just do Machinist forehead. Now you're only gonna do? Well, it was on GDQ, that's why you should do it. Rip. I set myself for failure right there. Feels bad. I can't refute that one. Just do Astro? Yeah. Community knows, it's Astro. Take it. You might post so quick. Hey! Wait, did we talk about this? Congratulations, Vincent. Let's go, dude. Did you get on Red Mage too? The OG job? Fix more, please. Yeah. Machinist is really broken. You got on Red Mage? Proud of you, dude. That is actually a lot more rare than I'd like to admit. You know, people getting it on Red Mage, but it really is awesome to see it. It makes me really happy that people are sticking with it. Like, it is a great job. It hasn't gotten any worse. Like, it's gotten better. It's just other jobs have just taken the spotlight, you know? Almost like it is like the washed up job almost. For no reason. Like, it's not even weak. It's just great, but it's good to see that you stuck with it. Machinist does feel kind of busted in Palace. Look, no, I don't think anyone's gonna deny that anime prince, you know? But also I feel like... I mean, just watch Aurora Moon. You guys seen Aurora Moon do his healer runs? And if you watch him enough times, you're gonna think healer's busted. You know? Take a good player on a job they're really good at, it's gonna look busted, no matter what job it is. But you do have to look at it a little bit on paper, a little bit objectively, to get a little bit more of that kind of understanding. But still, like, you know, yeah, oh, that one, yeah, the Dragoon Runner, yeah, that one. The currently known as Dragoon Runner. Yeah, his favorite healer. Y'all should send him like does he should have this as an emote. I don't know if he's listening. As like a meme emo, guys, you should have it where like there'll be a point in time whenever he starts complaining. Hey, thanks for giving this up to Hustler. I appreciate that, Anonymous. Whenever he starts complaining about something, healer or something, there should be an icon with the warrior job icon, except it's green. That would be a really good emote for Aurora, right? Would you guys agree? I think that'd be perfect. Anytime he talks to, like, you know, he talks a lot about healer, says really cool things about healer, you should just have the job icon of warrior, except it's green. It would really make his day. An animated smile. Yeah. We'll keep that one in mind. Where is a great healer, man? I mean, have you seen? Only job that can heal for 9 million HP. No other job can heal for 9 million. I mean, yeah, Benediction, I guess, can heal for 9 million, but, like, can it do it whenever it wants to? No. Sage is pretty good. The Sage, I like Sage a lot, Gear. I'm a big Sage fan. Do they hotfix that yet? They'll probably fix it Tuesday. I don't think they've done it yet. There hasn't been an update, right? I'm not out of here. Ooh, well, I'll use that later. Now let GD be over back to Astro. Vaughn, I'm done with Astro! I'm never gonna have to see Astro until Eureka Orthos, man. We finished Astro. All done. Yeah, all done. Is it really that exploitable? I don't know. I know people have been able to duplicate it, anime prints. I mean, I couldn't tell you how to do it myself. I just know it's possible. I don't know what the conditions are to make it happen, though. I've been trying my deep dungeon runs as Sage. Only thing I wish I had was an interrupt. Yeah, I know, Shadow. Welcome to healer. That's just how healers are, you know. So, but it's part of the challenge. It certainly is part of the challenge. You gotta spend 3 souls specifically. I don't know. I have no idea. I mean, honestly, you know, it's not my business to like play around with exploits. I think it is like against the, I think theoretically it is TOS for me to advertise exploits, so I'm not even gonna bother like showing. Well, you know, to some extent. Only works solo and with a full dead party. Oh really? Well, that's an interesting weird condition. Does it just like multiply? Is like some weird multiplier that you're by yourself or something? That's weird. I just cleared 160 my first run after maxing out 8-12 as a free trial machinist! Like Kia, hello. I've been doing one set at a time after watching the tutorial video for that set and is doing great so far, so thank you for your videos. Thank you for coming in here and letting me know that the video's doing pretty good. Keep on going. Like Kia, keep me posted. Anytime someone starts talking new stuff, I want to welcome you to the... Oh crap, wait. Hold on. Technical difficulties. Hold on. Hold on. Where is it? Yo, let me know if an enemy's coming at me, guys. Just like yell in chat if something's coming at me. Okay. So let's try this again. We have a new custom URL, so there you go. Join Discord. That URL should work. It should work. Alright, let's just camp this one. Do gold chests explode or only silvers? Only silvers explode. Gold chests will never explode. Let me demonstrate to you. Wink, wink. Shrug, shrug. Right. Wink, wink. Nudge, nudge. Only silver chests explode. You know, really would have made it for a great demonstration. But yeah, gold chests never ever have exploded in the history of Deep Dungeon up till now. Now, we've heard cases, Vitra. I'm gonna mention this, okay? Because just in case this is in your mind, you know, something that you might be thinking about, maybe you're like, oh, you know, there's this one time I had a chest explode on me. I could have sworn it was gold. Well, one of the reasons that could happen is that there are times when an enemy will drop a chest, and sometimes you cannot see what chest that is when the enemy dropped it, because sometimes their dead body's too big to like recognize what the chest is. And a gold chest does take precedence over a silver chest on the map. So if like you're looking, so maybe like, you know, you're looking at the map, you're like, oh, well there's a gold chest, and I click it, boom, and it explodes. That could be a possibility, you know? Because I've definitely heard that, but there have been times when we're like, can you like show us a video? And then, you know, we look at the video and it's like, yeah, that's a silver chest. So that could be a thing. Just in case that's where that question was coming from, but yeah, it only silver chests explode. At least it works in GDQ, true. That would have been a great RNG manipulation, yeah. Oh, sorry, I had to run into the wall, do like, you know, down up for it to work like I did in GDQ, clearly. I didn't do that. It is said that silver chests only explode would blow up on landmine previously. True. Yeah, 2 chests in the same place can also be a situation as well. But I can guarantee you 1000% the only chests that explode are silvers. Another curved water that shot through the rock. What the hell? These guys are like curving their bullets. I had the weirdest RNG, says Kinar. 130 to 190 PoTD. Try blowing up silver chests all the time, only to explode it. That's what happened to my paladin run in Shadowbringers. I was looking for chests all day, and I think I exploded like one of them, like the entire run. So there could be times when you run up to gold chests and step on a landmine at the moment you press chest too. Potentially, yeah. That could also, yeah. Weird occurrences like that. Verta. So, you know. You know what? If Verta ever talks in chat again, it'd be so funny if he's like, I was just answering, like, I didn't, you know, that's all that information like just gets shoved into his face, and he's just like, oh, I was just answering a simple question, just a yes or no. Well, welcome to my world. That's how I always talk. I over-explain everything. It sucks when you want them to explode. It's a meme in my chat. Yeah, I mean you try. I mean, what's the harm, right? Do any of the crystals? I don't trust the crystals, to be honest. I don't trust the crystals at all. Like when you try to see me intentionally LOS stuff, or rather try to, I'm not doing it with intention. Like here's a good example, Absolute. If I had to LOS Charybdis from a demon, I am not trusting myself hugging around a crystal. Like, no way in hell. You know what I mean? Like, if we were talking life or death, I would just stun it, or I would, like, witching it. I wouldn't even bother trying to LOS it. But for fun, for, like, shits and giggles, you know, dodging a water, sure. Because I'm getting way more mimics on earlier floors than normal. Good, you're getting them out of the way. You're not gonna see them later. That's how it works. Which one? What did I say? What did I say? I said like 10 things. Yeah, it's true. There are things in Deep Dungeon that, like, you can't go through it, but the game can go through it. It just gets really weird. Oops. Oh, another rage. Gee whiz! I guess I'll go this way. I had a weird glitch in PoTD with Mimic. Was cutting through a room and bounced off the wall. Ah, yes. Sometimes there are wall stuff where, like, it just registers you, like, out of bounds or something, and it just de-aggroes that way. Like, it's really hard to ever duplicate, but I've definitely done it a handful of times. I've tried to duplicate it, and I couldn't. It does happen sometimes. Am I doing 18-hour days for Arthur's race? I am going to do as much as my body allows me to. So, I would have the schedule to do, like, long-ass hours Hikari, but I am not an Ultimate Raider. I am not conditioned for something like that. I have no practice for it. I mean, I could practice for it, but I don't really have a reason to do so, and I'm gonna burn myself out if I do so. So... like, I think mentally, I'd like to, but I gotta listen to my body. I'm gonna try to do as much as I can, for the week. So, what's up, Hoodie? How you doing, man? That's what I can promise you. Like I was just telling the story earlier. Sorry. For Endwalker Early Access in December last year. I was hyping it up. I'm like, guys, we're gonna stream like extra hours. You know, I'm gonna go live when the servers come up, and we're just gonna play all weekend. You know what happened to me? I streamed when the servers came up at like 5. I think I got in at like 6 because of the server, all the queue system. We did Deep Dungeon like 5.5 hours. I think I did Reaper in like 5.5 hours or something like that. I was dead tired, and I raided off. I took a nap, and I didn't stream until like 7. Because I was so tired. And then we did the first half of Sage, and then I slept again. We woke up Saturday, I did the second half of Sage, and then I didn't stream Sunday because I had a glitch in my game and I couldn't get back in the game. So there's my early access. I'm gonna stream all weekend stream. But I was tired. But the problem with me, Hikari, I have a big problem sleeping when I'm hyped. Every patch, almost every single patch cycle that I'm interested in, I have such a hard time sleeping. Because I'm so, like, ready for the game, I want to play the game, I'm thinking about what I'm gonna do, I'm thinking about, like, all these plans I'm gonna do, so it, like, kills my sleep. So then, when the day actually comes, like, I'll be able to do a couple things, but I'm on fumes right away. So, yeah, I won't make promises, I'd like to, but I will do what my body allows me to do. You know, we'll take the appropriate sleeps and naps that I need to, so I can keep myself going, keep myself energized, all that stuff. It's gonna be so hard. Dude, I can't even. I can't, like... It's one thing, like, I credit all those Ultimate Raiders, man. They handle it like a freaking sporting event, dude. You know, they have the diet ready, they have the sleep schedule set. It's just insane how well they can do this thing. Like, it's just not me. That is not what my body allows me to do. I can't. And I certainly can't force it, you know, so... I love this for me. Hello. I'm just gonna Lust because I don't want to Rezo, and the likelihood of me needing a Lust on, like, you know, any point in time is very unlikely, so I just do this. Ben warned us about these traps, but do we listen? I mean, Daraban warns us about the traps too. Do I watch this video? No, I advertise it all the time, but do I watch it? No. Because I'm a bad friend. That's me. Terrible friend. I'm a bad friend, dude. I can't lie about that, man. I can be like, yeah, I watched Daraban's video. Yeah, I know all the traps are, and then I step on a trap. Like, that's just me being, you know, this bullshitting. Like, no, I didn't watch the video. I looked at, like, the important bits. Like, I can try to recognize... What is this BS? I can recognize, you know, like, Danger Room and stuff, but, like, you know, I just keep the important ones in mind. Well, it's a donut room that's just really bad, you know? Wall chat spots to help us on already. Yeah, I know, I try, but I don't know. It's more exciting, I guess. Thanks, Mokaz. Like, I would say for me, Mokaz, here's I think the deal that I deal with, that I work with. If there's a trap that's potential to kill me, I'll care. So that's why I care about the traps in 151+. Down here, I'm probably not dying, so I don't really have to worry too much about it. That's my logic. Yeah, left wall is definitely a good one to go with. That's definitely a good one to go with. What is it? Did I find the Airman farm? What is going on? There's so many Airmon. Airman. Am I excited for the new Deep Dungeon? Ultima? I am so ready, dude. I am ready for that thing to come in and put in as much time as I humanly can, as my body allows me to. Ready to go. In essence, I've been training for that thing for like 5-6 years. I'm ready to go. Ready to do my best in my content. Oh, there's the ace. Red Mage. I am getting my title on Red Mage no matter how long it takes. It might mean I'm forfeiting World First, but that is what I have decided to do. What's No Mercy? Okay. I need No Mercy for a resolution. What do I need? Oh, I need to pick up the Strength. I'm down a Witching because I used it earlier, and then I'm down the Lust because I used it earlier. Okay, got it. So I should check these rooms just in case. Bum 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 bum. Nope, not that one. Bum 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 bum. Oh, there's nothing here. I didn't try it myself, but 161 to 170 seemed easier than the previous set in the tutorial. No. You are definitely good to assess that, like here. So here's what's happening. In 151, there are a handful of enemies that are a little bit dangerous, okay? You have the magic pot and the dolls, first and foremost, when you see them in like 154, so on and so forth. What they do is they do ranged attack double attacks, right? They shoot the double ray, they shoot the poo-poo thingy. So you're getting hit even if you're kiting. That sucks. And then later on you have to deal with the imps, which have the larger potential of killing a lot of machinists. I've seen a lot of machinists die to the imps. And the soul flares are also enemies that kill basically lots of people, including tanks. Once you step into 161, every single enemy, none of them do range attacks. Pretty much. They're all melee. Some of them double attack, but that benefits off of machinists. Because you're kiting, you know? You don't have to deal with an imp who casts the slow thing, or Blizzard. You don't have to deal with a soul flare who does magic. You don't have to deal with two enemies that hit you from a range attack. So yeah, it kind of does make it easier. But, you know, that's not for everyone. Like, a melee actually has a harder time in that set because the enemies double attack, so you have to stay in, you have to melee, so therefore, yeah, you're gonna get hit harder. But for machinists, for sure, that set definitely is a little bit of a nice, nice cushion until you step into 171. You know, things really start to ramp up there. Cheering it for my red mage, with you, I appreciate that, Magnus. I'm gonna hold on to my No Mercy because I need it for the boss. I may get World First Red Mage. Maybe, but look, there's a lot of competitors. I know Sig and Ben are gonna do it. They're very good at Red Mage. Sig for sure. I mean, Sig has the guide on Red Mage, right? So he's very good at the job. So, you know, we'll see. I'll do my best, like I said. Like I said for GDQ, I'll do my best. And that's what I'll give you guys. Do my best. Alright. Pop the potion. Pop the No Mercy. Look at those souped up resolutions. Tank privilege, man. Do we ever recast in Palace of the Dead? Like I'm just doing now? Didn't I kill this fast with Paladin? Oh, you didn't even hear the victory sound. Too fast. Too fast, too furious. Alright, we'll do a quick 1 minute ad, and then we'll step into the next floor. I'll take a longer break after 150. And then we'll do that. So 1 minute, XXY, thank you for the follow. 1 minute ad, 60 seconds, we'll hop on in. So I'll see you in about 60 seconds, guys, alright? In the meantime, we shall continue. Nom nom melon juice. Let's go. I will start with the strength. New music. The new music did give me a problem on YouTube, so we can use it. It's not yet. What the title will be for solo. I don't want to look it up, but just curious if they would be better than Necromancer. It's gonna be tough for me. Necromancer has more than just the title for me. It's a job that I like in other games. I usually go to Necromancer if I see it on the roster for games, so it has a little bit more meaning. Lone Hero is for sure like my lifestyle, but Necromancer just had a little bit more meaning to me. Hey Kai, how you doing? Good evening. You're in a goth leads you towards Necromancer? It's like I knew it was coming. I think I like Lone Hero more than Necromancer. I mean, Ray, imagine having an opinion. You know? I hope, you know, you enjoy it. I mean, you know, if we all like the same thing, life would be very boring. But, for sure. Like I said, for me, Necromancer, there's just more to it to me. I mean, the journey was tough. It took me a long time to get the title, but I like the job. I like the Necromancer job when I play Diablo or something else, you know? I love having my skeletal army while allowing me to AFK and just like watch them kill things. Like that's my enjoyment with that job, so we'll be fresh and hot. Oh, absolutely! I'm gonna don that title for a while. Absolutely. When we get the first clear and we're grinding out Omni, I'm gonna have that title on for a little bit. You better believe it. Now that I've done my first clear with Red Mage, I'll try Summoner. Summoner is gonna be a lot of fun. You know, Summoner I think will be a nice way, Vincent. So you said, Vincent, you don't like Machinist, right? Well, Summoner, to my opinion, feels like Machinist. But it's like a caster version of Machinist. I mean, you don't have the interrupt, but it's a similar kind of thing to it. So it might be something that might ease you into Machinist, or another way to look at it, it might be something that allows you to enjoy what Machinist gives you in a caster form. And maybe you'll be satisfied that you don't do Machinist at all, you know? And you're like, you know what, I'll just end up with this one. This is my Machinist. So I really like Summoner a lot. Summoner was a lot of fun. I've like debated maybe going back to Summoner a little bit, but I'm not sure. I want to do other jobs first. Loner is perfect for me personally, since I prefer doing solo content over group content. Absolutely, I get that. I get that, of course. A bit weirder for playing an MMO, perhaps. But Genty, you're speaking to a choir right now. I mean, look, I've been doing this content like ever since its release for 6 years. I did this in FF11. FF11, I was looking for things to solo. I am for sure the MMO player that looks for solo content. Period. You know, so that is me in a nutshell. And you are for sure speaking to a choir. So. And you definitely joined the right community for that. I did a little bit Beastmaster, but I was more focused in on like Red Mage, Ninja, a little bit of Blue Mage as well. You know, those jobs kind of excited me a little bit more, because it had a little bit more to it when you tried the solo stuff. I was Thief Ninja for a while, before I like committed into actual Ninja and all that stuff, so... I avoided the hell out of Wakakuzas. I'm going to avoid wolves tomorrow. Not gonna pull them? Yeah, I don't recommend pulling them at all, Kai. So you could before Blue Mage came out? Gotcha. What do you think Nana did with all the Yaguda beads? I don't know, ate them. Build a replica Yaguda. Wolves are nasty in particular. Definitely watch out for the mammoths because they have the fake telegraph. You definitely want to watch like a thing on that one, Kai, if you haven't already. Hippogriffs are pretty nasty, but they are proximity, so that kind of makes it a little tough to avoid them. And lions definitely are pretty painful in general because they just hit really hard. So those are the main ones in terms of like stuff you should watch out for. I mean, wolves you just kind of want to just not pull, but yeah, like hippogriffs are very dangerous. I don't really need it right now. No, I never did PvP in 11. Never did it. I actually never had I never really had interest in PvP in 11 at all. I honestly don't know why I even like got into PvP in 14, outside of it just being something I wanted to try. You know? So I know there are a lot of hardcore gamers that were doing it, but I never got into it personally. I'm also getting more dental work done on Tuesday. Have been in next to no pain. For the first time in many years, almost 20 years. Just guys, let them be more. Yo, I'm sending you good vibes, Kai. Let's go, dude. As a free trial one, so Lykia. This is one thing I did in AGDQ. I did this intentionally. Well, and I did clear actually. I did clear on a free trial account. But food is useful, but it's not essential. You can absolutely clear on a free trial. It helps, but you don't have to go out of your way. Like I just ended up not using food at all when it came to my run in the free trial account. But on AGDQ, we certainly cleared without the use of food at all. It helps. It's just skill will be what kind of carries you more than anything else. So hope the best. And then thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you. Angry Manticore. I missed 11, but I'll never play it again. It aged so much. Yeah, I'm with you. I mean, I've always said this, Kieran. I will play it again if you send me in a DeLorean and ship me back to like 2005 or something. I'll play it then. You know. But aside from that, dude, I'm definitely done with that game. They were good times. Yeah, no problem, Lykia. Not a problem. I didn't need to put down my water, god damn it. Do you like trying going for score runs? Occasionally. So right now, Albino, the thing that will motivate me to go for score runs right now is if you happen to kick me off the leaderboard. Only time that I'll feel an obligation to go for scoring, but I feel there's two reasons, okay? Two main reasons that come to my brain right now as to why I don't do them on a consistent basis. One, I do kind of like this chill environment of the climb. I can talk with you guys more. I don't have to focus in like hardcore every single floor from the very beginning. That every single every single thing matters. Actually, it's three reasons. That every single play matters. Every single second matters. You know, if I look away for like 2 seconds, it's like, oh, well, there goes this one thing I do. I'm a bit of a perfectionist, so like if I want to go for high score, I want to get like the highest score possible. And I know for a fact that if I'm streaming, I probably will never get my peak performance of scoring on stream. I don't think so. Like, I'll just always know, it's like, well, if I did this off stream, probably could have done better. Like, that's how I'm just gonna feel. Like, whether that's true or not, I don't know. That's how I'm gonna feel. But yeah, other than that, it's like, I just don't have the motivation. So yeah, I mean, if you kick me off the board, I will be motivated to do it because I need to retain my scores on the leaderboard. So like, we did that for Gunbreaker in Heaven on High. I got kicked off the board of Gunbreaker. So I went in, we got a 1.8, we got a 1.8 million, 1.86 million on Gunbreaker. Because I was essentially forced to do it, so now, like, you know, go ahead and beat that score. You know? But, yeah, it's just on occasion. But also, like, look, you have Finn that's, like, the master at scoring right now, especially on stream. I've kind of felt this nice little section where I like to introduce you guys into the content, right? New people come in, they're checking out the videos for the first time, they're trying to engage with the content for the first time. I like that position that I have. So doing runs where it seems like we're just being very carefree and like not too much stress and everything, I think that helps people who are hunting down the first clears. And then honestly, if you wanna go deeper into the content, you wanna start competing, you wanna start going for high scores, you wanna start optimizing, you got a lot of guys who are doing it, you know? Ben is doing it, going hardcore on trying to get those scoring, the details on that. I mean, Ellie as well, Sheila as well, you know, she does a little bit of scoring on her end. So a lot of those guys do it a little bit more on a regular basis. So, you know, they got that covered. And if you want to do that, watch them, because they'll definitely help you, talk to you about it, blah, blah, blah. But this is my position where I am, and I like it. It's comfy, it's cozy, I get to chat with you guys a little bit more. Just Salty died on a good run. It is another mindset. It's very fun. Don't get me wrong, it's stressful, but it is very fun. So I don't remember these chests. Serenity. There's one more chest, I don't know what it is. What is this? I don't remember. Was that the witching? I guess it's the witching. Is it best to get under 30 or stay in full lockdown? There's a line where it's fine to speedrun up to a certain point, and then you swap it over to full kills. I don't know what that line is, though. I mean, honestly, I think Finn probably has it in his guide, but, you know, definitely check it out. You get your recreational chest in Minty Roulette? Sure. Don't pull Knight! You've never done Turret Tier Savage? I've never done Savage period Tier, and I've been playing this game for like 10 years. Never touched an ultimate, never did a Savage, dude. I did. I mean, you know, some people make fun of me, Kieran. I say never do a Savage, and they're like, but you did Delirium Savage, Delirium Regine Savage. I'm like, okay, yeah, I know. But you know what I'm talking about. I never did like the raid tier Savage, you know? Never did Alex, never did. I did a tiny bit of Coil. Never did Eden Savage, never did Anemonian Savage, never did whatever the heck was in the other one, so Omega. Never did them. When's the C14 Ultimate? Sometime after today, I promise. Sometime after today. Don't pull Knight. Here's the thing though, man. I'm a gamer, man. You know? I know I can pull Rin in, I can pull Todd in, but look, a part of me would like to do it in a more kind of normal, authentic scenario, right? Like, I don't want to get carried. Like, those guys are super good. They're gonna be, like, expert callouts. Like, part of me would feel bad. Like, am I getting the clear because I want to get challenged, or am I getting the clear just because I can say I got the clear? You know what I'm saying? Hey, that's a personal thing, but I don't have any motivation to do Savage. Like, it's not gonna satisfy anything for me in this game. Like, I'm more than satisfied doing what we do here, so maybe down the line for sure. Like, I'm not gonna say no to it, and we had those bets and stuff, those fun bets and everything, but you know, like, I certainly got my hands covered with this content. Hey Lan. Is it Leanne or Lan? Followed you when doing the GDQ run. I've been wanting to ask, how to start doing solo runs, what do I need and what do I do? Hello! Welcome from the GDQ. So, Leanne, Lan, you gotta tell me what's our starting point, you know? Like, do you, like, need a PC? Like, is that far back into it? Like, do we even have the game? Have we been playing this game? You know, let me know your starting point. And then I can definitely go from there, if that sounds good. Trance, thanks for welcome in. I can be my deep dungeon crew, I know. This knight has no idea what's happening to him. Probably screaming in his link shell that this guy won't stop jumping. What is this? Is that a Serenity? I guess so. I'm gonna get out of here. I think I gotta pick up the plate. I've been playing since Heaven's Sword, but started to play it fully from okay, so alright. So then have we unlocked Palace of the Dead and or Heaven on High? That would be a good start too. Like if we haven't done that, that sets us in a certain precedence. If we've at least done that, you might have some base value in terms of your arm and armor, and then we can go from there. You just got Necromancer yesterday and Machinist. Mitch, welcome to the club. Let's go. We have someone in chat that is looking to do it for the first time. We have someone who just finished their challenge. Excellent. Love it. Let's go. I dropped the meme during the run. I did drop the meme during the run. Not word for word, but I did drop the meme. I just started Heaven on High and Warrior. Good choice. I do like that job a lot. I think I'm going to aggro this Gargoyle. Just kidding. I use them both to level up jobs. I have basics, you could say. Okay, so then all you gotta do then, Lan, pick a job and try to solo. So if your arm and armor is 99.99, you're like, that's like the hard part done. Like that's the grinding part that's kind of done. Now you do need potions, you do need potsherds. So we have the Gilmoran potsherds. These potsherds, one of them will be able to be exchanged for 20 of the sustaining potions. And nowadays it's easier to use sustaining potions because they last longer than they did before. But you do need a little bit of a base amount of sustaining potions. I think nowadays we can recommend like 200 to 300, like it's a lot less than before. And then just pick a job, like what job do you like to play? What job is your main job? You know, start with that. I mean, we could certainly tell you what's kind of recommended, but I always say try the job that you've already been playing the game with. Get a little bit of a comfort there to learn Deep Dungeon. And then all you gotta do is you just gotta go to the NPC, you pick the fixed party, don't have anyone in your party, and you can hop right into solo content, straight from there. That's it. You just start going in, you just start killing enemies, going to bosses, clearing floors. That's it. You gotta think of this like a roguelike. Things are random in here, the power-ups are random, a lot of things are random, so you gotta just kind of deal with what the game gives you and keep moving. As long as you're kind of going without timing out, you know, going within the time limit, you're in good shape. Enemies will change, maps will change, but that's the general gist of how to do this content solo. But I think the next thing would be to kind of figure out what job would you like to take in. Every job has cleared. You know, we did Machinist and GDQ, good choice, but not everyone chooses Machinist because some people just don't like the playstyle, some people don't like guns, whatever the reason might be. But if that happens to be a job that you like playing, you like hiding, you like what we showcased in GDQ, give that a shot because it's a very good job. It's a very good and a very potent job. We'll have to start farming light again as I use a bunch of the... Okay, that's fair. Reaper main and Samurai. But I like playing leveling. So, what I'll tell you is Reaper is a popular one for melee. Very different challenge from a Machinist run. You know, trying to survive on melee sometimes can get a little rough, but we do have a lot of people who have done Reaper and gotten Necromancer. It's very possible, you know, just kind of know a little bit of what you're walking into. Two very different playstyles. Melee, you're not kiting as much, although you have tools to kite. Machinist is full-on kiting, you better not stand still. So... Can you market board this? You cannot market board the sustaining potions. They are a personal thing only. But they do last a lot longer than they did before, so that's a nice thing. Unless Astro. And look, you know, one way to look at it though, Sengear. Look, a lot of us are gonna be like, you know, maybe not Astro, but honestly, at least it gives you perspective, right? Maybe you like just don't make it past the first 10 floors on Astro, then you try another job, you're like, wow, this is a lot easier. You know what I mean? So that could be a perspective thing. Teaches you right there and then. You know, I personally, I'm the kind of person who kind of wants to find out things myself, you know? If you tell me it's hard, I want to figure it out for myself. So there are people out there for sure. Like, you know, you want to be helpful, you don't want people to suffer like some of us have, but some people just want to learn it themselves. I'm gonna tell you, Solar is Machinist. Seems a good job. It has the most clears in Shadowbringers. Definitely debatable this expansion, but it's still getting a lot of people clears, so definitely a good job. And then, did I do a command here? Hold on. Wow, my game... Are you serious? I am lagging my system because I am looking at my bot. What the hell? That's so weird. Sorry. I don't think I put a... Sorry about the skip frames. Give me 1 second. I don't think I put a command for Icy Veins, but... We have a guide on Icy Veins if you ever want a written guide, but we do have the... Yeah, so what I was doing right there, I was scrolling through my bot, like through this scroll wheel, and it lagged my game. What the hell? Mitch, thanks for the Prime! I appreciate that. Cheers, dude. Thanks for supporting the stream. I'll farm Light and Potchers, and we'll get back to you once you start getting ready. Yeah, and one more, Leon. This is still this is still an accurate video. If you haven't like gandered at the stuff I have on YouTube, that explains potshers and like kind of the best ways to get them and all that stuff. So if you want to supplement your information with that, you know, it's a little bit of a short video. It's a tiny bit out of date because I didn't update it with the brand new duration of the potshers. And the number that I give there is 400 to 500, but now we can definitely recommend it being closer to like 300 now. So just keep that in mind, but that will still at least give you a nice spot to be like, okay, how do I get them the best way? How do I farm them the best way? So, you know, work with that. Come back, Plan X. When you've done a couple runs, let me know your progress. And I do wish you some luck, and I hope you have fun, more importantly. Sirik? Yeah, no. Skip frames, 5% over the last 2 minutes a few seconds ago. Thanks, game. Appreciate it. Alright, I get it. Thanks. Okay. How's Gunbreaker with Behemoth? It's a little bit better than it had been, I would say, versus Shadowbringers. We'll definitely showcase it, that's for sure. But it's definitely gonna be a little better. I'm a little confident on it. I should be okay because I have a plan, but who knows how that goes. We'll just try my best. That's all I can always promise. Do my best. Gotta get out of here before it turns. I love this for me. How are tanks feeling in Palace of the Dead right now? They're all good. I mean, honestly, there definitely is there's a good amount of people who are getting clears via tanks, a lot more. They're in good shape. I mean, the only problem is, like, you're probably gonna feel the lack of a kit, you know? Like, for instance, like, Warrior without inner release kind of feels annoying, you know, stuff like that. But I mean, if you can get past it, they are really good jobs. You just saw the new Paladin upload. Makes me happy. Look, it's doable. I mean, you know, you can do it. It's a little painful, but you can do it. Miss Going Blade Paladin? I do too. I did a lot of tech with that, so... What is that chest? Is it worth my time? It's a fortune. I'll get it. Did I clear on Bard? Is it good solo? For Palace of the Dead, Ryukin, I'm going to set your expectations, okay? For Palace of the Dead, the entire climb on Bard is very close to Machinist, okay? Similar in terms of strategies, your damage being a little bit less because it's a support job, it's not too bad on it. The only problem is Behemoth. I think everyone in the community will agree that Bard Behemoth is the hardest of the 19 jobs. Just putting it out there. Now, there's a lot of POV. I highly recommend check out a POV of it, check out a video, check out the ones I have. Let yourself get a little bit of an understanding of what you're walking into. If you can get past Behemoth, Bard will probably be as good as clearing on Machinist, honestly. It really will be. It's just Behemoth. So, you know, that's the expectation. That's like the honest way I would put it and kind of, you know, explain what Bard will give. But it unfortunately is kind of irrefutable that it is like the hardest of the 19 to do Behemoth. Well, I mean, look, if you're doing healer, right? I'm sorry, if you're doing Behemoth and you're removing all of the extra details of the run. Let's just say every single job gets the Behemoth with like 30 minutes, alright? Healers included, right? You have 30 minutes to kill Behemoth. Like, the easiest job is Red Mage and then quickly followed by Healer. Like, that's the easiest jobs that are clearing Behemoth. Like, that's not even a question. Like, it's just, you know, one GCD cure and just do the rest of the damage. You don't even need a GCD cure. Second to that would be the melee, and then third to that will be like a mixture of the tanks and some of the casters, except Red Mage. But that's where it gets weird. You know, put Bard in that discussion. That's a very tough one. It's a little bit of a low burst. The setup is also really tough because like there's a lot of different game plans that are involved, like using resolutions to kind of help your damage. The one I had done on my POV is I had tried to put the dots on prior to the setup. So like you get the lust in, you start Shape Inhibit away to get them down to 15%, but you have dots rolling because you want to refresh the dots with Iron Jaws. And that adds a layer to like not pushing it too hard because I mean sometimes people, you know, some of you guys have experienced it, like you would push Behemoth past 14.9. And then it's like, oh, whoops, and then you have to immediately burst. Like, that's the thing. But with Bard, how I went with it was I looked for... I tried to keep the dots on after the lust. So not only are you trying to make sure you don't push it under, like, you also don't want the dots to push it under, but you're trying to save yourself a GCD, then re-upping the dots. So it makes it very complex. And it doesn't have too much of a burst. I mean, you kind of want to go pitch perfect and all that stuff. A little bit of luck and crits, and... It's just it's a tricky one. It really is a tricky. There's a lot going on with that one. I've noticed. Is that kind of streaming sweatshirt? Oh, this one? Well, this one is like Twitch. It says Twitch on it. I mean, I like it a lot. I'll tend to like only wear it for stream, so that's why you'll see it a lot. I'll rotate some sweatshirts, but right now, I mean, it's kind of cold, so it's a little bit heavier. It's kind of nice. I have matching pants, but I mean, you know, unless I had the camera, you're not really gonna see my pants. Ooh, I'll take it. Not safer with pants? Bold assumption. I may or may not have pants on. I mean, I am a streamer. I don't have legs, so streamers don't have legs, dude. I just float, you know. When I get up to the restroom, dude, I'm just floating to the restroom. That's the exit open. Can I get a chest here? Survey says... Survey says... What? Where is the chest? Is it here? Oh. I'm just gonna stay here because the doggo is gonna get me. Kinda like Godfather. Yeah, kinda like Godfather. I never thought of that. Yeah. Yeah. Kinda like Godfather. Shoot. There's a Gravekeeper coming. Okay. What is the first chest? No, I already used to steal. I don't know what that first chest was. You can't sip? I'll shoot. Don't aggro me. Okay. Time is actually, like, not fantastic. Like, I would have liked to go a little bit faster, but it's whatever. It's whatever. I do have strength on, but we went a little slow through this floor. Oh crap! Oh no, not the purity! No! I've thrown the run. Yeah, how will I ever do that? Okay. Like, ooh, well, you know what? I just gotta complain sometimes. You just gotta be like, you know what, game? I'm suffering here. Help me out. And the game's just like, yo, we got you. Yeah, purity's gone. Oops. Little too fast. Oh, I don't have anything to stop this. Oops. Oh, wait, no, yeah. For a second, I'm like, shield bash. I'm like, oh no, we're not paladin. LOL. Bum. Odie! Hey, thanks for the raid! Yo, what's up, Odie? Member of the community. Got like the extra beats to it. How is stream? What's up? Shoutouts to Odie while I do this. OT. Shoutouts. Odie. Hope you're doing well. Hope you had a fun time in your stream. Welcome in. No, I'm not gonna do Forspoken. I did try the demo out for it a while back. I think the game is not bad. Not for me though. I have such first like Fire Emblem's my priority, so we're doing Fire Emblem tomorrow when that comes out. I am so in on Fire Emblem. And you know, I can only really play so many games, right? But I'm not gonna have time for it. Oh, blessed. I don't have time for that game, so that's not happening. Floor 150 clear, getting scared? Sour D, what job are you doing it on? I'm about to get there, hopefully. So I'll join you soon. Dragon might aggro. Dragon probably aggroes. A machinist? Well, the floors get pretty, that's for sure. So it does get a little intimidating, but the thing that's really nice about 151 though, Sour, is that you have so much more running room, you feel a little bit more free because of that, so that does help. Your first serious run? Well, if you're the study type, study as much as you can. If you're the gamer type like me, where you can't study, but rather you just want to just go in and just like hit the buttons, then just go in and hit the buttons, and you know what, you die, you've learned something. At the very least, your next run, you're probably gonna get there again, more than likely. That song? It's a good song. What about this one? This one's pretty good in comparison to too. Strength. I'm gonna wait till I get to the boss. Whoops, I didn't mean to do that. I didn't mean to slash you in the butt. My bad. Only course of action is to rage. I swear, I gotta say, guys, like, I don't know how you guys are doing Deep Dungeon right now. For some reason, it feels like some of these enemies are aggroing just a little delayed. I mean, I could be going crazy, which is very valid. Like, you know, I've known to gone crazy a lot of times, but man, I just feel like some of these enemies are just aggroing like slower than usual. I guess I'm the gamer type too, because I took a lot of hits to the head while trying to clear. Yeah, like for me, Mokaz, like, I can only look at a guide for so long. I could only, like, read a manual, read a guide, watch a video for so long. I have to get in the content. I have to do the content. And then it'll make more sense to me. Right? That's me. That's like how I prefer the game. Some people, they can look at videos and stuff for like hours and hours and hours, and then they're perfectly fine. Like, they'll just absorb it and then apply it. Like, that is not me. So ultimate disrespect. When I cleared floor 100, I only got the floor 50. Yes. So for the Lonely Explorer Sour, it's a little convoluted. But for the Lonely Explorer, you have to basically die above 101 or you clear, and then you get Lonely Explorer. Like, it kind of says it on the achievement, but it's still very confusing. But that's just how it has to go. Now you have to see a score. So for instance, if you disconnect, it doesn't count. And you don't get the title. So that sucks. So, but you know what? If you're doing runs for Necromancer, you're just gonna get it eventually, so it's probably not a concern. Astro can use F-wipe for... Wait, can use what? What is that? Can use swipe? I don't know what you're saying. Can use a floor wipe? What do you mean can use it again for real? What do you mean? What are you telling me in very large letters? Petro with Astro? Yeah, well, I mean, if you save your star, yeah. That's heaven on high only. Okay, let's go. Hey Bailey, I'm going to my first solo attempt with Warrior. Good luck! Have fun! So if I'm not dead at 190 before starting... No! So if you clear Sour D, you'll get it on the clear. So you could just get it on the clear. Does that make sense? Would quest to have the achievement logged say you got Necro before the Lonely Explorer? Yes. Because you get Lonely Explorer when you leave the instance, or like when you finish up the instance. You get Necromancer when you hit the thing. So yeah, that is definitely a big flex for sure. A little tight. We just made it. I'm gonna get my thing back realigned because I used it by just whatever. Hungry. Wait, first. After having Petri, Astro will be able to use the F5 without crying in Astro Dawn anymore. I see. How do y'all make it look so easy? I died on 60 trying to solo for the first time today. I've done this content for a very long time, Hungry. I've been doing this for like almost 6 years, so... You know, that much time will make this... You know, not a lot of things surprise me in this content. But... That's it. Like, I just put a lot of time into it. It's not like getting clear in the first one. You never know, Sour D, but yeah, that's basically what's gonna happen. Just to give you kind of the idea there. I missed one. Just made it. Oh, I'm not targeting the boss. Not a lot of things surprise me in this content. I mean, I wouldn't call that getting surprised though. Like a mimic shows up, it's just like whatever. But in terms of like an occurrence not happening that I didn't predict, that for sure I've like limited down as much as I could. With Asho, you just put so I can kill the whole room, then you could run light speed with Malefic. Yes. That's a general shot for Petri for sure. Okay, my thing is really horribly misaligned, so I'm gonna wait a little bit. I'm sitting max on all palms and Magicite. And I'm 71 set. That's the big frog point, Kai. That's where, you know, a lot of times you gotta figure it out and frog and all that stuff, but you're getting there, so it's good to see it. But 71's really when it really kicks in for difficulty and such. I guess I'll... Okay, this thing is like weirdly aligned, so I was gonna hold on to it. I'm gonna hold on to it. A potion there. Nicholas, thanks for the follow. Welcome in. Probably need like 2 more cycles, I think. How do you feel on time, Gunbaker? Well, when I did it the first time, I was very, very good on time, like exceptionally good on time. So we'll see how it goes on this one. But I'm not worried about Gunbreaker's time. I'm just kind of worried, semi-worried about Behemoth, but we should be okay. I want to think that I'm going to be okay. Yeah, it's gonna be one more cycle. It's like my first Behemoth, I got to stand on the side doing meteors. Oh yeah, you probably remembered everything else, right? Suicidal. I bet you remembered everything else. I keep making mistake in A1 Plus. I need to improve. What mistake are you making? Like, are you dying to Garms? You mismanaging palms? I mean, a lot of times to be successful in any of the attempts, you want to be clean. You know, that's almost more important. It's like not making a lot of mistakes at all, and that could really help a run. So if like you're taking deaths, if you take a little bit too long with some of your movement and your fold, that could just be one of the things you just work on. How long does a full run usually take? Well, maximum duration. Like literally, like the literal max time it will take for you to do a full run is 20 hours. If you take 60 minutes per run. But generally speaking, when I do it, I average between like 11 to 14. I'm predicting this one to be close to about 13 hours total from the beginning of floor 1 to now. We'll go maybe about 7 hours today. That's about the rough estimate. But of course, you know, you don't have to do it all in one seating. You can break it up per floor and all that stuff. I'm gonna see if I can survive this without the buff. I'd probably take a thing, but we'll like over mitigate if needed. Okay, here. Oh, I'm stuck. Oh wow, that hits really hard. Uh-oh. I have a potion running. I might be okay. Potion. Okay, we're good. I didn't now hit that hard, holy moly. But I actually didn't run any mitigation, so that didn't help me at all. I said I was gonna roll mitigation, I did like jack shit. Hey, I'm gonna mitigate. I did nothing. That's on me. Oh, one DC. The song is probably one of the best boss musics in the game. You know, Lanix, to me, if you didn't say anything about your English, I would have just assumed you were perfectly fine with English. Like, you like speak it like better than I do, honestly. That's my native language, so you're in good shape. I think what I should have done is hold No Mercy for the ads. I thought I would kill it in time, but I didn't, so there's that. No fear, no fear. Alright, there we go. Not a problem. Little spicy, but you know, we like drama, it's fun. I got 3 floors in a row with no items and no advanced skills. Cherub, I've seen that before. The game just wants to kill you. Crichton, thanks to follow. Welcome in. You just died trying to figure out why I say suicidal. I keep forgetting to interrupt Garm. Oh, you keep forgetting to interrupt Garm when I'm stuck. Yeah, I mean Garms are big tests for attention. Like they're tricky. Like if you blip your focus like 1 second, a Garm kills you. It's tough. But you know, if it's a Garm problem, it's just respect them a little bit more. You know, that's just gonna be something you just gotta get used to. Like, you know, be crazy like me. Like ram out, right? Like yell it out loud if that helps you out. Am I satisfied with 30-second pod? Absolutely. Would you have gone a different way with the pod problem? Well, a lot of us were suggesting to do like, you know, getting it bought with Gil, increasing the drop rate, like making the drop rate better. But I think this is a nice like middle ground for everything. It's a better quality of life in the content, and it could effectively make you need twice as 2 times less potions because it lasts 2 times longer. You know, just like pure math. 190 is my brick wall currently for Monk. Oh, yo, Chet, man. it took me a while to get down 190. You know when I did Monk for the first time, Chetman? That was my first melee. When I did that for the first time, it took me like 12 minutes to kill 190 because I was being so careful. And that's like double strength and steel, like literally 12 minutes. But then I started to button it up. The more I did that fight, the more I got used to the pattern of damage. So that will just take a little bit of conditioning, I think. But don't, you know, it's hard to see a boss once every 15 hours. But I think the more times you see it, the more you'll optimize that fight to get used to it. How many artifacts do I have? Today's number is, the lottery number is 933. That is 933. We are almost to my full cap where I can make a tweet. I say if you keep running to situations where you need to interrupt guards to survive, try to pull them to a safer spot. Yes. Unless Garm die at the same time, you process for long. Yes. Would 300 pots be enough for the remaining 50 floors? Yes, I do think so. You know, as long as you're not chugging them every 15 seconds, Sour D, you know, definitely use the full duration. You need a maximum of 200 per floor. Like, literally, like, if you chug them to, like, every single second, you need 200. But now that they're 30 seconds, and a lot of times you don't need to pull, you don't have to have the potions up as much, you definitely save them. And then, you know, if you have pot shards, you can probably get more, but I would say 300 is good enough nowadays. Time for me to leave. It's sleepy time. Thanks for the info and good luck on the run. Hey, Lanix, before you head out, again, if you want to join Discord, you're more than welcome. You know, if you want to contact any of us, talk with us off stream, definitely join that. So, welcome in. I hope you enjoy, and I'm glad you enjoyed the GDQ run. You having trouble with the boss time? Yeah. No, I get it, Chetman. I think that would just come with experience. Just do the experience and just go in there and just keep believing that you can pull it off. You know, learn from your mistakes and try your best. What are the artifacts for? Endwalker. Wait, Shadowbringer, Relic. There's a quest that you collect them for and you submit them, but I've left it open for memes. Okay, let me take a 3-minute break. I'm gonna restroom break. I need more water, and then we'll continue. So 3 minutes. Get the ads out of here. Thank you for watching, guys. Appreciate you. We'll go into 151 plus coming in. Let's do it, shall we? Oh, 1 second. Before I AFK, 1 second. No, that's not it. Wrong app. There we go. Okay, BRB. 3 minutes. Okay. Did I miss anything? Cool. Okay, let's continue. Ayo. So I figured on the higher floors, like maybe because it's later at night or something. Oh, I disabled it. Oh, great. Good streamer. We'll bring in the hand cam for the higher floors. So I can also, you know, make sure it still works and stuff. But there you go. Go to the hand cam. So a lot of people still talk about it too. Maple lost, thanks to the follow. Appreciate that. So we'll do that for the rest of the run. We'll have it up so you guys can see it just like before. Just not every time, because like I said, it does what do you call it? I'm using my cell phone for this, so I kind of don't really want to use my cell phone all the time. Like, we were doing it for GDQ because I needed to make sure the program worked, and we achieved our goal, so... Welcome back! We're good, so far so good. Question about the game's combat to Sarah. When an enemy you're fighting has a red arrow come out of it, does that signify the double attack people always talk about? No, the double attack is the rotation of the enemy's damage effects. So, I can show you an example, Sarek, off the very beginning of it. Are you ready? So just stay here for at least 3 minutes, I'll show you. I know exactly what enemy I can pull. We're gonna do 2 enemies. Okay? Okay, perfect. I got my enemy. Okay, watch this, watch this, watch this. So this gremlin does not have a double attack. Now, what we refer to a double attack is essentially an attack where the enemy has a no telegraph, okay? So what this gremlin will do is that he'll just auto-attack me once, do a vulnerability bad mouth, and then just attack once with a fire or something, right? So this enemy does not possess what we call a double attack. Alright? Following so far, Sarek? So that's what this gremlin does. Single attacks all the time except for his telegraphs and his whatever move he likes to do. Alright, so that's example 1. Now example 2, this Deepeye has a what we would define as a double attack, so watch what it does. Auto attack into a headbuster, which is that optical intrusion. It's a secondary attack that is non-telegraph, but it just does it instantly. That's what we refer to as a double attack. So it's more that the enemy will have something in its kit that is a non-telegraph move that hits you. So later in this run, you'll see Magic Pots do it with Double Ray. You'll see Dolls do it with their arm thingy. I think it's called Carpo Omission, something like that. You'll see it in 161 with the Crocodiles and the Wyvers and the Triceratops. That's what we refer to as a double attack. So not the arrow thingy. The arrow thingy is more about like aggro, like something hitting you that you may not be currently targeting. That's what that is. It's part of the rotation we do. And it's just kind of the name that the community has gone with, double attack, because in essence it's like a double attack, right? Aside from its auto attack, it's hitting you with something you cannot dodge. Therefore, you're getting hit twice. Double attack. So that's the definition of the auto attack. Hope that made sense. Hope that's clear. Yeah. I call it auto attack cancel. I call it double attack. It's like the easiest way to describe it, kind of thing. But I personally appreciate potions how little and slow they heal. And 171 because all the enemies do so much auto damage, even if you dodge a cast, melee. Yeah, and you know, that's the melee part, Cherub. That's part of the challenge with melee. So, especially up here in Palace of the Dead, what you need to recognize are enemies that are not going to be as bad and hit you like not as hard, and then enemies that will crush you. So you're just talking 171. So here's an example. A Damel, or also known as an Elizabeth. When you pull a Damel, they only do single attacks with some like telegraphs. They're really good to pull as a melee. You don't really need extra cooldowns for them. However, if you pull a Bandersnatch has just auto attacks and double attacks, like no telegraph, just boom boom auto attacks. That's an enemy where you'd want to save your bloodbath because you can make that healing back via your damage or via your burst. So you want to be able to like determine which enemy is harder, which enemy is easier, and make your pulls via your accessibility to bloodbath. And that's the key to melee. Big key to melee. You know, like of course it would be a perfect scenario if you have Bloodbath every single pull, because that gives you so much healing back on top of the sustaining potion. But it's a 90-second cooldown. You know, you're not doing pulls that are taking 90 seconds. So you have to kind of pick and choose which pull I can do without Bloodbath, which pull I can do with Bloodbath, or which pull I would want to do with Bloodbath. And what Sheila's also saying with the kiting and stuff also does help. You do have to kind of concede that you might have to run away a little bit. I mean, with Reaper's egress, you know, getting away from the enemy can buy you 2 ticks. It means, like, they don't hit you for, like, a couple rounds. Like, running away from an enemy doing a telegraph buys you time to do a little bit of healing. So, you know, and melee makes up the damage. Like I said, some enemies are going to be a lot harder than others, but you make up the damage that way. That's how that kind of works out. Hey, Loken! Logan, hope you're feeling good. Are you still, like, sickish? Or are you, like, you all good now? I don't remember. Okay, that pudding has to go. You good now? Okay, cool. Yeah, I hope share between myself and Sheila, I hope that made sense. Are you okay, Sig? Everything okay there? You alright, dude? Loken even helped this bit of nice! So what's the percentage now? Like 80%? Never lucky. 69? Nice. It just went down. Oh, it went down to 69. Oh, more people coming in. When's the... Oh, the 23rd. Okay. So you gotta wait 5 days. Got it. I'll just pull this thing. Sugar! X Spice. Hello, Sugar and Spice. Thank you for the follow. There was a 23rd bid. When is the bid? When is the thing? Is it tomorrow? Or be done 10 hours. 10 hours. Gotcha. An hour from now, roughly. Okay, well I guess let me know if you guys get it when I wake up or something. Give me the deets when I wake up. You said you were gonna work today, but my motivation is 0. Shit happens. It happens. Bum, 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 bum. I'm not out! Did I have enough enemies over there? Melee was the first attempt even getting to 170. Wow. That's pretty impressive for the first attempt. Yeah, I would recommend checking out some POVs for sure. That is pretty damn awesome though for melee first attempt. Like you have to, like, I would say give yourself a lot of credit first and foremost. Because I would say melee really requires a lot of knowledge to get the most out of that job. You know, like knowing when enemies to really pull and everything, like really helps the melee experience. But to already get there is very impressive. Like, you know what? You know what's an example I can give, Cherub? I mean, granted I got like I got a little lucky in my runs. I've gone through melee runs through 181 to 190 where I didn't use a single steal except for the boss. Like, I actually got through without using a steal. That kind of gives you some type of impression. I mean, it's not an ideal scenario. Like, you know, shit happens, but we're able to at least try to get ourselves through it. Rayum! Thanks for the 7 months. I appreciate that. Hope you're doing well. Going on right now in Red Mage. Nice, Strength Seal again. Is it possible to get to 91 with no palm use except super bad debug combos? You're gonna have to sacrifice palms at some point, especially in 81+. That's going to just come with the territory. I don't think it's possible to get out without using any palms at all. Like, you have to use something to help you out. 71 might be an argument, but for sure 81+, like, you gotta use stuff to help you out. It's definitely more of a miracle to even walk in with, like, a full complement. On average, what you want to walk in with when it comes to Heaven on High onto 91, like, a good chance is, like, 4 wipes. Like, 2 Magicites, 1 Petri, 2 Petris, 1 Magicite. Maybe you retain a Flight, potentially. So stuff like that, is like you're really like looking for a potential clear. Any more than that, like you either did a really good job or the game kind of helps you out a little bit. So you want to walk into 81 with as much as possible. That's for sure. But then you're definitely looking to probably use things through 81 to get to 91. I'm scared to lose because of no steal. It happens, I love yous. You know what? With that situation, you just try to you just get as far as you can, you know. I mean, steals are definitely a luxury, but you just try to get as far as you can. And you learn as much. I mean, like, no steal runs honestly teach you, like, what you're able to actually handle, because you have no choice. It's like you're forced into the corner, and then it's like, you know what? Alright, I can probably do this and save my steal for next run kind of thing. Try using Poments only if emergencies, or if I get a treasure in the same one. So I kind of end up dying with 3 Manticores. I died so fast. Yeah, that's gonna be part of the process too. It's just like understanding when it's a good time to use a palm, even going down to 2. You know, like using rages to save your time, and so on and so forth. Like, those are things that will come into play. Using flights, you know, ahead of time, so that you don't overcap, stuff like that. Those are all like part of the strategies of getting through with the RNG and all the chests, the Pomander randomness of it and everything. That'll come with time and experience for sure. You know, one of the reasons why a lot of times when you see me on tank, I will open with a strength, is because I know statistically I'm probably going to pick another one up at some point. So if I use it now, I reduce the chance of me potentially overcapping with the assumption that I'm getting to all the chests, or as many as I can. So there are times like that you start managing your palms. Like, you know, using a rage in a treasure room, that's a good play. Treasure room, fortune, use a rage to get out to save time. Using a double rage when you're going low on time. Like, those are things that are gonna happen, but you get the most out of it. Palm efficiency, getting the most out of your Pomanders. Yeah, oh, I went through that phase, Cherub, especially when I first did runs. That was like how I first started to prog. So I completely understand that thought process. But nowadays, you'll see, like, my palms, sometimes I'm a little aggressive with Pomanders, but I still get out and I still make it out with still, like, you know, you get aggressive, but you still have Pomanders to use, so. But like I said, that'll just come with experience. You'll see it. You'll see it, you'll start to understand it, you'll start to experiment a little bit. And certainly watching other people do the runs or asking for advice like that will help you too, to kind of open some doors about how you can manage your palms that way too. And well, Heaven on High, I got to 83 solo, but then I got no item 4 without cleansing, so I was left without the option as to heal Dancer. First chest was then a Mimic and I died. Yeah, that's when like situations force your hand. You know, something like that. You have to Serenity, otherwise you're gonna eat the dirt. Yeah, before 70, that's pretty common to kind of hold on to the palms. Like 71, you might get fortunate to like not use that much palms to get through. But certainly 81 is the spot where it's like you kind of walk into 81 Heaven on High, already assuming you're going to use something. Like you're gonna have to use something because time is gonna get tight. So it doesn't become a question of how much can I save. It more becomes the question of what's the best place to use it. What gives me the best advantage to use this Pomin? And that's how you kind of get through those strategies, and that's how you kind of get through in general. You're not gonna aggro. Thank you. You're gonna aggro. No, you're not. You're gonna aggro. It's okay. What Kinara said is very true. That sounds like a first time 71 to me. Absolutely. That sounds like a typical 71 to me, so. I got my purity back that I accidentally used like 20 floors ago. Let's go. Oh, I have no mercy. I should pull something. Pot. Actually, let's do this first. Check the chest later. On my clear, I used 3 rage raising flights on 181 plus. Doing 191 without raising was scary. Oh yeah, keeps you alert though. I bet you were like alert as anything. Eyes wide open, like you just drank a energy drink. No, that is extremely common, Cherub. Extremely common, let me tell you. In between trying to learn what enemies you can fight, between trying to understand how to best use your palms, between being, you know, don't take this the wrong way, but being kind of indecisive on your pulls, you know, might be killing extra, like a whole slew of reasons why that becomes a scenario. Okay, I got another strength going in. What is the first chest? Resolution. Right. I was struggling like crazy, almost died to last enemy. You were so excited you forgot about it? Oh no, that's why we say don't pull Knight, dude. You didn't listen, man. Don't pull Knight. The Wolfies are death in both. Yes, they are. They are definite, like... And it works both. It works in 2 ways, Cherub. Like there are some enemies, Cherub, that that people will tell you, oh yeah, I can kill that. Yeah, that, you know what? That's not so bad to kill. Like for instance, in GDQ, I pulled an Anzuno Steel with strength on a Machinist, and it's like, yeah, we can kill it, but it's like, do you really want to kill it? Like, do you really want to subject yourself to this shenanigans of a wolf that heals itself every 10 seconds? Of an Anzu that stun locks you every 10 seconds. So there are enemies out there that, okay, you can kill it, but it's just a waste of time. Like you just pull something else. Like literally pull anything else other than that one. It's on the exit, unfortunately. I know, we're kidding. You gotta do what you gotta do. Alright, like a roundabout way to get that rage, but it worked out, I guess. I forgot to refresh my... Wow, we should be fine. I'll do the water in the next break. Just sometimes, yeah. Yeah, no, I get it, yeah. It happens. You gotta make decisions, you know? You don't wanna, like, you don't wanna just, like, deliberate and stand around forever. You gotta make decisions. Bum ba-dum bum bum ba-dum bum bum. I'll go this one. Q fun nights, we need you? Oh, I leave right now. Wait, no, today's... What's today? Shatter? Secure? I don't do that. I'll queue tomorrow. I love Seal Rock. No, I like Seal Rock a lot. I love Onsol. I hate Shatter. I despise Secure. So every other day I'll PvP. Secure's dumb. It's dumb with randoms because it's just a tug of war and it's so boring. Shatter, like, it's aight, but I would prefer not to do Shatter. If I was gonna PvP, it's Onso Seal Rock. Also, you like Shatter? Yeah. Shatter is PvE, man. It's not PvP anymore. It's just welcome to walking back and forth. Exactly, Solu. That's why I just don't like it at all. Like, it's a closer resemblance of PvP versus Shatter, but it's just... Oh man, it's just a literal tug of war, and it just... It's not exciting. Onsol tomorrow, yeah. Onsol tomorrow. I won't have too much time to do it. I mean, we're gonna play Fire Emblem tomorrow too, but I'll be able to probably queue up a couple matches tomorrow. I bet. I'll have time for a couple matches. I was gonna do the thing. Hey Grammy, thanks for the Prime Gaming, I appreciate that. Could use that anywhere on Twitch, and you're like, bro, I'll use it here, so thank you for that. Thank you for the support, I appreciate it. Yeah, good luck. Sheila has a... You know, Sheila's team is trying to get one. Good luck to anyone trying to get a house. I already have a fortune going. Patrol. Don't need to go there. I guess I can pull the patrol. Oh, my suck are way out of line. Oopsie doopsie. But it works out. I'm so happy you're doing Gunbreaker and PoTD though. I recently cleared Heaven on High. Gunbreaker, wanna try Palace? Okay, well, I hope I can give you a good show. A little worried about Behemoth, but I do have more or less a plan, so, you know, more or less a plan is pretty good for me. Hey Perry, how you doing, man? Happy Thursday! Okay, making really good time, so we'll just keep going. Yay, best dungeon theme ever. It's a little strict. I think a lot of people have said it's a lot easier than before. So, you know, for me, it's just I can't have a comment because I haven't done it yet. So now we're gonna do it. We're gonna go with Tincture. It's a strategy that I know I can do because I've done it before. So we will. I do have Strength Tinctures on me. I have Grade 6 on me, so we're gonna be utilizing that for the burst. We're gonna be going with Tincture strat. Am I planning on doing anything different from my last Gunbreaker? The general strategy is gonna be similar, but what's a little bit better nowadays is there's actually gonna be two things I will do slightly different. So because Super Bowl Light is now 10 seconds instead of 8 seconds of invulnerability, it does ease up when I can pop it. So I can pop it like directly after the meteor hits me, and it will be good. Like before, what we had to do was we had to like wait like a GCD. Like meteor drops, it's like 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, okay, hit it. But now I can just do it right away, and which also means I get to heal better because I get another tick. I'll probably be utilizing the potions a little bit more in a specific spot so I don't have to worry about it for the whole fight. Like, we'll probably try to pop the potion close to when the first meteor is hitting me, and then I don't have to worry about that, like, period at all, because it's a longer duration. And then second, I'm probably going to open with the third combo, so I'll probably sit on the third combo of Gunbreaker. I'll pop a Burst Strike, and then I'll run. I'll pop a Burst Strike, get another cartridge, probably run through my top rotation, try to see if I can get a brutal shell to line up with right about the meteor dropping. Super Bowl Light, brutal shell, and then heal it all back up. That'll be the plan that I'm gonna go with. And then I do have food. If I need to drop food, that'll be emergency. But I don't think I'll need to drop food. But if HP is looking a little spicy, then I'll consider dropping food. So that's the current strategy that I'm going to be going with a tincture. Hope that made sense. that made sense? I mean, it made sense to me. I just don't know if it made sense to you. I got tree aggro. Okay. Sounds similar to what Finn did? Alright. You know what, Finn did it, then it sounds good to me. I didn't look at his VOD. I didn't look at anyone's VOD. I just kind of like thought in my brain, I'm like, let's go with this one. The First Strike. Because it's a lot easier now, because honestly you could have done that in Stormblood, Shadowbringer. But it's hard because the combo lasted for like 10 seconds. Now that it sits at 30 seconds, it buys you so much time to line it up like that. So it does give you damage. So like originally I think we started with like maybe the first combo, if not no combo, and then went in. Because to time it was so tight. Especially when you're trying to pull it to like you're trying to push it to the lowest HP possible. I use an alteration here. Nice. This is altered. Might need to care a little bit on mitigation here. Corgans, nice. And a steal, which makes it a lot better. Oh, 3. Even better. Makes my life a lot easier. Oh, where's that exit? Don't know, don't see it yet. 2 silver chests, cool. And that's a dead end. So we'll go this way. We got the Paralyzed Boy I want to get close to the exit. That's gonna be a silver chest over there. 2 paralyzed boys. And more stuff here. I'm just not gonna go. I mean, there's a chest over there, but it's like, it's in Narnia. So I'll just fight here, because I might be out in the next kill. It's 76 for that, non-Magislate. Let's see if I need to get this kill. I do. Oh no! Feels bad. I should have waited. Hey Daraban! Thanks for this, Daraban, I appreciate that. Honestly, though, I'm hyped to be getting double down in the new Deep Dungeon, so excited to try it out. I can't wait, man, to learn all of the new rotations. It's gonna be so much fun. Almost jumped into that. Alrighty. A lot of silver chests here. Ow, stop. Gotta pull something else. Alright, you. Here we're gonna open with a stun and then an interrupt to make my life easier. So Ice Spikes come in. I know Void Blizzard's gonna come in, so it makes my life a lot easier for the next one coming in. Boom. That's how you deal with the tank. I'm curious as to how different actions will feel. That's something I enjoy hopping between. Yeah! Same. Just what it means for the solo experience, I am sure. Isn't as noticeably visual in Heaven on High? Well, I can see that. I can see that. You see a lot of the particles in Heaven on High, I think, Jason. Here, you don't see the particles as much, but you see the redness of it. We got a buff. Wait, was there an... No, I used it. Okay, we're good. There's a chest there. Nice re-steal. Pardon me. Oh, what? I actually didn't mean to stun. Oops. What is this chest again? Safety. Okay. I'll set the wrong button. Swap the windows by accident. Okay. Grabbing the intuition. I safetied. I safetied. That's why I did it. Because I safetied. Literally the only reason that justifies that for me. little smoother without one. Except when I do that, it might scratch my head, rearrange my headset. Kind of annoying. You haven't tested passive raising? It's a thing of beauty from what I heard. I'm gonna get the steal and then come back. Because I have enough enemies here to fight. Is this spawn? Wait, a chest dropped. Hey Biftek, how you doing? Necromancer Biftek in the house. Beat the Archdemon! Let's go, let's go, let's go, 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 go. Aww. Good. That's another strength, that's gonna be really good. Time is beautiful right now. Right, let's go to the exit. Tired and ready to sleep, but I'm here until then. Sounds good to me, man. I'm gonna check the chest first in case it's a mimic. Lust. I'm lazy. Awesome! Had a fantastic day today, and we are now on the breaking of the guns. Gun breaku. Time to us. I won 3. Perfect. Why 3? Because I had my burst. I had like my full opener. It wasn't gonna be necessary for me to go to 5 because I'd probably kill it. Like, which I did, so. Okay, a couple rooms there. Wonder now with the new deep dungeon coming out. Hello, something happened. Since I was in Palace so long, I feel like I want to keep doing deep dungeon, but I don't want to go back into Palace. Hey, well that worked out. Did you guys know that these are undead? I mean, they are by lore. Dying a 3rd time, he says. He's bad. So I'm becoming impatient. Do Heaven on High, Biftek. Go to Heaven on High. Do some Heaven on High. Satisfy the craving. And anyway, Heaven on High is good practice for EO. You know, if you had to pick one, do Heaven on High. Like, Palace is great, but Heaven on High would be a closer representation of EO. Dynamic came on den if I was serious. First boss city killed him, and I realized their death. Lore. I think it had been more or less confirmed it's 100 at this point. From what I've heard, but... I did think of going to Heaven High with a low 8 to pull as I can see how far I can possibly climb. Ooh! Brave Soul, I don't think I can do that. I think if I wasn't streaming, maybe I'd consider a bit of tech, but I couldn't do it on stream. It just feels so awkward, and then like my schedule be all weird. It doesn't say the title. All this you see. Oh, okay. So the title, we don't know the title. Okay, good. Good. I don't want to know the title. Bless. Actually, I don't want to know the achievement either, to be fair, but yeah, bless that. Whoops. I can hit 1, 2, 3, I swear. They did stagger. They did 1 to 50 initially, and then like half a patch later they did the next one. So it was staggered a little bit. For more than a day, I'll definitely don it for a little bit, but it's gonna be really hard for me to not use Necromancer, that's for sure. Yeah, we're fortunate. See, even though this seemed like a pretty just like regular run, you know, no really any extra that we did. We went to the boss in 18 minutes. Welcome to Gunbreaker. Thanks for the follow, I appreciate it. I'll check in a second. Apico, thanks for the follow, appreciate that. No, they shortly after released the next part. It was like the very next patch after, in 3.35 was the first set of Palace of the Dead, and then like it was like 3.38 or something they released the next set. It was like very fast. It wasn't too long after. You could probably look up the patch notes and just like see it. $18 minutes. I have Red Mage 10 file ready for Palace. Well, keep in mind, I mean, you know, this is one of the reasons I like doing these jobs, like different jobs, so people can just see how they're doing, you know, to give them a good impression in general before trying it. I would like the preview of it. I hit the wrong combo. Oh, 4 or 5? Oh, okay. It's a whole patch. I didn't realize it's that long. Yeah, Aether Pull is capped at 30, trying to get to floor 50. And it's like a higher cap than that. pretty hard. Hey, Jonks. Run's going pretty solid right now. Cannot complain one bit. I think it was so misaligned. Alright, almost halfway there. Welcome to tank again. Oh, I didn't... I think that's okay. I should have it up. Yeah, I'll have it up. Halfway there. One of my dancer powers spit at the pity floors. Yo, let's go, Kinar. Okay. Yo, Red Crush, thanks for the 14, I appreciate that.
Angelus Mimic Bongo Animate. Angelus Mimic Bongo Animate.
Looking forward to my Necromancer double file attempt. Double file is such a mental reprieve in my opinion. It's a lot of work to make it happen, but I think it really, really helps a lot of people trying to get their title, in my opinion. Hey, thanks, Jonks. We just got the news today. We weren't the only Final Fantasy XIV server to get it, too. What is it? The Overseas whatever, the Island Sanctuary one, got it as well, so I saw them in there. I'm not in that Discord, but it was nice to see a fellow 14 community also get partnership. Whoops. What does it mean for the server? There's a lot of base things that I now get that doesn't need to be boosted. Like I know a couple guys are boosting it. I think Vidsec might have been boosting it too. So like we already have the custom link permanent now. Originally like I had to get the server boosted to like level 3 to have like a fancy URL. So now that's permanent. I could have an animated icon. I can have the banner without the boost. I think there's other perks. Like now it's like kind of endorsed by Discord. So there's like support from Discord. Probably more things. I think we get heads up on certain happenings or whatever. I still gotta learn, I still gotta read it up. I was very busy today, so I haven't looked up all of the information, but that was like the gist of what we got in terms of the email and stuff. Yeah. Another nice one is that they give me Nitro for free. So I have Discord Nitro now. That's cool, that's part of the perk. I guess as the server admin owner of the thing, so yay for me. Yeah, it's kind of nice. You know, amongst anything else, it's like I don't know to the extent of like say YouTube partner, where like YouTube partner, when you get that, you get to put ads on your videos, which makes you revenue. I mean, Twitch partner is Twitch partner, so it's not like a tremendous thing, but you know, there's probably perks that are outside just online and everything too that exist. I get a fancy icon in my name, you know, that's kind of cool. So you would say that I'm a Discord partner, server admin, something to that effect. It's, you know, it's credentials. I gotta read up on it more, but it's pretty cool. I tried it about a year ago. We got declined, but I wasn't having a lot of faith, so I tried it at the beginning of December. Since I knew things were gonna get potentially busy coming up soon, like, you know, maybe they'll see the growth, maybe it'll count for something, and oh, it's good enough, so we got in. Man, this was an 8-minute fight. Thanks. Even Gunbaker with its nice sustained damage is still kind of this like tiring. Not tiring, just, you know, redundant. Doesn't really help that I don't really enjoy this setup too much. Die. Alright, cool. Alright. Thing AGD capped. It was already in the process, so I don't know, Suicidal, if they had already made their decision or they were still investigating it. I don't know if outside fact. I think when it comes to Discord partner, it's more about the Discord itself, not really the outside sources, you know, what's happening. So how is the community in Discord? They probably put in a spy at some point in the Discord to investigate how things are going, you know? Like, that sounds funny, but, I mean, how else would you see how the Discord's going? So they probably looked at how the community was. You guys are amazing. I know you guys are amazing, but they had to learn you're amazing. Discord's pretty busy, very positive in there. So, you know, probably all that kind of mattered. And then there's other check marks like minimum people, there's like user retention, how many active use, like stuff like that also factors into it, but we were fine on those things too, so. Lion and Menelaus fight will show up in... But they're not Allegan, right? Or maybe you mean like a version of them. Okay, maybe like a version of them. It always feels super safe on tank, but then I lose focus and die to something dumb. I can't wait to EO Sarek when we have to like really manage mechanics. I'm gonna be so much fun. I can't wait. Alright team, let me take a restroom break here. We'll go 3 minutes. I'll be back in 3 minutes. We'll continue into 161. Run's looking pretty fine so far. I'm gonna get more water as well. So thank you guys for watching. Appreciate you all. I'll catch you in 3. Thank you. In bit. Oh, there's a maintenance on the 24th. What's the 24th? Tuesday morning. Okay. There's a maintenance Tuesday morning. Cool. 1 a.m. to 5 a.m. Eastern. So right before, I guess Ultimate shows up. There's gonna be a maintenance. Probably fixing Warrior. Probably fixing Ninja. Probably adding in Ultimate. I just saw it come up 30 minutes ago. So 4-hour maintenance. There you go. My CP time. You an Ultimate Biff deck? Warrior's broken? Warrior's very broken. Well, it's broken. I have it auto adjusted on my server 14 hours for my time. So it's the 24th on 1 a.m. to 5 a.m. Yeah, Munchers are very broken. They're deleting Dragoon on Tuesday. Delete Machinist on Tuesday. Well, now that we did AGDQ, they can delete Machinist. That's fine. Okay. Let us go. Let us go. Nom nom. I'm not sure how I'm drinking that through the mask, but we'll do it. Leave Machinist alone until you get your title. Okay. There's like weird lag delays with it. A lot of people have reported. I haven't done it myself, but... what the fuck, Kanara? Go to sleep. Get out of here and go to sleep. That's an order. Ah, hit the wrong button, no! I get some sleep, dude. I don't have no mercy up, so we're gonna walk around for a little bit. I guess I'll do this. So here's what I'll say. If they fix Ninja next week for Ultimate, or I mean in general, if they fix Ninja, they make a mention of Ninja, or you guys, like if I see it in the patch notes, I'll do Ninja and Palace of the Dead. If I don't see it in the patch notes, we'll do White Mage Palace of the Dead. That sound good? You guys are gonna be busy with Ultimate, but I mean, if you want to pass on by and, you know, get a little break from it, that's what I'll do. I want to do both of those shops, just in what order is the question. Sunday, by the way, this Sunday, 9 p.m. Eastern, we're gonna wipe out one of my characters for Machinist. So I don't know which one. I guess I'll just like toss a coin. But we'll take in Primal or Crystal, and we'll do 171 to 200 once, and then we'll do 171 to 200 twice. Because I got 2 files, so I gotta get rid of them. So look forward to that. That'll be Sunday. Tomorrow, we're playing the new Fire Emblem. If you want to check that out. Fire Emblem Engage, I'm getting it tomorrow. And then I'll have it ready for 9 o'clock p.m. Eastern at nighttime. Omega, yeah. Omega's gonna be busy, dude. You should do no palm challenge or something from Actually, you know what I'm doing though, Sarek, right now? We have a 5-win streak on Machinist right now. So I've done Machinist up to 200 5 times in a row ever since we did GDQ. So right now that's becoming more like that to see, like, you know, people ask me, kind of sometimes they get that question, it's like, okay, so if you were to do it 10 times in a row, how many times do you think you can clear? Well, right now we're 5 out of 5, so I kind of want to see that from my own personal data, you know, can we clear, like, consistently back to back to back to back to back? You know, a no palm challenge or limited palm challenge is something that is in my mind, but I'll pull the trigger on that at some point, not quite. Sounds brutal? Oh yeah. Doable? You know, debatable. But brutal indeed. Oh, I gotta follow this patrol. Alright, sir. So I'm gonna walk in your side, alright? So then the moment we hit this corner, I'm gonna, like, jet past you, alright? So just look forward. Continue to look forward. That should be good. Oh, God damn it! You didn't cooperate. Good guy. I made it pretty hard on Monday, to be fair. Monday we had quite the 189. Probably could have ended a lot of people's runs, but we were still able to pull it together. Captain CBR, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Appreciate that follow. Ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba-ba-da. Oh, you need to see the mouse, sorry. Mouse needs to be here so you guys can see I'm not using it. Let's get this on. I don't see a chest over there, and that's not the exit, so let's go this way. Ninja! Ninja! Thanks for the follow. Okay, that kind of went the way I wanted it to, but not really at the same time. I'm not up on YouTube yet? What do you mean? It's not up on YouTube yet? What's not on YouTube yet? GDQ run? It is. You do, it's not on my channel, it's on the GDQ channel. You can do exclamation point AGDQ. It's on their channel. Yeah, I don't, that's on my video, that's their video. But, I'll take it either way. Oh! Yes, no, that is not on YouTube yet, that's right. That's gonna show up... Maybe next Tuesday or Thursday. That's when it will show up. Yeah, next Tuesday or Thursday you'll see that show up. Usually it's about a week and a half, week and a couple days when I put the video up and when it's showed live. So. Yeah, it was a thing. I might try to separate that floor also, like just to put that floor up on, but I'm not there yet. I put up I think today the Paladin went up, so I was trying to get that ready. I'm gonna also get up the Heaven on High Paladin maybe on Saturday, because I'd like to. I think I can get around him. But alterations. Okay. Phantom. Classic song. And this way. Ayo, mimics! 1, 2. The middle one probably aggros. Probably aggros. Okay, Wyver's there. Which is the one I gotta pull to get through the room. Probably can sneak the chest without aggro. What I always wanted for Palace is like select the songs on my orchestration playlist and one. Yes, yes, that's where the birth of my playlist came from. Cherub, that I was getting bored of the Palace of Dead music, so I made my own playlist, and it kind of mimics like it's a background music, and I do manually change it. Myself, but that's generally the gist of it. I do wish that too, to be able to like have your own orchestration rules in game. If that's the thing, I would totally do it myself, but you know, you do this. Some songs aren't banned. So my playlist is curated, where I vetted the songs on YouTube and made sure that they didn't give me a problem on specifically YouTube and Twitch. I did have a song that actually gave me a problem on Twitch, so they're vetted out. So every song you hear is quote-unquote legal, in a way, not copyright claim. I know of the songs I had to remove in the past, so like for example, the battle themes from 7 to 10, can't have them. We're talking the main battle themes, so like, you know, Let the Battle Begin, Don't Be Afraid, Battle from 9, Battle from 10, like I can't have any of those because they do trigger YouTube. But I do have other songs from 7, actually I have no songs from 8. 8 was a problem. Never mind. Yeah, 8 was a, you can't do any songs from 8, it feels bad. A lot of really good music. I do have Extreme though. Extreme made it through. But you can't have Man with the Machine Gun. You can't have, Don't Be Afraid at all. Even the 14 version gets angry. but I've essentially like run through a lot of experiments, run through a lot of tests. The playlist that I have is like 150 deep right now, and all of which are good songs to go through. Crisis Core is okay, some of them. Actually, there was one Crisis Core song, I don't remember what it is, and we're talking the OG Crisis Core, that actually muted on Twitch, not YouTube. That was interesting, so I had to take that out. But there are a couple Crisis Core songs that I couldn't play, but not all of them. But I don't have the new one yet either. Like, I'm kind of waiting for that OST to maybe show up, but I don't have the new one. One of the things I'm most excited for, new songs in EO. Yes, I can't wait to listen to the in-game. Like, honestly, I was able to like play the Heaven on High songs for a while. It's just when I went back to Palace, that's when it started to kind of get on me. Like, I'm kind of like, you know, you hear the same depressing song over and over, you know, it's kind of just boring. Like, what's playing right now? Oh, this is a good song. This is Apologies, I think. It's a good song. See, that one I like, but like the rest of them are like not so much, you know? I think I aggro the crocodile 10,000%. Did you guys know? Did you guys notice this crocodile? Look at his eyes. They're in his mouth. Did you see that? See that? His eyes are in his mouth. You ever notice that? Definitely a nice addition to have a playlist for it, but I wish they'd support it in the game for Palace. I wish they did too. Yo, what's up, teammate? Uh oh, something spawned. God damn, why'd it have to be a wyvern? Oh my god. Yeah, of course it is. Why would the exit not open after I do that? Yeah. Teammate, how you doing, dude? Why 1087? Was it a Manticore incident? Oh, it's just a lot of mistakes, okay. And you lasted that long? I mean, that's pretty good. Yeah, you're a bit rusty, it's fine. We're going a little slow. Oh no! I've had those days. I've had those days. Alright, next floor is flighted, so it'll save me some time. Oh crap. Well, it's flighted. I'm a tank, who cares? Oh, actually I should wait. I don't want to pop that chest. That's a mimic that might force me to Serenity. It happens, man. It happens. What job do you think will have the biggest difference in playstyle from 60 to Black Mage? If you're giving me that specific criteria, then Black Mage. Hands down. You know the boss theme, guys, for the new dungeons? The FF4 boss theme? I can't play those either. To kind of go on that discussion about what songs I could use or not, that's one of them I can't use. Oh, nice. Well, is a Korean over there? I can't tell. It's too far. That's Mimic. Okay. Well, not only triple cast, but you have 2 stacks of Xenoglossy. Yeah, and you have Paradox. It's a lot for that job. You think EO will feature... I think it's everything. Like, what's Heaven on High? Heaven on High is everything. Well, Heaven on High, more specifically, Cherub, 1 to 30 was a lot of Shadowbringer music with a little mix of here and there. And then once you step into, like, 41 plus, it went into a bigger range of music. It increased the library of what can play. So it might be a similar thing. You know, maybe you get a lot of Allegan music, maybe like Crystal Tower. I don't know, Crystal Tower would be kind of weird, but like I guess you get a lot of like Allegan related songs, and then it'll go to a wider amount like later or something. I don't know. I hope we get like, you know, Twinning in there, Long Fall, all those fun songs, you know. I mean, I'm with Cherub. I hope we get just like a custom playlist, you know? Like, forget the random music, let me just put my whole playlist in there from the game. Like, from in-game, not from anything else, just like, get orchestration rules played in Deep Dungeon. Like, that'd be awesome. You know? Let me customize my playlist that way, that'd be sick. Oh, you're not dead. All floors are twinning. Yep, I'm in for it. So the estimation is 2 months after 6.3. That's the best we got. So you're looking at maybe March 6th or March 13th, but that's the closest we can guess it right now. If my in-game playlist played, it would be Turmoil. Oh, I'd like Turmoil. I would like to put Turmoil. I actually don't have Turmoil here, but I would do that in-game. Eve music has a sense of nostalgia to it. Well, so have you heard the teammate? Have you heard the song, the new Alliance Raid song? There is definitely like tunes to it that are like throwbacks to older songs. You know, I think In the Balance does the same thing. But yeah, definitely, I think that's probably what you're hearing. Like you're hearing like tones of like original songs like snuck in there, and then making like a newer version of it. Got a gold chest? I'll check it. I might get the Wyver though. Absolute Paradox. Have a good lunch, man. Straight out of... That's true. That's true. I think a lot of people were saying, what, Evanescence, I think? If I said that correctly. Let's put this, yeah. Ah! I don't know if I get that chest though. I love Scream. That plays in EO. I'd be so happy. But boss music, yeah, boss music usually doesn't play. But boss music usually doesn't because the boss music's same. So for Heaven on High, how it was for Heaven on High was 10, 20 were like the sub-boss theme from Stormblood, and then 30 was Triumph, and then 40 onward was Revenge Twofold. For Palace, it was like 1 to 40 was 1 to 40 was like regular dungeon theme boss. 50 was the Edda special, and then 60 to 90 was regular dungeon boss theme, and then 100 was special, exclusive soundtrack for the content, and then 110 up is all Revenge Twofold. Like, there's definitely some thoughts and some opinions that some people are kind of hoping that Revenge Twofold is changed out, which, I mean, I'm not gonna necessarily argue with that. If they replace it with, like, Finality, which is the Endwalker boss theme, that's fine with me. If they do a remix, go hardcore and they just do a remix of it, that'll be pretty sweet too. Like, Revenge Threefold. But I feel like Revenge Twofold, you know, outside of its appearance in Ultimate now, which I'm sure more people are gonna have that association with the song, I really did kind of associate that theme song with just like Deep Dungeon for me. It's just like, I hear that song, oh, Deep Dungeon. Not even a question anymore, you know? It's like a Deep Dungeon boss theme instead of like the later Heavensward boss theme, if that makes sense. Fiverr, don't be annoying. Well, good. Hey Saria, how are you doing? Happy Thursday. Because you hear it on repeat so often. Yeah, randomized ones would be interesting. For me, Revenge Twofold just holds like the epicness of it. I never get old of Revenge Twofold. Like, even with my playlist, I will stop my music to get Revenge Twofold playing. Like, that's how much respect I have for it. Pyro Common, hello. I cleared DSR so much at this point, but I still prefer the original Revenge Twofold. That's fair. That's fair. This is a raising. We are actually we're not bad on time. We're still kind of behind. This Wyver is actually going to cost me some time, but it's not too bad. Doing pretty good, relaxing this evening. I am amazing. My Thursdays are my best days of the week, IRL and stuff. So had a very good day, and we are just, you know, breaking some guns over here, trying our best. That's the exit. Terrible combination of stuff. Ah! Aside from this being a time waster, I mean, I could handle this. So, what would push me into using this, using a Serenity here, is if I see a Strength. If I see a Strength, it's worth my time. If I see a Rage, would also be worth my time. But if I don't see anything other than the Steel, then I will continue to fight through this floor. That's my current game plan for this. It's always a no item for the give you extra goodies, yep. I love Revenge Twofold as well, says Arissa. Whoops. But I kind of hope they gave us Shadowbringer boss music. You know, I like that theme. I think there's a number of people who don't like that theme, but I like that theme. That was what's the name of that one called again? Forgot the name of that song. But yeah. Insatiable, yes, thank you, team Insatiable. But okay, it's a small room, so there's only one more room over in that direction. Why do I know this answer? Because that bird came back pretty fast. You know, judging by the distance and the amount of time it took you to go all the way to the end and back, that means we're dealing with a 5 roomer, or at least a 6 roomer. Little knowledge. That's right. There's a lot of patrol though, like the patrols are gonna make this really easy. Let me try to sneak the chest here to figure out what I want to do. It's not enough to make me use it. I'm gonna aggro this thing, so I'm gonna fight it. If I go for that chest, I'm aggroing. There's 2 chests here. If I go for that other chest, I have to do the Triceratops. That Triceratops just dug himself into that wall. He is double downing and blocking that chest for me. Give me a little bit of an annoying pull to fight if I have to, Oh, time save. I'm gonna take it. I'm gonna fortune though. I'm taking the time save on that, gives me the steal. I might make it back with the fortune. That's enough for me to use it. Lusts, here. So time in this set is going to be a little trickier. I know it for a fact, so I would want to buy myself a little bit more time. So I think this is going to be worth the play. Even if I'm out in the very next kill, it's still going to be worth the play in my opinion. I'm not. 4 kills? Oh, worth it. I had to do 5 kills in Gloom. With no items. Big time save. 6 kills! Okay, this is looking even better now. That would have been in Gloom, so decision was made. Good choice. 7 kills! Dang, that was a 9 kill, 166. Let's go. Alright. Good decisions have been made. And like right there too, that's something that I think some people may not do also. So the floor was given to me, no gloom and no items. So as I was fighting enemies, I had already made this like if-then chart in my brain, right? If steel, if only steel, fight through. If rage and steel, take it. If rage and strength, take it. So then I already saw the rage, therefore I already picked my answer. So it didn't have to become this deliberation like, oh, there's the rage. Let me think of a silver. Let me try to do this. No, I already made the decision. 2 seconds later, we made the decision. So that thinking might help some of you guys to like, you know, just figure things out earlier than you have to when the time happens. You know, predict that there's a possibility of that happening. That precious second that precious minute or something could be the difference between you like timing out or not. Just rage noted. Yep. Ross is like, yep, got that one. Okay. Don't burn me. Oh, I need strength, game. At least that steel is free. Look at this one. But time is getting a little spicy. 27 on 67 can get a little weird, depending on the kill count. I would like to have potentially something else to help me, if that's possible. We shall see. No items always seem like a death sentence to me when I really rely so much push. Yeah, well you gotta burn that Serenity sometimes, you know. I am down the Serenity now, but that's where Serenities come in. Especially melee. You know, for melee, Cherub, I almost always Serenity on a melee. Like, I don't even question it. It's just like, okay, Serenity. But I try to fight through other things. so that I might using my Serenities often. Can't sleep, so doing VA exercise. Ooh. Is that like the whole like la 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 like that stuff? That VA exercise? PoTD, thanks for the follow, welcome in. Cool. I did too, just ran out. Yeah, that's the tough balance. I mean, if you start chaining so many too, like the legendary triple no items, then I mean, there's not much you really can do about that. It happens. Reading various bits of a book out loud and whatever. Oh, okay. That's kind of cool. Yeah. I would have no idea, Magnus. So you get a bit unlucky with chess. Yep. You gotta play with what the game gives you, that's just how it works. That's what makes it fun in my opinion though, right? You don't know what you're getting, you don't know what the game's gonna give you, so you gotta just apply it and just figure it out on the fly. I need to go get back to Steel at some point, but we're definitely gonna open the exit and get through this one first. Probably gonna get a couple kills into RHT and then get the Steel and come back and then try to fight something. 2 chests too. Switching. Steel. Okay, well I don't have to go back. Steel's right here. Good kill. Pull you. I got 9 hours until hopefully news. Okay. I'm crossing my fingers for you, my friend. The game can give you bad RNG, but the better skill you have, the more non. Yep. Exactly. I'm gonna wait till I kill it before I pull something else. Ooh, I'm out. It went from blue key straight to white. I hate my life. What's the best job for Palace of the Dead? And which job would you actually suggest for a total beginner? Alright, so best job in terms of clear counts, like if we're using a objective metric here, in Shadowbringers, Machinist had the most kills, most clears. Now in current Endwalker, Machinist still has a lot of clears, but a couple of jobs have been getting popularity, like Warrior, Dark Knight have been getting popularity. Those definitely, like I would definitely do a toss-up between Machinist Warrior if you're looking for that kind of thing. Now, in terms of a suggestion for a total newbie, a total beginner, I always suggest you play the job that you're good at, no matter what it is. Healer, tank, melee, doesn't matter. Because you need to learn 2 things in Deep Dungeon. You need to learn Deep Dungeon, the mechanics, commanders, aggro, avoiding traps, navigating through rooms. Like, all of that is part of the process. On top of that, you have to relearn how to play a job. You may know the buttons, but you need to apply it in a different way. Solo, how to survive, how to manage that way. So, if you can just reduce the learning to something where now you can just put all your brain power into Deep Dungeon, as opposed to like, oh, I've never played Machinist before, so let's figure out Machinist on top of learning Deep Dungeon, it might be a lot. And honestly, maybe just a little unnecessary. Like, you might even take your favorite job, and you might actually fall in love with it solo. Or, the exact opposite, you might hate the experience altogether, but it gives you perspective. Because especially if you're trying to decide between, let's say, Machinist and Warrior, two extremely different playstyles, arguably very equal in their ability to clear, but you need to pick which one fits you. And no one knows that answer except you. Does that make sense? So that's kind of how I would suggest it. Use 6 alterations earlier today. Every floor with mimics on top to top it off. 6 floors with mimic treasure room with the exit. You know, Toasty, when I played Monk, I was going for my first clear. I think I used 6 alterations as well. We're talking about 191 plus. Every single one of them was a mimic. And I got to like 198 and I timed out. If I had one of them go into Corrigan's, I would have been fine. Yeah, it happens. Wife and I are taking our going on separate ways extra hard this time. So hoping to upgrade the house and have a... Ooh! Okay, do I delete the VOD after you type that, Magnus? So there's no evidence? I'll do that for you, man. I'll delete the VOD. Even if you just do the meta pick, you're gonna have to learn the fundamentals no matter what. So you might as well pick the one you have fun with first. Exactly. I played my main jobs despite that it feels like a lot of stress. Wouldn't want to do that with a new job. Exactly. Onion rings. You just gave me a completely new perspective on all this. Hey, no problem. You know, I'm not some, like, if you're talking, if any time that question comes into play to my stream and you ask me, I'm never going to, like, I'm never gonna shove you into one direction. Like, I'm gonna, like, nudge you and be like, hey man, you know, try this out. But I'm also gonna be like, you know, did you also see this one, and this one? Like, you know, I think you should be able to choose your destiny here. But you want to choose your destiny in the proper manner. You're not just doing it blindly, right? You're not just doing it because I said so. You're doing it because you have a decent reason why. Because I absolutely would hate for someone to be like, do Machinist, because it's the best! And then their entire experience, they're like, hating life. You know? Like this is the worst thing ever. I hate this job. That was like, if you guys watch Zepla, that was kind of what she was saying initially. Like, people were initially telling her Red Mage, she did try Red Mage, and then people later on were telling her Machinist, so she was prepping Machinist, and she's like, I don't really like Machinist, and then someone from the community was like, hey, you know, Warrior's pretty good. And she's like, oh yeah? And then she tries it, and then she likes Warrior so much better, you know? And who's to argue? If she's having much more fun on that job, then do that job, you know? Fine, Machinist is great, but I mean, if you're a tank main, which I think she is, in like regular content, you want to take the job that you're more comfortable with, play the game more. And it's like, I thoroughly believe that you will clear better by playing the job that you just have more fun with. Even if on paper, it's very clear as day that X job is better than Y job. If you don't have fun playing that job, you're not gonna perform that well, you know? And this is content, this is not like raid content where you're dealing with scripted fights where honestly you just hit the buttons in the proper order, you're probably gonna do okay. You gotta figure things out on the fly here. So it doesn't really cater to that idea of like on paper kind of thing. You're hungry though? I'm alright. I don't know if I mean, I had a lot of pizza today, which is really good. And then I just had tea, but I don't know if I'm hungry enough to eat anything. She knows I woke up at 4 AM every day since I got home because I'm up here, knock freaks up. Gotcha. Wilton Palace is gonna suck no matter what, so pick what you are gonna give your morale enough to win at you. He sleeps under the warm desk when I'm not there. He's been sleeping in my spot the last week. No nice. DD's hard enough on its own. Forget trying to learn a new job when trying to learn defense. Yeah, that's my thought process anyway. I mean, it could be wrong, but... Taking this right now. Also, personally, regardless of performance, I'm more likely to finish on my preferred job because I'm burned out slower from having more fun. What Wobbsy said is so true. What is over here? Nothing. I'm gonna go to the exit. Actually, I'm gonna pull this Mylon on. True pizza power. I had a white pie with onions and garlic. Very good. That said, the first time I picked up Machitos was the Palace, and I got all the way to 85 before playing any other content. Play What You Like is the reason I got a Necromancer title on Ninja. There you go, Avalon, a testimonial. Hey, Kizu14, thanks for the raid. What's up, dude? Hello again, how are you doing? Thanks for bringing your team over, I appreciate that. Get a shout out for Kizu, otherwise I'll get it when I hit the exit after this Triceratops. Get out of my way. Get out of my way. He didn't get out of my way. Good shout out, Kizu. Kizu, how was your stream? What were you up to today? Hopefully you had a good day. I don't do Savage content a lot. I don't do it at all. Most I do is like extreme. So Solo Deep Dungeon is probably the hardest I've done in this game. But I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't do it in a group. I like having difficult. Yes. You know, that's the one thing I really appreciate about this content, Cherub. I don't think there's anyone who would look at this content and be like, ah, it's easy. Yeah, what's the big deal? I don't think anyone. Like this content has the full respect of every person who knows what the challenge is, and I think that's pretty cool. You don't get that very often, but I think that's pretty cool. Coming from some Omega preppers and relaxing and be nice. Relaxing in PoTD solos. That's kind of what I'm doing. I'm kind of relaxing. So my time is not too great, but we're gonna try our best though. I love that it can be solo player, multiplayer. Yeah, and that the content is exactly the same with 1 or 4 people. That's the best part, right? It feels so satisfying, you know, to clear it because of that main reason. I should use the chest. Wait, let me check the chest first. Hungry, I appreciate you to follow. Wait, there's 2 chests. Yo. Thanks for the time save. Just what the doctor ordered. But it's a problem because I'm stubborn and won't stop until I get my title on Gunbreaker. Hey, do it, man. You know, there's a couple people who got Necromancer on Sage and it took them a long time, you know? Never lucky! I find the lower floors very relaxing. But like, it's super stressful and yeah. Should you consider a different doctor if the order time stays for you? Okay, thanks, Hollow. I'll take your expert advice. I want a doctor to order onion rings for you. That's a very roundabout way just to get onion rings. Oh yay, flight for my 170 boss. You know, Cherub, you found like this community and this chat and this group of people. We're like real in the super niche of the community, but it's really been so much fun discovering more and more people who kind of either feel the same way or like just think the same way, you know? Oh, I'm out. Huh. I mean, I could just go. Yeah, you know, every single chest is blocked. I'm just gonna go. Alright, word. I mean, soloing in an MMO. That's a very small niche of the people, but apparently there's a lot of you, so I'll take it. We're finding more and more people who are like, yeah, I like that too. Really? Like, combo didn't stay? Too good. My favorite thing this game is finding other players in the field. Yeah. That's why for GDQ, if any of you watched GDQ or you were there in GDQ, like, that's something that really will never happen again. And it was such a cool thing to see so many people in the lobby area right after this boss, you know? what an experience that was. Holy moly. That's so cool. At most, I'll see like one person, you know? Maybe 2 people on lower floors, but that many people on that high floor? Holy crap. That was awesome. Imagine timing out this boss as a tank. I know, it feels bad, dude. Solo gameplay in MMO isn't uncommon, though. It's not. No, it's not. But I think to have potentially like a community around it, a teammate, maybe, you know? Also depends on the game. I mean, like, FF11 is definitely more catered to it now, but, you know, it's definitely is like a smaller niche. I've always thoroughly enjoyed difficult solo content multiplayer games, and Dita is literally my second home practically. With you there. Sometimes I just need to be alone, but still want to play my favorite game. You know, like for me, IRL, Wubsley to that comment. Like I've said this before. I'm like really introverted. You know, if you guys ever see me, I'm gonna be in PAX East. Also, another you know thing. If you want to DM me, I need to sell 2 tickets. Well, not 2 tickets. I need to sell my Friday, Saturday PAX East tickets. So if anyone wants to maybe get some, let me know. Anyway, like if you guys see me in PAX East, I'm gonna be very like quiet. I'm not gonna be loud. I'm probably gonna be hiding in some shadow or something. That's me. But at the same time, as much of an introvert as I am, I don't mind crowds at all. I can stand in like a New York City crowd in the middle of Times Square. I'm perfectly fine. So that's kind of how I kind of see MMO potentially. Like, I want to do a lot of things on my own. I want to queue up on my own. I want to do this content on my own. But it's still kind of cool to have people that you can just like see walking around, you know, just like doing their thing, vibing and everything. Like that's kind of a cool vibe for me. I'm a ninja. I'm gonna purposely wear red when I go to PAX East so no one can find me, because they're just gonna be looking for blue. Got him. Inu Cha, thanks for the follow, welcome in. Everyone in Quarry Mill was having fun commenting on the run yell chat. Oh, that's an experience that I certainly wouldn't have been able to see. So I just hope it was fun for you guys. Hey, Dana Lyren. Thanks for the follow and the raid. Oh, sorry, the raid. Not the follow. You know what the follow. Freudian slip. Yo, thanks for shouting out, Dana. How is your stream? Welcome in. Another 14 gamer coming over. What's up, what's up, what's up? Hope your stream was good. With dynamic culture, it's dynamic nature is it hiding in the shadows. Exactly, that is me, hiding in the shadows. Because I get when an introvert is like gets intimidated by people and crowds. You know, like too many people, too much stimulus. Like that's a typical introvert, really. For me, that's exactly what he said. I'm in the crowd, so I'm more hidden. I'm like harder to locate because there's too many people. That's how I kind of like justify it, you know. For me, it's important to have the choice to be alone or do something with others, because my feeling of what I varies. Yes, that's why I have a hard time doing raiding, because I don't want to be like kind of committed to something. Like I want to have the freedom of doing what I want to do at that very moment. Like I'll commit, like I'm committed to like teams. I'm committed if I ever do them, but sometimes it's just like, you know, some days I just want to like do something else, you know. I don't like having that a lot of times, you know. It depends on the goals, of course, but I'm a lot more in my zone when I have a little bit more freedom. Shima's good. Was doing learning parties in X5. Saw a high PoTD run, so came to lurk. Hey, well, I hope you enjoy the lurk. Thank you for bringing your community over and your friends over. Hopefully I'll take care of that. We are gonna aim to try to go all the way up, and we do have Behemoth coming in, so it's gonna be a lot of fun. But thank you for the raid, and I appreciate it. Guys, check out Dana. There you go. They told you what they're doing, and I'd like to think anyone who raids into this channel are definitely good people. You know, we do the weird stuff, and they decide to pick the weird stuff, which means they must be cool. Wait, check them out. One of the biggest things I missed from playing WoW was Mythic Plus. This game is sorely missing. Yeah, I mean, they tried with Criterion. How did you feel with Criterion, Sarek? Do you think that was in the right direction, or do you think it's not, though? That's why I only do extremes and PFs, setting set times is for reasons it costs me anyway. Flexibility is super important. We're very much alike on that one, Cherub. You know, it's like, for me, I don't think I'm incapable of doing content like that. It's just a committal. Like, my schedule's not always that flexible to accommodate, like, you know, a weekly thing, a bi-weekly thing like that. But a lot of times, like, it's a little ironic because I am on a stream schedule, so I follow my stream schedule. But in reality, when it comes to my stream, I can do whatever the heck I want. I can do this job, I can do that job, I can do this game. You know, I have the flexibility of it. So yes, I'm streaming and doing content on precisely a certain time during the day, but I still have the freedom of doing what I want. They need better rewards for Criterion. Seems like a theme. The rewards need to be better. Like PvP. Keep off. Well, everyone says that rewards suck. Alright. There's your consensus. Is a critical way to get gear in FF is kinda against their philosophy. To some extent, yeah. Did I bid on a house? I already have a large house from like ARR. I've had a large house for like 8 years. So I don't need a house, I'm good. And I originally got my house because I just wanted the garden, so my house is not very decorated. Later I was helping my friends to build. Gotcha. Yeah, I did 11 out of 12 routes on my own. I got help from one of my moderators, Kyrie, because we did it together. Just for fun. Like, she wanted to jump in, she wanted to help out, you know, just whatever, and then I was stuck in one of the puzzles. And I'm like, Kyrie, help me out with this one, what do you think? And she solved it. It was great. I'm completely blind, she solved it, because I was too dumb, so... You know, bless Kyrie. Time for me to come and decorate, ooh woo. 8 years no decoration, housing 14 already. I know. I mean, look, Finn, I already said it, man. I only got a house for gardening. I didn't even do anything in that house. I just put a whole bunch of plots down and was like, there we go. I like to do Criterion, but there's no one to fog it with anymore. Fair. What's the timing to getting out of the puddle? What's the timing? So if you want to do the sprint, like, you only have to worry about one rotation, which is the full duration. You wait for Douse, the conal. Do I get here? No, I do it the next rotation. So, right about here, you want to sprint. You get drenched. Then you sprint, and then it allows you to kind of run away from the thing. I think we might see it, so you see the timing. There's another way to look at it where you look at the seconds. I think some people do like seconds, like, oh, wait for like I don't know, something on the clock or something like that. But I wait for the drench. So there's the full heavy here. So I'll wait for the drench. I sprint there, and I just start moving. And it'll give me enough time to dodge this thing. So that's about the time you'd want to have. Oh, that's right, the heavy, yeah, 7th, yeah. I remember there was like, one of the guys said that. I don't do that, I just wait for more of a cadence, so... Hooray, I am level 87. Through Palace of the Dead. The amount of times I pop spin when I run to pull this boss and realize it's too late to mess up. This minigame. It happens. I'm playing Sheila. Alright, kiddos, let me do a break. Let's do a 2-minute. I'll hit the restroom, 2-minute, we'll come back, and then we'll go into 171. That's Behemoth. Let's see how Behemoth goes. If Behemoth goes well, we might have a pretty decent run, so, pray. Pray! BRB. Alright. 69% should be enough. It's a nice number, so it should work. I'm gonna put my strength potion a little bit more accessible because we will use that for the run. Let's go. Raising. Lust? I could do something with Lust, I guess. Alteration? Sure. Oh. Classic Deep Dungeon theme. Ooh. Oh, I thought I mishit my palms there. Oopsie doopsie. Oopsie doopsie. Nice start. Really good start to the palms. Very happy with this scenario right now. This wasn't the one I wanted to pull in. What is this one? Yeah, it's this one. Then one Cyclops? Okay, that works. More than enough time. Cyclops is coming back though. Okay, good, it's good. I think Super might be back for 63, we'll see. Now this is flighted, so that's completely unnecessary for me to do that again, so we won't. I can also skip this one because there's nothing here. If only I'd done that large pull in. Yeah, true. While we were losing frames at lightning speed, it would have worked out real well. That's the exit. That's a chest. PoTD any position. I mean, we could. That could be a category. Now it could. Ooh. Well, not using another. We're not doing another Super Bowl, I guess. I could try on 74, but kind of unnecessary. Although 2 attempts on Behemoth may not be a terrible thing to have. Oh, hi. Hello. Do I check the other chest? Or do I just take the time? Part of me just wants to take the time, because I think I have to go through a Dalmel as well. I might have to. And that Cyclops... I probably could have gotten the chest, maybe, but we'll just take the time. So. Fresh strength, we'll use it. Leg raise is the heavy, yeah. Foot graze would be the bind. Oh my god. Okay, we'll just ride flights to the end. Let's go. The true speedrun. I guess we're not doing any more landmine plays. Now it's a little bit too unnecessary. Also get apes. Inspiration has struck. With last, I am still here. Gonna remix the underweight. Okay. Yo, share it in Discord when it's done, if you want to. Take the free advertisement, I don't mind. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Got my sight back. I just have to get the steel back. Let's... Naturally, as one would expect. Well, the exit's not open, so that's a good thing. So this is not that much of a waste of time. I'll go this way. I'm gonna watch the timer on the interrupts. Still not out, but that's okay. Is Machine still the easiest class to 6 with thief for the first Necromancer clear? It's still very good. I mean, there's literally no reason, Fretzy, of why you would not pick the Machinist if that was already your destination. Now, there are a lot of other jobs that have been pretty cool. Like Warrior's pretty cool, Dark Knight's pretty cool if like you like the tank jobs. But if you're thinking like, okay, I was already doing Machinist, I kind of want to get back into it, you've lost absolutely nothing. If anything, it's just a little bit better. Especially for people with higher ping, so... Machinist in good shape. Are Super Potions BIS in here? They would be... yes. I think for tank, it would be Hyper Potions. By like a small margin, but you're talking like a very small margin. Super Potions would be better than Max Potions. For I think all jobs. Actually, scratch that. For like non-tank jobs, I think a Super Potion gives you like 200 more HP. And then a Hyper Potion would give you like 100 more HP. So it's marginal, but... Or like HP down. One could argue. Okay, this is flighted too, right? Never lucky! I'm complaining after I got already like a handful of silver chest explosions. You'll die from the dodge, so I'll just like rely on that. You did not die from the dots. I helped my friends clear the new X earlier, and it was only because I had hyper potions on my bar. Everyone died except me in the main tank and had to use all CDs and hyper to survive the tank buster. You were well trained. Solo, you are well trained. The deep dungeon skills carry over into other content, I swear. I was sad that there was no deep dungeon in Shadowbringers, but I'm actually so stoked to see Max Shop now. Absolutely, yep. Absolutely. Oh crap, I didn't do that right. Poorly executed, and I rushed it. I mean, it could have been a Terrell, it might have been a possibility that maybe if Deep Dungeon was a little bit more popular back then, you would have gotten one in Shadowbringers, and you would have gotten one in Endwalker. But, you know what? I think how it happened now, I think is perfect. It's perfect, you know? You know, they dropped it for one expansion, and then they kind of saw from the community how much the community really liked the content. And now this is like almost like a passion project, right? They're doing it because they know people like the content. They're not just doing it because they want to keep it in a cycle, you know? I think that's gonna be kind of cool. Hey, cute girl, thanks for the resub, the 16 months. Appreciate you, my friend. Ow. Never lucky! Fast pay. I had a lot of flights, to be fair. The flights, so we had like 3 flights show up. So that's what's been helping me. It's a little Ow! I literally half my HP, I'm a tank. Do you not remember that? Let's see, that's a... I can't tell if that's a gold chest. I really like Boja, so I'm happy how it turned out. I think it was interesting with what the comments were from people. Like, people were happy with Boja, but it's like, if they had to pick one or the other, they would have had Deep Dungeon instead. Like, that was the general consensus, so I thought that was kind of cool to hear, but... Alright, all good. Super hint? Yeah, not intentionally. I mean, it would be nice, but I'm not gonna intend to do that. But right now our pace kind of will lend to it, but I will not go 2 attempts on, like, because I have to. Because it just happens. Bum ba da bum 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 ba da bum bum bum. Nice, Reason came back. My HP's getting back in order. You got DC'd again? Oh no, I'm sorry, Kyle. What the hell? Oh, that wolf is... okay. Imagine a step of the relic being exclusive to the dungeon. That's very bad. Because if you put essential content in Deep Dungeon, they then will have to worry that it's clearable by people. So that means the difficulty will inevitably be lowered. The fact that Deep Dungeon is completely side content, that is completely optional, you can play this game and literally never see Deep Dungeon, allows it to be as hard as it can be. Does that make sense? So it's a little bit better that there is no direct, or that they won't put a direct connection with that. Is raising onto 171 outdated tech? I never seem to need it. I will never ever go through this set without raising. There's a lot of things that can potentially go wrong here. Anzu pull, bad aggro on the ape. Always. And there's a twofold reason. You know, aside from it being the first risky floor that you need to deal with, there is a higher percentage chance you're picking up a raising on this set to begin with. It's the last set that you can pick a raising, but you are going to just just percentage-wise have a higher chance to even see another one show up. So I would always recommend that. I have been seeing a slew of players like go through Heaven on High and not raising in 71. You will see me raising 71 Heaven on High no matter what. The immediate thing I do. It all comes down to your confidence, you know. Maybe you want the raising for 181+, but you know, maybe call it stream safety. Maybe I'm being safe for stream or something, but I still would never ever go through this floor without raising. I do rarely die though, to be fair. That is a true statement. It'll probably be part of the quest, so I still have my... So probably getting... I think down the line you'll see it associated with Relic, but not like a primary portion of it. Like, they put the Relic stuff in... Shit. They put the Relic stuff in Palace and Heaven on High, like almost as an after thing. And it did kind of bolster a little bit of the queues, I think, but I mean, you know, it didn't really matter for us. Die just to prove a point. You got it, Sig. I'll think about it. Oh yeah, and then like, yeah, landmines are one reason I would be very cautious about doing a landmine play if I didn't have a reason. Hooray. Hollow! What's up, Hollow? Hello! Thank you for the read. Oh! I was about to provoke. Yeah, shout out to Hollow playing 14. How was your stream? What's up? Welcome in, everyone. Hope you had a good stream over the Hollow stream. I'm Angelus Demoness. Doing some gun breaking. Having a smashing time on this job. Started working Palace. Heyo! Hope you're having fun. Which I'll be going with Hollowed. I apologize if you have told me already, but I have a bad memory, so. Okay, that's BS. How did I get past that ape? I'm still gonna pull him, but I didn't think I was gonna get past him. What the hell? So I like Guardian Express better. But this is a pretty nice version of this song. I think it's called Deep Blue. I like the version of the song. You know it's whack when Andrew's killing. Whack. Looking at the distance of his ass, it looked like I was supposed to aggro, but apparently his ass was big enough. So. Raising. See, there's another raising. It's really good. This is the new dungeon theme, yeah. Oh, come on! It was literally like a half second earlier I would have gotten that. I don't have great options here. That's not good enough. I would aggro that Anzu 100%. Ooh, well, that does help. We're taking this hit intentionally because we'll take a lesser paralyze. 15 seconds. You'll do Blaster again, but overall it's gonna be... it'll work out, kind of. Can't wait for the next Reliance. Yeah! I'm definitely liking Depths. What's it called? Depths of the Mountain? I forgot the name of it, but that's definitely one. Or Depths of the Moonlight? I don't remember. But I think I do like that better than In the Balance, but In the Balance is very, very good. So if I had to pick one, I would pick the new one. What key do I use to toggle the character menu so quickly? So I have it on F3. Hold on. So, hold on. Okay, so, where is it? I think it's, System? I think it's System. Is it System? Yeah, okay, so Cycle Through HUD is what I have for F3. So that's a HUD. So by using my F3, I go straight to the character info. So I do F3, boom, we're here, then we go through errors. Huh? Oh, wipe? I got it. I'm a tank, it's fine. I have Steel on too. Yeah. And that's how I would set it up on like controller too, like it'd be like kind of similar for controller. Another raising. Where like I would hit, I don't know what button I think with my PS5 controller it would be like the center, the touchpad. It would go straight to the character info and then I would navigate to the palms. Control the back button. The controller, uncontroller default is option. So yeah, one of those buttons does it. So it's similar for controller. I forgot, but basically I accomplished the same thing with the controller. Jesus, come, dude. what the hell are with these spawns? These spawns are so bad. Anzu facing the exit, Abe all the way at the end, Anzu facing the chest, Anzu facing the exit. Oh my god. Terrible. Touchpad goes to my palms? Yeah. I haven't been on controller for a while, but I think that's how I had it, so... It was pretty much just like home. Like, when I was doing the controller, it's pretty much just like, oh yeah, this is just how I do it normally. So I kind of wanted to see where the Anzu moved before I made that choice of checking that chest. So I know where he is. Now here, the Anzu moved a little, like a couple seconds ago. So I'm not going to check the chest right away, but rather I'm going to watch him. So we're going to be watching the Anzu while also dealing with this 8. I don't have to give so much attention to this 8, because he's not going to kill me with Steel on. So I'm going to wait for this Anzu to potentially move. Hopefully by the time I am almost done with this fight. If he decides to move in a good spot, which he did not, then we're going to back out of here. And we're going to just try to find something else. And I'm going to come back with like another enemy. That's generally like the tank way of doing it. You shouldn't need too much... Oh, what is that? You shouldn't do too much brain power figuring out if you need to like pull or something like that, you know? You want to watch the enemy so you can see if you can get through. All I saw is like tail feathers. So I'm gonna pull the bird, and I'm gonna come back here, and yeah, okay, so the Anzu just moved, so I'm gonna take advantage of this chest right now. Even if it's a Mimic, I'm fine because I have Steel on. Not a big deal. Serenity, don't need. Be the Man, thanks to tier 1, I appreciate it. That's a brand new sub, thank you for supporting the stream. Appreciate that. I had to switch to the nerve damage on my arm, controller's so comfy. Controller was very good. I was actually shocked. I played controller for 4 days. I did Palace of the Dead and Red Mage as a controller. I cleared on my second attempt. On my second attempt, I was actually shocked that I was getting so comfortable that I could almost see myself playing the game full time on controller. That's how comfy it got. Very, very good setup and everything. Anti-flat Earth guy, thanks for follow. Welcome in. How do people kite well with casting times? There's a lot of slide casting is kind of the key to that one. A lot of slide casting. So like right before the cast finishes, you move. With Red Mage, you move every single dual cast pretty much. That's generally the gist of how it works. But it's just a lot of slide casting. Black Mage roughest with a controller, I believe it. It's all I ever used in 14. It's crazy hearing people ask if you can play with it. Oh, with controller? You know, for a while, Defiled, we definitely had some people, like giving the implication of, like, oh, is it possible to clear Deep Dungeon on controller? Like implying that it's a harder way to play, right? So that was actually one thing that motivated me to just try it on controller. And it's really funny because ever since then, I don't think I've seen that question, like, in chat ever. Like, no one asks that question anymore. Like, oh, is it possible on controller? I mean, just look at, like, the JP runners. Like, most of the JP runners are, like, some of the top scorers in the whole thing. Like pretty much all of them, if not most of them, are on controller. I'm always on controller as Sheriff. Super comfy input-wise, up to 174, but very used to it. Like 6 years used. Yeah. Like for me, I never played really controller MMO. I'm used to this, what you see on the camera on the right side with the two hands on the keyboard. This is what I'm used to. So, you know, we made it work, but I'm used to this. So glad you did the controller run. I just hope it helped, you know? And it was really interesting to pick that up so fast, too. Pick it up and get comfy so fast. Alright, so we're not gonna proceed past Sanzu. I'm gonna go pick up the fresh strength, because I'd like to get that strength. 100% with the guy's skill and controller, I guess I can never do it. Yeah. It's just a weird, like... I would almost, invite someone to talk about, like, you know, superior keyboard mouse in this channel, because it's just like, good luck with that conversation here, you know? Like, it's a silly, first of all, it's a silly conversation, but second, it's like, good luck in here. I might slowly pick up controller. It's really not bad, Pin. The controller really feels comfy. So, I mean, the game is designed with controller in mind, and it really does such a good job managing it. You know, Pin. Oh, well, actually, if you go controller, then the Valari pillow would be good. Plug Valari. Wait, where is it? Valari. The gaming pillow. Let's go. Oops. Okay, that's good. Hell yeah. Yeah, it's a good pillow. Some guys have picked it up. I think Biftech's the only one that kind of gave me a little bit of feedback, but... Hell yeah. 10%, I get 10%. Actually, if a lot of you guys like get it, you make the company happy, I get actually bigger commission. So... But we'll worry about that when we get there. Where's Ross? Is Ross here? Ross here? Ben, you here? Okay, 1, 2, 3. Classic, yeah, classic. That's a Ben and Ross thing right there. What's the percentage chance of getting a rage and a no knockback? Was it like 10,000%? Yeah. Confirmed. So Valari is going to sell in EU in Q1. If a bunch of you guys from the European nation are interested in the pillow, send me a DM. Because I can send a list of people, be like, hey, so I have these people who are interested in, they're all in the EU. Let me know when you're having it sold. So just something to keep in mind. But they did say that they're gonna sell, because the pillow just released in October. So their company like they were a Kickstarter, and their company just started in like October. So it's like a brand new, so they're getting themselves kind of established and working through the pipelines of all the marketing and stuff. So that's why it's not yet, but they want to. Not worth using a Serenity for the Rage. No, I got so much time. Serenities are gonna be very valuable, but yeah, I'm way ahead of time right now. So we're good. And this is a strength, right? I might pull the Mimics though. Yeah, I'm gonna pull the Mimics for the chests. I mean, arguably I could if I wanted a double dip on Behemoth. Then that would make sense, but I'm not aiming for a double dip on Behemoth. It'd be nice, but I don't need to. At least I shouldn't need to. Going 5 attempts on Behemoth. Super AGDQ safe strat. Hey guys, we're gonna make this real safe and have like 16 attempts on Behemoth. You ready? Some 100 attempts on Behemoth. Any idea how rare Odin drops in Heaven on High? I've hit 71 and 81 a couple of times. Never seen Odin. Thank you. I don't think the community has ever parsed a percentage of like the literal like, oh, it's 10%, oh, it's 20%. I don't know.
Nice to finally see some FXIF represented. D.
Hey, Shiveria, thanks for the 3 months. I appreciate that. Hell yeah, shout out support team, making an amazing game that it can be put on a GDQ stage, right? Well, that's gonna help big time. Yeah, no, we never really parsed the percentage of happening. It is just rare. Sometimes you actually see it like just happen like a lot. Sometimes it'll just not show up for number run. So, but definitely a recommendation, I would say. Who said that? Pad, one recommendation I would say is definitely don't get caught up in like thinking that you need Odin in any way, or that it's a reason why you might clear. It's a definite nice luxury, but for sure like the strategies have been kind of adjusted in a way where like you don't even use Odin until like you would rather use Odin like 91 plus, not really like a boss. Again, it's nice to have, but you know, certainly don't bank your strategies on them. Oh, I can just pull this right now. There's a video from, I forgot who it was. They shared the video in chat. They basically, I think, killed like 2 Korrigans that dropped 2 silver chests, and they both were Odins, if I remember correctly. I don't have that clip anymore, and I forgot who it was. You can raise your hand if that's you, that I just said so. But yeah, they basically had both like literally back to back from like one chest to another chest. Like I've never seen that before, but there's video proof. So like, that's it. Want to clear it without it? Just wondering. Yeah. Yeah, I wish I could give you a better answer. I don't know if anyone has that answer. Like, if like people parsed like, you know, oh, X amount of runs. But yeah, it's just a really low chance. What is this? That's a flight, right? Okay. Alright, so let's try to work the treasure room to see if I could sneak a chest. Probably not, but we'll try it anyway. Angry apes! We're all angry. Ow, stop. When do I decide to alter? In Palace of the Dead, I do alter a little bit differently than a lot of other people, just bear that in mind. I will use it for a little bit of a time save, like, let's say in the 181, you'll see me use it maybe about 84, 85, as a little bit if we're kind of pushing time a little bit, and I'll also do it in a way where, like, if I see maybe a lot of mimics, I decide to just rage it, save me time, kind of thing. 91 plus, you'll see me use it like early on, a lot sooner rather than later, because I do not want to use rages when we get into 97, 98, 99, because they are mostly undead, so I'd rather not have to change the undead into mimics, unless I had a rage. So it's a little on the call, but I do consider an alteration a time save. So if I just need a little bit of time, I'll keep it into consideration. Or if I want to change out some of the harder enemies into mimics instead. But I know that there's a group of guys that will use it very differently than I do. So just, you know, keep that in mind. And it works for them perfectly well. Like there is no real right answer per se. I mean, there are good answers, but certainly not a right answer. I'm dying. Save me. I hate this game. This game sucks. Who thinks I'll aggro the answer? Anyone? No? Sight. Hog. Double aggro. Oh, I got sight again. Okay, now. This is a shrink, right? True, say, true, dude. That's word for word from the Sig 9 TV Red Mage guide. I get Corrigan, so I get fucked. It's a good time anyway. Okay, let's go. This one is flighted, so it's gonna help me, and I got buffed, so that's cool. I might have 2 attempts on Behemoth. Mr. Ape. And another check. And a lot of Anzu. I use a Sig 9 TV guide. Hold on, I'm dying. And timed that because he told me to play Slice and Dice instead. Dang. Ellie Ree, thanks for the tier 1. I really appreciate that support. That is tremendous. Thank you for supporting the stream. Hope you've been enjoying your time here, or the content, or whatever. something made you happy enough to sub, so I really appreciate that. Any enemies to fight? Kessimon, thanks for follow. I have a lot of Anzu. And okay. I'm gonna try to go for 5 before I dump it. Strength and Steel for the boss, nice. How long have I been using a split keyboard, and how long did it take you to adjust to it? Since July of 2022, it didn't take me very long. If anything, I just had to figure out the spacing I wanted, because normally, like, if you see my hands right now, like, they would be this close to they would be this close together, but now they're, like, a little bit wider. That didn't take me very long. If anything, I had to adjust to where the keys were positioned more than the actual keyboard in itself. Yeah, not very long at all. I gotta pull another Anzu. I'm in love with that. I don't have to pull another Anzu. Is this room the one with the yes, I think so. That would be danger. Oh, the pillars also. Oh no, maybe not danger, but the stone hedge was definitely one that had a trap on that could have a trap on the right side, yeah. Then when is the last time I used the keyboard mouse? For an MMO? Never. Like a serious gameplay? I never played a keyboard mouse in an MMO. I've always been controller. Oh, I'm sorry, I've always been full keyboard. I did have to pull everything. Unfortunately. I'm dying. I'm really dying. Oh, I'm really dying. You might kill me. Oh man. Why is this hurting more than usual? What the hell's going on? I did slow him. Oh. Okay. Everything's fine. I should have just stealed, because like I didn't even need to steal for Behemoth. I just don't. I think it's because I had no mitigation. That's why. Probably didn't help. Yeah, that's why I pulled it on GDQ, because you know, he's a scary bird, but you know, even as a tank, it can get very spicy without defenses. All right. Wasfee, thanks to follow. What's up, Behemoth? How you doing? I need to put... So I do have to use my mouse here, because I gotta put my my potion on the hotbar. So it's not really easy for me to do that without it, so I'm gonna squeeze it in after this first. Okay, good. Get out of here, mouse cursor. Do I know my words per minute? I do not know that off the top of my head. I haven't really tested it in a while. Yeah, I don't know it off the top of my head. Thanks, Anna! Anna, how did your run go earlier? You were in Heaven on High like all day. How did that go? I didn't get to see kind of the end of it. Or was it today or yesterday? I forgot. One of the days. I know you're basically streaming for a while. Can't see anything. Did I have steel to start with? I just popped the steel now from the previous floor, so it's probably gonna drop here because of the timing of usually this fight. I basically should be re-upping strength at some point, Because usually this is a little bit over 8 minutes, but we'll see. I don't know how Gunbreaker goes. We'll see. Lone anti-hero. Dang, rip. Hexecutionary, thanks for the follow. I can't imagine playing it without an MMO mouse. I guess it's comfort. Yeah, absolutely. It's just comfort, preference. I've been playing like this, Grimble. Like I've had the split keyboard since July, but I was on a Razer Black Widow before that, and I've been playing like this in this game for like 10 years. Like ever since 2.0, I've been playing this way. I've had some adjustments over time. We've modified our bindings and stuff to kind of cater and get used to certain things, but yeah, basically I've been like this for like 10 years. No date yet, but it's usually 2 months after the patch that we just had. So you're looking either like potentially March 6th, the week of March 6th, or the week of March 13th, one of them. So I do have a plan for Behemoth in case you're wondering. Basically, we're gonna be Super Bowl lighting on the after the first meteor hits us. We're gonna do it kind of early, like after the animation to some extent. I'm gonna be having a fresh potion up right before the meteor drops. I am going to sit on my third combo, and we're gonna burst with the third combo. And it should hopefully work out pretty well. And then we're just gonna rely. We are doing a tincture. That wasn't obvious because I put it on my bar. We're gonna be doing a tincture strategy, and that's what we're gonna try to do. So a little bit of like alterations from my previous attempts before Endwalker. What we did before Endwalker was that you'd have to you would start your combo like fresh, because the combos back then were 10-second duration, not 30-second duration. You didn't really have. It was a little difficult to like sit on a harder harder hitting combo. And then Super Bowl Light was 8 seconds, not 10 seconds. So you had to like wait for the meteor to drop, to like 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, Super Bowl Light, and then the healing would be real tight. Like you probably have to do like 1-2, 1-2 a couple times to the extra brutal shell. But now we have the extra 2 seconds to work with. We have the 30-second potion to work with, and we have the longer combo to work with. So there's a lot of extra things that are now existing that will kind of make this a little bit better, and we'll see if that's enough to make this a little tougher. So that's what I'm gonna be worried about. I'm gonna be trying to get this down to roughly about 20%. That's my goal right now. Thankfully, there's not any big cooldowns with Gunbreaker, so I don't have to worry too much about holding too many things here. I do want to make sure I have 2 cartridges, I think, from this point on, but it should be it shouldn't be too bad. I can pretty much sit on 1 combo. Looks like I definitely will have to re-up strength. There's no way it's surviving long enough. I will not re-up steel, so this will be a little interesting with that. I do have enough time for another attempt, so hopefully the steel lasts long enough that I can get a lust off. That would be super ideal. Alright, we're gonna hold. Get him down to 20 first. That's it. So right now it's at 20.9. Take the opportunity to re-up fruit. I see my steel dropping, but we should be okay with the steel. But I'm waiting for a certain part of the fight that I want to do the Lust. That's why we're kind of chilling here a little bit. Steel's now down. 5. Perfect. I'm gonna set up my 1-2 here. Okay, now it's gonna kind of auto, hopefully just enough. No, not yet. Oh, that might be too much. 15-7. 53, I gotta hold. That's it. Little late, but it's fine. Okay, that kind of worked out. Kind of what I was looking for. I overcapped. Nice, GG. I should be fine with the shielding. I didn't do my dot. Oops. I forgot my dot. That's not too bad. So I skipped my dot because I was trying to align my Brutal Shell to the Meteor. So the dot was gonna save me if I needed to, like, skip a GCD. But I ended up just skipping it altogether, and I overcapped. So, 2 mistakes, and we still did it pretty clean, so not bad. Yeah, missed the dot as always. I always miss something, and we overcapped. Why did I wait to lust? Okay, so I lusted there specifically because I always burst in the same part of the fight on every single job. Where its Behemoth is going south, or at least from the perspective it was going north, but basically south of the arena, it would do a trounce, and then it would do 2 Charybdises. Like, that's its rotation. So I would do it there, and I timed my lust in a specific way where it should last long enough. Oh, sorry, which should last long enough for that to happen. So that's why it's a little bit like it's like clockwork. So here's a thing. So on Paladin, we needed like almost 6 meteors. When I would do the lust after Thunderbolt, like the last lust hit hits Behemoth and Thunderbolt goes out. That's basically 90 seconds from. That's 30 seconds from it doing its first meteor, and then 60 seconds for the rest of the meteor. That timing is pretty precise. It's literally 30 seconds after the Thunderbolt into the first meteor when we do the push. So knowing that timing, I just had to adjust it to accommodate for how many meteors I'm going to live for Gunbreaker. You can probably leave Lust a little earlier than I did, but it's fine. Not a big deal. I do that consistently for Tank. I need comfort encouragement on voice during prog, says Goof. Calculated? Yeah, it's just a lot. It's just, you know, when you do it that much, it's clockwork at that point. And hey, you know what? It's always good when you scuff the rotation, because, like, if you're missing stuff and it's still clear, like, that's very comfy. I'll say, that Gunbreaker was actually very comfortable. Like, I was kind of, like, advertising Gunbreaker might have been harder than Behemoth. That was really comfy. Outside of missing a few buttons, but even with missing a few buttons, like Warrior, I don't know if you could miss a few buttons. Dark Knight, there's not very many buttons to miss on Dark Knight. Warrior, if you miss a couple buttons, you might be screwed on Warrior, so I would say that's pretty comfy. Nice, Sulu, I'm glad. More so, because again, like, you know, I did the Tincture and the No Mercy really good. And then, the only thing I messed up a little bit from what I wanted to do was I wanted to be 3rd combo, but it looked like the HP here was at 16.3 when I had my 3rd combo set up, so I don't think I would have meleeed enough to get it down lower, so I repeated the combo. But then it pushed it too far, so I held at 15.3. And I'm sure Brutal Shell would probably push it over, so I held. Best thing about Gunbreaker, there's not Storm Might to worry about before the push. That's true, but it's still not bad because you can refresh it up to 60. I mean, it's still a little bit of something that you have to worry about, but... Yeah, you know, I'd probably put this a little bit of... Like, I'd probably put Dark Knight as the easiest Behemoth. And then probably, like, maybe arguably Gunbreaker. And then Warrior. Then Paladin is going to be the hardest. Paladin is, like, just, like, relatively the hardest. Like, it's not that bad, but it's going to be relatively harder. Okay, let me take a restroom break. Let's do a 2-minute ad. And then we will continue to 181. Let's finish up this file, shall we? 181. Thanks for watching, guys. Behemoth down. Behe down. 2 minutes, BRB. The new Paladin in Palace is weaker than it was before. It's way stronger in like Heaven on High, but the new Paladin in Palace for 60, it lost a little bit of potency, so. If I want to be the 9th, I mean I'll watch content, but I'm not gonna help, like I'm not gonna know anything to help you. Be like, you know, dodge the circles. GG. Okay, BRB. Saw stream notification for 6.3 soon, and time to redo my sub, says based. You still need to play Endwalker 2. Yeah, you kinda need to do Endwalker. It's kind of a requirement to get the Eureka. Still waiting to pay someone to duo carry me to... I don't know, maybe Alligans have a little bit more tech in Crystal Tower than they did in Heaven on High, who knows? Alright guys, let's continue, shall we? Might go ad-free for the rest of the night, let's just see how we go. And... 181 plus. Wait, did I have the title? I did. Okay, cool. Hey Shiro. Amazing. Nice start. You got it, Based. How was it? It was good. We had some tech issues at the beginning, but overall we did exactly what we need to do, and I'm pretty happy. It showed off some cool tricks, excited the crowd. A lot of hype from the community, massive hype from the community, so that was really cool. A lot of people. You know, when you actually manage to lock out Cactoid because there's too many people in the server, you know you've done something pretty good. Help, I'm dying. I think I'm gonna start a Palace run to be busy until housing lost going nuts. Okay, cool. Whatever keeps your mind off things. I'm really stoked to show that on stage. I was really stoked to show that on stage. Oh, thanks for that, Grimble. I really appreciate that. I just, you know, I've been saying it like anytime people say that. I mean, like, you know, I feel like, well, before the run, I said I'll try my best, and you know, again, aside from the tech issues, aside from that stuff, I feel like we did pretty good. I was pretty happy with my overall performance. So, you know, I wish there weren't tech issues, but it is what it is. It wasn't GDQ's fault, it wasn't my fault. It was just a little bit unforeseen. I think next time I'll know what to do about them. But at least we got the bulk of the journey. We got Behemoth nice and clean on stream, so, yeah. It comes in about a month and a half for guesstimating based. About a month and a half. So, like, I'm kind of secluding it between March 6th, the week of March 6th, to the week of March 13th, because that is 2 months after 6.3, which has been the trend for this expansion cycle. That it was about 2 months after the first patch release. So like 6.3 was like January 10th, something like that. The week of January 10th. So you're looking 2 months after that. Chimera. Maybe one day we'll... I mean, yeah, you know, could certainly try. I don't know if they want the long run, but we could certainly try. I think if anything, 171 to 200, if you want a longer run, would probably be a little bit more viable there. You know, the more exciting stuffs. Oh crap. Oh, damn it. Oh, that sucks. You know what? I have to wait for this thing anyway. Whatever. I need to respect this Chimera because he might tilt himself. He did tilt himself. I'm also gonna put my potions back in the bar while I get a chance. Okay. So sometimes they'll lean in one direction. Because they're, you know, for some reason they're just incapable of walking straight. And that's exactly what happened! Woo! Thank God you have a big head. I don't know if anyone saw that before I turned the corner, but that certainly was not a pleasant thing to see right there. You wanna go to a 30-minute meeting? This really speedrunning a meeting? That's just how long it is, Smosh. Smosh. It's okay, Pinned. I added a kill just for you, so you didn't feel too bad. I'm gonna use an affluence here because I'd like to get a strength back right now. I try to say it like I'm Sheila. That's how I say it, just without the cursing before and after. Say gloom, rage, hehe, rage. Do I fortune? Yeah, fortune. On the beat drop? Yeah, I gotta do it on the beat drop. Okay, just rage. Just rage. There's Mimic number 1 on the right. Say hello to Mimic number 1 on the right. Now this is a much higher kill count. I think that's already 7. 8. Yeah, 8's kind of respectable. The person in the meeting's 3 minutes late? Dang. Oh. Just in case I need another one. Let me check the other chest. I'll have to go all the way back. Time save. Dude, I wanted a strength, I got rages. I guess I can't complain about that, but yeah, I would have rather have gotten strength. I'll do it on the exit. This is the PvP song that plays on my team focuses third place instead of first. Play for second place, guys! Oh my god. I tilt every time I see that in chat. Splits happen! Thanks for the follow, welcome in. I had no abilities. Not looking good. This floor is gonna murder my time. Not sure. There's no chests here. What the hell? Might be a consideration for a double rage right here. Specifically because I know abilities is going to wreck my time. However, I also don't want to go too fast. We're going pretty fast, but I don't want to use a Serenity. If I'm going to inevitably use a Rage, this would be a good time to use it. I'm going to check the other rooms first, though. Too fast just basically means I overuse my palms. Which honestly is like a really stupid inconvenience, but that can happen. Like basically you didn't have to do that. You could have just, you know, fought a floor. And I only really need like about 10 on the boss for insurance. Ah, is my answer. Never mind, no rage. The one chest that's here, it's Serenity. That was worth going around checking all the chests. So now I will just fight this normally. Do Wamura Camp have a bigger aggro than range in the worms? Not that I noticed. So a lot of times what I will do, like a go-to strat that I will employ, is if we have a bad floor like that, like let's say no items abilities like we did before, which we did have before, I would check all the chests to see what the game is like giving me. Is it giving me strengths? Is it giving me rages? You know, so on and so forth. And then if that chest was like an intuition, I would have raged. Because it would have given me nothing good. If I had gotten a strength, I probably still would have raged. If I got a steal, there pretty much wouldn't have been a scenario that I would have just decided to not rage outside of the Serenity. Maybe a sight. Actually, a sight would tell me to maybe take a look at the traps. But more than likely, I'm probably not going to see a landmine anyway, but that would have been a consideration too. Can I tell Mimic Chest? Nope. It's completely RNG. If they show up or not. I want to take care of that Chimera first. Oh crap. I cannot aggro that one more while fighting something, because he'll start healing his buddy. Walmora is really easy, but not when you aggro it. That is very, very bad. I'd have to just straight up witching immediately. Otherwise the Chimera will get healed by the Walmora. Now, on reverse, if you aggro something with the 1 more, you would want to kill the 1 more first, but... Ozhon, what's up? Is the heal big? It's about 25%. It's horrible. Especially solo, I don't think there's any job that will actually bypass that heal. And like, he'll just keep using it. So it's like a 25% heal. It's really, really bad. Yeah. Super bad. I mean, maybe Machinists can cut through it. Like if he had full burst at the time they're healing, but yeah, I don't know, I don't think so. It's just basically just don't. Do all proximity enemies have the same range? I would say so. There might be one or few exceptions, but I'm almost certain they all have the same range. I think, well, actually, the only exception is a Mimic in Palace, which has a significant, well, it's not significantly larger, but it is a larger aggro range, but all the other enemies are pretty standardized. What if you pull 2 at the same time? I believe they will heal each other. Because that would satisfy the condition as wide to they'll be it, but I'm pretty sure they'll just heal each other. Pardon me. Not out of here yet. Oh, hello. Thanks for allowing me to pull you. I want to debuff that messes up my hot bush. Okay, Ross. Wait, Ross, did you do variants? Did you ever step on those like white moss things in like the third path? Or like the right path? Like that would like blind your screen? Like that would be kinda cool. Reverse controls. I'll just turn around my keyboard and my keyboard. Flip it. Debuff gives you a spiny pointing hand over your head. Oh, the spinny. Oh no, what's that called? That's misdirection, right? That's the name of the debuff. It's misdirection. I remember misdirection in the lion fight, but then like you kind of just like you don't really cheese it. I wouldn't say it's necessarily cheesing, but there was definitely a very specific timing that you can. Oh, actually, no, it was cheesing. Like if you did a gap closer, you just bypass it because you just go to the target. You don't have to worry about it, but you still have to worry about like getting behind lion. But yeah, a lot better than trying to figure out how to go straight when you have X amount of time. Misdirection, the way I handle misdirection is I would like quickly tap my movement, so I'd be like just moving up like this. That would be kind of helping me. So help me how to figure that out. Yay, purity. I can run around because my No Mercy is down. So I'm gonna see what other chests exist. That's the exit, so I'm not gonna go there yet. Here. Gap close and cheat, yeah. Well, not all the jobs had gap closing, to be fair. Oh, that's gonna help a lot, but do I need it right now? That's the question. Probably not right now. I can probably pull a couple things and then... Let's see with all 3 of these Archaeosaurs right here, and then we'll pop the steel after, and then head for the exit. Time is average. Without really using too much, it's pretty good. I want an inverse damage floor and friendly fire floors for enemies. Friendly fire would be so fascinating to me if you implement that. Like enemies can hit other enemies, that'll be so interesting. I've always thought about that, angling AoEs for the enemies to hit each other. Okay, after this, I'll pop the steel so I don't have to come back here. I have no defense. Bum. Alright, well, I did. That's all I needed. Well, that worked out. That was, I think, 4 kills. So that's another low kill count. What is the point of 15 to 30 second potion to reduce farm? Yeah, I don't know about that latter part, but certainly to reduce the farm. Yeah, it was definitely a requested thing from a lot of people from our community, maybe JP as well, that, you know, they wanted a better way to farm pochers, like just a better way to get them, to get potions. So this was a solution that I didn't foresee. I don't think anyone had, like, really suggested it either. To increase the duration, like everyone was thinking like buy gil with pochers, make the pochers just more accessible, better drop rates, blah blah blah. So I think this was their solution to it, and I like it. Definitely helped, sure. No, I mean when we had like the whole like Olivia's here. When we had the whole feedback and stuff, I didn't see a single person say increase the duration of pots. I'm gonna have to fight Livia. She's like right on the exit. Thank God I have steel on. And if Livia doesn't drop a chest, I'm gonna ban you from my chat. How does that feel? It feels like the drop rate of pochers has been increased too. Yeah? I haven't noticed that too much, but... Oh, here she comes! She's puppet mastered. Thank God I'm a tank. With steel on. Alright, I gotta watch this Chimera just in case he tilts into this direction. He did not, he tilted in the other direction. Okay, we're good. She's so beefy! Oh, rip pinned. Say goodbye, pin, guys. Say goodbye, pin. Bye, pin. Bye. See you later. Wait, I have to remod you though. Shit. Well, hold on. Moderate mod pinned G. There we go. Wait, pinned is banned from this channel? Oh, wait, why did I ban him? I didn't mean ban him. Hold on, that's bad. Unban pinned. No? I did not mean to ban you. Rip. Okay, problem solved. I'm pretty sure I hit the... I know. He has his sword back, it's fine. He has it back, it's okay. Also, tactical wait. I had to wait for this chimera to come over. Oh, not that chimera. I didn't want that chimera. Oh, okay. Dragon voice in. Look at that chimera, incapable of walking straight. He's respecting that sprite. He's like, let me walk around you, bro. I don't mean to go into your space. Literally just walks around the sprite. Actual AI avoiding character collision like that. Jesus. They're getting too smart, man. Not liking this right now. I'm not a fan of this. Nope. Double ram force. Alright, we're good. Yes, the double chimera special. always a fan favorite. Shouldn't have gap closed. Oh, hello. Who invited you to the party? It certainly wasn't me. Oh god, why you walk this way? Come on. Alright, come over here. So I'm probably going to use an alteration. So we had that, someone asked the question, when am I going to use the alterations? My thought process here is to use an alteration for an A6. We're going to start seeing harder enemies. So you're going to start seeing more scorpions, more worms, frost dragons. So I'm going to gamble on an alteration. Even if it's mimic, it's not terrible. But if it's like a really bad mimic room, I can consider doing a rage to get through. But yeah, we're gonna gamble on trying to get something good to change up the enemies a little bit. My time is okay, but if I go at this pace, I will eventually need to speed up because time is going to get a little spicy, so that is the current goal right now. I'm going to pull this Scorpion because I'm about to have No Mercy coming up, and there's no other pull right now except for all the way down there. Turn the AC on 21 months! Dang! Yo, thank you so much for the continued support. I hope you're doing good over there. Happy New Year. Well, and thank you so much. I really appreciate you passing by to say that. Something to watch and crush. Thank you. Did our best. Did our best. Through the issues, through the tech issues, did our best. Alteration. Steel's about to drop. I think the trust actually walk into soil on purpose sometimes. No buffs is nice. Another steal is nice. I'm gonna take it now, so I don't have to come back here, because it looks like I have quite a journey right now. Hey, Chimera, come back here. I want to fight you. Okay, Bin Third is over there. I haven't seen a Bin Third in a while, so... Mostly Chimeras. I greeted that just a little bit. Yeah, kill count. I got 4 kills so far. Like, I'm sorry, 2 floors with 4 kills, so that definitely helped. For sure. Yeah. Well, I mean, I worked for that one, I would say. You know, it was a little bit far away, so I had to go find it, but we did get it, thankfully. I mean, I could have decided to start fighting that floor, and we would have lost a lot of time, but I decided instead to look for it, and then we were rewarded for our efforts. Can you outrange Dragon Voice? You can outrange it, but you already have to be... So look at the range for it right now. I'm gonna point outside. So basically, where that Archaeosaur was would have been safe, but certainly like if you're like dead melee shit, like dead melee, you're not gonna get there. Like you're gonna get out. It's definitely good if like if you're already running away from my Chimera, and then it decides to Dragon Voice, it's probably a better option just to keep running as opposed to go in. If that makes sense. Another Bin Third. And that right there, like, even that small movement that I did right there, it's important. You know, I'm not worried about this thing killing me, but I want to worry if there's another patrol coming. So I would kind of look around, you know, see what the rooms are. That's one reason you see me moving around so often, because it's almost like I'm getting a check of the room, I'm getting a check of the area to see where things are moving. You know, we're not just kind of aimlessly turning the camera, like, we're doing it with a purpose in mind. And having a good awareness is definitely important. I'm gonna move to the next room to see what we got. We have Mimics. Yes, we do. 1, 2, 3. Alright, so we have Mimics. That was the altered room, but it's okay. You know, so no harm, no foul there. I'll just fight... I'll fight the Archaeosaur, I'll fight the Scorpion. If I need more, I'll fight another Scorpion. That Frost Dragon is not in my way, and that Scorpion wants to jump off the edge. So we'll save him from his misery. No, he decided to change his mind. I will check the chest first and foremost, because the chest could be a Mimic, and we want to get rid of the Mimics. Serenity. Alright. Scorpion first. Gonna respect Tail Screw. Do not want to get hit with that. Because if I get hit with that, then I am slowed for like 30 seconds, 20 seconds. I'm good at Ninja. I'd like to ask a question. Alright, go on ahead. For Scorpion. Did not steal it. Oh, Pin's definitely your man. He knows Ninja. Oh, I should have stunned. Oops. I think it'll be back up by the time I get to the Scorpion. It may not be back up. Oh, good. Fine, you slow me, I slow you. Well, you don't want to get slowed. It's so slow. You know, maybe by arm's length before I pulled, I would have actually bought myself the extra time, but it's okay. Alright, it's working me on this point now. The glam does look nice. I am kind of working for it myself. Skin depth, ever so slowly, but yeah, I kind of want to get it myself too. Alright, if I need another pull, what's my next pull? Archaeosaur over there. Because I don't have stun. And then another Scorpion. Big kill floor. I will need to go faster. Now, what do I want to do in the next couple of floors? Double Dip Rage is gonna be probably in play. But do I flight instead? Maybe I flight to get through a couple floors? And then double dip potentially if I need to? Yeah, that sounds like a decent plan. Let's flight the next floor and see what we got. High kill floor here. Definitely challenging me. I still have time for a flight. Stormy, thanks for the follow. Welcome in. May combine it with an affluence. See if I can pull up some chests. A steel would be really nice, and a strength would be really nice. Wow, it opened all at the same time. So let's do a flight here, and then we'll judge it after that. More than likely ends up being like one flight, one rage. One flight and then a double dip rage, but we'll see. I need about 10 minutes on the boss to be extra safe. So we need to get through the next 3 on 14 minutes. Basically averages just a little under 5 minutes each. Okay, you are Looms. And I got my steel. And use it. That dragon is facing in a bad direction, so I'm gonna hope that he moves. He does move. My alteration back. I think that's danger. It's a lot of Frost Dragons. Oh, this is the exit. Okay. That's a treasure room. Got it. This is not on the exit. It could have been a lot worse. Intuition. Love it. This one is indeed flighted. Yes, this one is flighted. I don't want to go to the other room, because the other room might have worms that'll shoot me. So I want to stay in this specific hallway for now. I mean, I do see worms, so... Another dragon just moves on the bad spot. I can't get past the dragon. It was in. Ari! What's up, Ari? Ari is a Final Fantasy 14 streamer, does some Deep Dungeon and PvP and Raid, like a lot of content over in Ari's stream. Member of the community, do check them out. How is stream, Ari? What's up? How you doing? Welcome in, guys. I am Angelus Demoness. We are currently doing Gunbreaker. We've passed Behemoth. Palms are pretty good, and we're just trying to get past. And continues the run. You. Dragon just moves. Okay, I'm not gonna fight here. Absolute progress day today. Map with viewers got rank 1 in DS. Oh, nice! Wow! Let's go! That's pretty awesome. Good here. Can't complain. I mean, we're 187. Palm's pretty good. So all we just gotta do is just keep going, keep killing. That's pretty good. One Shoot King, thanks for the follow. Welcome in. I'm Angelus Demoness. I do a lot of Deep Dungeon solo. We are looking to complete this file today. This is my first time on Gunbreaker in Endwalker in Palace of the Dead. So I haven't taken it into this specific content yet. And so far, so good. So far, so good. Frost Dragon, please. Get me out of here in 3. Ugh. Well, the other problem is... It's not going to be a fun fight, but we'll do it because it'll make my life easier getting out of this exit. I just potioned by accident. Yeah, it's not a comfy fight, but it's whatever. Lets me get to the exit faster. How's GDQ? Awesome. You want to see the VOD? Exclamation point AGDQ. We had some tech issues, but no one to blame, just happens. And it was a pretty good run. Yep, we were there on Friday. We were representing Final Fantasy 14, doing some Deep Dungeon. These was a good time. Hey Vern, thanks for the follow, welcome. It's another Frost Dragon. Oh! Oh, almost didn't walk in time. That would have been awkward. Yeah, you run away from me, Chimera. You know what's best. That's what I'm looking for. Oh boy, it's to make it complicated. Come on, everyone. Need you all here now. Oh, I didn't see Jack Boys. Damn it. And I re-popped that steel too, so that's not a good thing. Alright, let me do this first. Ram's voice. I'll just do these three. I'm gonna re-steal here. I'll try. I'm still dying. Imp chicken. Okay. Come on, cooperate with me. Security. Okay, that didn't go too well because I lost track of the Chimera. That he was casting something, I wasn't looking because I was trying to get everyone close by, and then the Chimera stopped to do his dragon voice. Didn't go too well. Not as planned. I'll be down as steel now. I didn't want to be down, but it's fine. I think I still want to rage the next floor though, so it's whatever, but I'll have two. Another Chimera coming. Still have a good amount of time, but I think a rage will be in order for the last floor. This could have been pretty good, but the Chimeras were definitely risky. Now I still have to get off the floor, so this will be, I think, 4 kills. Not really a high amount of kills right now. We did Behemoth, and I forgot my dot. I didn't do Sonic Break because I just forgot. And we still did it pretty comfortably. Well, it's kind of it was like down to the last GCD to be fair, but it wasn't that bad. I know. I kind of screwed my rotation up a little bit, and I just forgot to put it up. Yeah. So at least if anything, it gives a little bit more comfort, I think, for people. I just literally forgot like the strongest ability. So, yeah. That is in fact a landmine. Time is just a little spicy. I'm not gonna have very much time to deal with the next round, next floor. I gotta get out of here, so hopefully this gets me out, because we're gonna be at, I think, 7 kills. So if this is not enough, it's gonna really hurt. Good. If there's a mimic, it's gonna hurt, but I do want to check the chest. I got Impurity back. Okay. Well, the steel I knew was there, and that's one reason I even used it, but yeah. So I still wasted a steel, but it's okay. Ah, great. I'm gonna have to swim, eh? Let's do a sight. The playbook was the rage, so... I'm gonna rage from here, I'm gonna ignore the last room. We should have enough kills. Hopefully. I've seen this on 3 different people's... This is... You've seen this on 3 different people's run? Wait. Oh, the no knockback? Interesting. Interesting. I don't need extra kills. I do want to check that chest though. Sorry about the music change. I'm gonna get to the boss soon. Hey, landmine. I do have time for this chest, even if it's a mimic, because I do have a landmine as well. Good pickup. Down the strength. The strength was completely unnecessary, so that kind of sucks. But it is what it is. I'm gonna be using the charts, so bear with me. You guys can check it out too. We're gonna be using the chart. Only 2 lusts though. I'm gonna actually we'll re-up it delayed. Not yet. We're gonna re-up it delayed. Not yet. You're gonna be to the east over here. Oh, that's unfortunate. Hey, Mega Do, hello. Mega Do. Relax, dude. Next bomb is gonna be to the middle. Gonna hold a couple cooldowns for it. Other bomb is going to be middle as well. This one is going to be to the north, to the southeast. About here-ish. Alright, get that food. I'll see you in a bit. Perfect timing. 2 hits here. Moving out of sap. 2 hits here. And then on the boss. Perfect. Alright, there's my lust. Done. Next boss is all the way northeast. Somewhere about here-ish. Okay, good spot. Making good time. Next bomb is going to be to the south. That'll have a gap closer. Oop. Holding. A little tight on that ad. Okay. Music still, I know. Still a jam. Next one is gonna be to the west. I'm gonna slowly move my way over there. Bomb coming in. Holding some cooldowns for the ad. Five minutes. Bomb is going to be south middle. Just kidding, guys. Okay, that means the next one's gonna be south. Good morning, Mia! Hell yeah, you always get to the nice, fun, exciting parts. Bombs are good. Not too shabby. They could have been a little bit better, but I kind of made a little bit of a flub on 188, I believe, but 187, I think. I don't know. But aside, we're still in good shape. Woke up feeling really sick. I hope it's better by tomorrow since I started. Oh, I hope it does. A lot of people have been getting sick again. I hope it's just a small thing. Not too bad. I burnt all my... Okay, I gotta hold a little bit of damage because I don't have anything for the next ad, which is going to be to the south, to the west. I'm gonna have 2 cartridges, fine. Watching that timer. That last combo in Gunbreaker just takes a little long to finish up, you know? Alright, nice and clean. Palms are alright. I wish I had a witching, but we good. Alright, team. We're gonna go right into the next floor. We don't need any more ads. I don't have ads for 2 hours, so let's go right in. We got pre-rolls though. We find pre-rolls. We'll go right into 191 plus. Let's finish this out so I can go to sleep. Sleep good. Oh, thanks accounting. Pretty clean, more or less. That's a pretty much how standard it would go. It would go a little faster if I had another lust, but I never picked one up, so. Okay, right into 191. No ads for the rest of the stream except for pre-rolls. Which I'd have to play an ad to get rid of pre-rolls, but you know what? A lot of you guys just stay here, so. I'm gonna ban my husband. Okay, so what happened was, we were fighting Livia, and Pin goes, oh, a guaranteed chest. So then I said, if it's not a chest, I'm gonna ban you. So I banned him. That's the story. Except I accidentally banned him. I was just gonna time him out, but apparently that bans him, so you know, whatever. Yeah. So I mean that's what happens in my chat. It's a good reso floor. We'll take care of the courses. I have a lot of good pulls here, so that's gonna die in 2 shots. Doing slices of Anyway, Chila's like, anyway, I have other priorities. I missed the plumbing. Oh, this was a good decision. I am very happy about this decision right now. I missed one though. But... oh, never mind. Okay, well, that was a very good choice. Not that one. We'll go this way. So, I would do a head count of the patrols. If I see like 3 or more, I'll decide to reso so I don't have to keep dodging them. So it just so happened that there were 4. Like, that was a little bit lucky. But I also determined my choice of resolution because I saw like the 2 courses and then the 3 mummies like just right next to each other. So I'm like, yeah, you know what? This will be fast kills. So it just worked out. Can I fight him with that? Yeah, I can. I can absolutely do it. Yep. But since I have 2 steals, I'm probably really not going to need the other one for a while, so I just popped it right now just to have it as a safety measure. But you can absolutely take care of them. Turbo and thanks to follow. Strength with Rezo. So the strength with Rezo, first of all, like more than likely I'm going to get some strengths moving forward. But the strength with Rezo allows me to 2-shot them, which makes it a little bit of an easier experience. That was the main reason why I did that. And I figured I'd get the most out of the strength by killing a lot of things, so... Shion! Thanks for the follow, welcome in. Not a lot of chests on this floor though, there's like absolutely nothing except the intuition. Anyone ever get out of the first floor in like 2.5 minutes? Well, I did. Get the dog. Nice! An ass floor. I only have 2 Serenity though. This is a big time loss. Now the undead are not coupled together in a really good way right now. I do also need to find the altar. There's a couple things that need to happen. It's a pretty bad floor though. What do you use to cancel transfiguration? It is a macro, yep. So the macro we use... it's this one here. It's status off transfiguration. Someone in chat might have it. That's what it is. Status off transfiguration. Don't mind the other stuff. I have like Thrill the Battle and other stuff for reasons, but yeah, that's what it is. Thank you, guys. Very, very good. I know for a mouse you can click it off, but even for a mouse user, it just gives you something less to worry about. Okay, witching is good. I'm gonna find the altar room now. I just need to find the altar room. Shit. He's coming hot from my butt. Alright, let's go. Yeah, you can click off the wrong thing. I did it a lot on keyboard before, but there's a chest here. I'm gonna check it. But that's not a gold chest, right? No, it's not a gold chest. Where the hell is the altar room? I gotta pull something. I've been kind of. Oh, there it is. 4. I want to get there right now. Did you guys see that already? Did you see that it was Corgan's already? Yeah, we're gonna set that up again. Couple. Okay, I found the exit, and we got a couple good pulls here, so we'll take it. So we are already 5 kills into this floor. I do want to check that chest right away after we kill this, so if it's a mimic, we deal with it. And then we have a mummy, we have a mummy, we have a hippo, we have a hippo. So we got 4 kills in case this goes longer. But 5 kills already is pretty good. This will be number 6. Check the chest first. Okay, that's why I'm checking the chests. I have no abilities, so I can't stop this, but I have purity, so it's fine. Thank you for that follow, MJMCO1. Interrupt! Current plan is 199, 198 are going to be raged, unless I see a mimic treasure. A resolution on 197 and maybe 196 because I do have a witching, and then flight for 195, flight for 194. So I need to get through the next floor as is, and then probably do an alteration flight together, something to that effect. So that's what we're looking at currently. Could also just, yeah, I probably want to try to do a witching resolution somewhere. If I have a good opportunity, that'll probably happen in 196. Current plan of action. Purity now. I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna steal now, just in case the next floor is no items. Any reason that order? I like finishing off with rages. 197 is gonna have most of the undead except for Fashion, the Mine Patrol. But I always like anchoring my runs with a rage to wrap it up. That's my go-to strategy. Got lucky with the Corgans again. I'm gonna pull you. Nice 4. So for my go-to game plan here, 191 plus, I typically don't aim for a double rage. I will go for like a full clear with the rage. Double rage will happen if it's like super emergency. Like we're really running out of time, we're really stressing for that, then I'll try to go for double rage, but it's a little bit difficult because prior to 190s, like 189 and below, you want to average your kill count to be like high. If you can get to 8, that's great, but like you want to average like 6 or 7 so that you can have a good chance of getting off the 4th the next one. But up here, like you might need upwards of like 8, 9, and then of course you can get upwards of like 12 kills. And to line up 12 kills is just, that's really hard, you know, especially if you're gonna minimize movement. So I usually anchor it for the land. Like another thing that does come to mind when I do my strategies here is I will use a lot of alterations, which you also have to contend with a higher rate of treasure rooms. Just welcome to 191 plus, but I keep a rage in line with an alteration. So for instance, if I have 1 rage, I'll be more likely to burn off all my alterations. However, if I don't have any rages, I'll be a little wary of using an alteration, because if I get a treasure room of mimics, which is rare, but it's possible, then I might screw myself over. And I might not decide to do that. So rage really opens the door for me giving myself that game plan. But yeah, like I would be very, very cautious using an alteration if I did not possess a rage walking up again. That's one reason why it's really nice to have a rage here, but it's not that it's impossible, it's just, you know, it makes your life a little bit easier. But that's my go-to plan. Again, that's my plan. You know, I'm sure you talk to anyone else, it's probably gonna be different, but that's been successful for me at the very least. What food am I using for Palace of the Dead? Is it the same? So I believe the cap food that you can utilize is like 540 or 560. Meaning like if you go any higher than that, then it's a little unnecessary. But for specifically tank right now, I'm using melon juice. I want the skill speed, which is helping a little bit, and the direct hit. Normally I go Archon Burger, which is direct hit determination. That's my usual go-to for most DPS. And then for casters, I use Psychic Cookie, which is spell speed direct hit, although for EO I'm going to be using whatever the highest version is when they add it in. So, or I think the highest is the highest, I think 610, I don't remember. So I'll be using the highest food for EO, but yeah, that's what I use for a thing. A small thing to note about Heaven's Ward, Just Fall, which is worth noting. Heaven's Ward content, direct hit did not exist. That was added in Stormblood. So funny enough, in Palace of the Dead, theoretically speaking, direct hit does not exist. However, when you use food, you then give yourself like a 2 to 3% direct hit. Food that has direct hit gives you direct hit. You think that would make sense, like 0 multiplied by 0, but that's just how it works. You get like a 2 to 3%. So having direct hit in Palace of the Dead is not a bad idea for that specific reason. And that's what I usually, that's why I have for myself. Direct hit is better than crit. There is a formula that some of the community members have made, so I you know, don't quote me. But I do think like Dead direct hit is like really good options, I think, over crit, at least for Palace, but again, I'm not overly versed in that. And then on top of that, as a disclaimer, when it comes to Palace of the Dead, you don't need food. Like, we have people on free trials clearing, and they can't really get access to food unless they level Culinarian. So, you don't have to go too serious on food. If you're used to a certain way, like, if you just have, like, you know, 700 raid food on you, just use your raid food. Like, it's not a big deal, you know? But it's not gonna be too big of a difference in terms of, like, you know, winning or losing a run. The HP is nice, that's pretty much the only real reason why you're gonna do that. So, sure. Do you usually say my ultras for 91 plus? It's because of Worm. No, the Worm treasure rooms are not a big deal. I know a lot of runners, Yumu, that will plan out their, I got Corgans again. They will plan out their alterations for 87, 88, 89. Because think of it this way, the worms, the frost dragons, the scorpions are extremely irritating. So even if your plan is to change them into mimics, that's still better than dealing with a worm. So you'd almost would rather have mimics at that point. And that's where some of the other guys utilize their strategy. the way I do my kind of game plan, I kind of don't give myself time to get enough time to use my alterations, so I just end up having them like left over. You know, I don't have an opportunity to use them in 87, 88, 89 because I'm like rushing by that point. If that makes sense. So 3 coins again? Yeah, pretty fortunate. Well, I mean, we had 4 last time, so oh, actually it's 4, so it's still 4. Kind of nice to me. We do have Mandragora emotes nowadays, newly added, because I'm assuming that the next deep dungeon we're gonna have the Allegan Corrigan as our minion, so we have appropriate deep dungeon emotes now. Thanks, Jimmy. Really appreciate that. I don't know where the exit is. Right on cue, teammate. Perfect. I think like a lot of people are looking at that as like, oh, that looks kind of cool. It'll make more sense, I think, when Deep Dungeon comes out. Like it'll be like, you know, it'll make more sense. Oh, that was more of a warrior thing. So when I was doing warrior, and you know how vengeance would give you like the reflect damage. So like when the enemy hits you, they would like take damage from hitting you. So I would use vengeance, but then I would take off the buff because I don't want the reflect damage to kick in. Because if I'm trying to manage HP from Behemoth, I don't want damage that I'm not accounting for to happen. That's the main reason why it was there. And then that was the same with like Thrill of the Battle. I had Thrill of the Battle there because I would take it off for a Behemoth push. That's more like just really warrior stuff. I think you're coming this way. Now, where the hell is the exit? Not this way. Is it that way? I can't tell. I don't think it's that way. Where's the exit? Like... Oh, it'd be sweet if it's up here, but I highly doubt. Oh, no, that's where I came from. It's not here. And it's not the other way, so that means it has to be the way I came from. By any chance, do you happen to have any recent Warriors on runs on Warrior? What are my thoughts? I did do one in Endwalker. I haven't done one since... I don't know when I did it, like 6.1, 6.2? It's great. It's actually one of it's a job that people will definitely argue might be one of the top ones for clearing, you know, like even against machinists. Although it's really weird with machinists because machinists, I mean, comparing warrior and machinists is very weird because they're very different jobs, you know. It's like a little bit unfair to say one is better than the other, but for sure a lot of people have gotten warrior clears as well. And raw intuition is just fantastic. It's a fantastic ability, and that really opens so many doors. So it's a great job, but you have to deal with the OG Berserk. You don't have inner release. So for some people, that's a little, you know, annoying, which I can completely understand. So this has to go. I might have to kill the other ones. Remember Warriors being one-shot in stream? Well, for Heaven on High, I was really good. I didn't do Warrior until Endwalker, when it had the raw intuition, so... Try to clear this up. So 95 is flighted, 96 is flighted. We'll double Rezo 97, and then Rage Out 98, 99. That's the current plan right now. My PoTD Endwalker Warrior, I believe, was a one-shot, I think. one of the hippogriffs would give me a problem right now. God damn it. That's not annoying at all. Is that hippogriff ever gonna move? He can't be stuck, he's too small. Okay, I think he's moving. That hippogriff might be too close in range for the exit. I think he's totally facing it, so I'm gonna give him a chance to move. And then if he doesn't do it, I'll just probably pull him, but yeah, right now I'm almost certain he'll aggro. I'm currently building my Aetherfall back up with Warrior and Dispel Promising. Yeah, Warrior is very good. I definitely recommend Finn to check his stuff out because he did a guide on Warrior for Palace. I mean, I have my VOD, but I didn't do a direct guide, and he did a guide for it, so it's good. It's a good one to check out, and a lot of people have been having success with the job. But yeah, Warrior's a really good spot for Palace, and it's a fantastic spot for Heaven on High. It's one of my favorite jobs in Heaven on High currently, with the way it plays out. So good stuff. Oh, there's a knight. I don't actually think I get past the knight. I do now. I don't get past the dragon though. Oh, maybe I... No, he's... Man, he's close. I don't know. I feel like I would aggro the dragon if I try it. Don't pull knight? Alright. Dragon, can you move? He's not moving. It's not the exit. I think they're stuck. Nope, just kidding. Knight? Oh, power gain. It's okay. God damn it. Well, you know what? That's the reason why I check the chests. Oh. You know, hey, it's okay. I mean, it's contributing to the exit. You know, I'm not overkilling. That's one very, very important thing to do. Check your chest before you open the exit. You really concerned about time? Same. It's iffy. That's right, a necromancer teammate right there. Ow. You realize I'm a tank? Rip Sheila. Wait. Oh no, this is not the one. Okay. That's good. I didn't actually spawn the... Okay. There's the exit. We found it. There's no night. Get the minimum 10 for G-pose. I barely do. Man, I gotta figure out like unique ways to take a screenshot. I'm running out of ways to take screenshots in the bench. Oh. Yeah, I probably don't need them. Put an onion in the bench. It'll grow stale by the time you get there. I shouldn't have done that. Oh, like have a TPS there? That'd be funny. I'll just re-steal. Getting close to the finale here, so may as well just re-steal now. Let me out! God damn it! I think this is kill number 5, I think. Is this 6? I lost count. Oh, if it's 6, I gotta pull 9. Yeah. Making me fight for more content? I wanna go to sleep! I wanna sleep! Nice flight, yeah. Top tier. I already did PoTD for 7 hours! Okay, good, I'm out of here. Respect the trap. Go. It's like not a 20, dude. I don't know if I could ever do a 24-hour. I barely crawled my way to a 15 and a half. Like a zombie by hour 13. Alrighty, what do we got? A Wraith. And the exit. Alright, found the exit. Got another steal. Cool, come here. Oops, didn't mean to do that. Tempted to just open that chest, but... Oh, you know what? Guess I'll use Lust. I was like thinking like, I wonder why I can use the Lust. Guess I'll just use now. That's gonna hurt. Oh, let's go. My ping saved me. Very, very lucky. I wouldn't have died, but it would have been very annoying. Why, hello there. Can't hit buttons. There's that crit, there's that direct hit kicking in. Feel nice. Oh, I got a rage. Well, there's that. I still want to do it. I mean, I guess I'll just rage everything, whatever. No more rezo. I could do a rezo play for like, you know, shits and giggles, I guess. Am I hitting it? I'm hitting the wrong one. Oops. I meant to hit the wraith. Okay. I guess we'll just go. Pop those. Nice and chill run. Gunbreaker is strong. End of the day. Ooh. Interesting choices here. Oh, the exit's right here. Okay. So that's 2. I mean, that's 3. Sorry, I can count. I swear. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Out of here. Having a really tough run. Yeah, it's real stressful. It's just Behemoth. This is like how Gunbreaker went for me the first time too. Just very smooth. Once you got past Behemoth, it was like, you know, just boom, boom, boom. Let's safety gun. I see the exit. Alright, we'll do the exit that way. Ow, I got punched. That's 4. Nice victory lap here. As getting past Behemoth second time I got Necro. Yeah, that's how it is. I mean, it isn't to say the floors are easy. It's just, you know, like the difficulty versus Behemoth is very different. And I think a lot of like the confidence goes up and everything. That's why it helps. That's why a lot of times it is very common that someone will be stuck on Behemoth for like 8, 9, 10 runs, and then the very next run they kill Behemoth, they go straight to 200 with like little prog. But that's just how it is, you know. Like the cumulative learning of the previous sets and stuff does help. I'm just gonna check the chest. Mr. Todd! Well, you've come to see a victory, my friend. That is the Master Savage Raider right there, my buddy, Mr. Lava Todd. Hello, welcome in. Well, we had a pretty stress-free climb today. We've been streaming about 7 hours. I will just give you a heads up. We are kind of coming to the end over here. However, you get to see the end of this run, so that's kind of cool. Welcome in, guys. Hello, Leon. Hello. DNA Todd himself. Hello. That's a treasure room, but it's not in my way, so who cares? 34. Hey, no problem. You know what? We got Gunbreaker out of the way. I don't know what I'm doing next, but we got there. What's up, the other Todd? We got Todd 1, Todd 2 in chat. Let's go. I'm out of here. Peace. I want to sleep. I'm tired. Me. I just wanted sleep. Let me just sleep. Cool. Didn't get anything. Welcome in. I'm Angelus Demonist. I do a lot of Deep Dungeon solo, as you were seeing right now. If you were watching Games Done Quick, we were on Games Done Kick on Friday, doing some Deep Dungeon as well. So, how's GDQ? It's good. It's a good run. If you're ever interested, DNA Wolf, the run is on their channel. You can check out the VOD if you want to. So, yeah, well, that's Gunbreaker, guys. You know, the last floors may not be very... I would say 181 was definitely a good learning lesson. 191 was not really a great learning lesson. At least it showed you the capability of what the job can do. That's nice. 180 was probably the biggest part of this run. and getting through 180. So something to take into consideration. But yeah, that's you know, I will still say, and you know, I'll die in the hill, whatever you call it. I still think Gunbreaker is a little like it's not as fun as some of the other jobs. You know, but I'm never going to dispute a job's capability and what it can do, and it can do real work in here, and that's a Gunbreaker. So there you go. Good luck to all the Gunbreakers out there. It's a good job. Rose, Thunder Bunnies, Mattis, thanks for the follow, guys. This one was full 1 to 200. We did the first half on Tuesday. We did the second half today. I don't know what I'm doing next. How'd you get again? Was it a win? It was a win. We got it. Nice, you know, got the clear. We had a little bit of tech issues, but we managed to resolve everything and got through it. So, oh, Susan, thanks for the 5. I appreciate that. Yo, let's go. Thanks, Frozen Pizza. All right. So, thank you guys for coming. I appreciate you. Thank you for hanging with me for the 7 hours. Todd, thank you for that raid. Guys, if you haven't, please check out Todd. If you don't know Todd, well, if you, like, so we do the weird deep dungeon thing. He does the Savage, and he is a freaking professional. If you like the way I explain things, I kind of talk about what I'm doing, that is what he does, and he is very damn good at it. So be sure to check Mr. Todd out. We have the socials, the Discord, which are officially a part. Ooh, thank you. What's this? Oh, thank you. Like, oh, is that a flower with a cat on it? We have Discord, we have Twitter, and all that fun stuff. Tomorrow, I'm live tomorrow, but we're not doing 14. If you guys are interested in watching some Fire Emblem Engage, we're gonna play that at 9 o'clock Eastern tomorrow. If you want some Deep Dungeon, Sunday, and not this file, but Sunday we're going to do a double feature. I have like 5 files that are sitting at 171 because they were all backup files for AGDQ. We're gonna knock out 2 of them on Friday, so we'll do 171 to 200 once, and then we'll do 171 to 200 again on Sunday. So check that out if you want to do that. But thank you guys for being here. Thank you for keeping me company. I really appreciate that. For the guys who are watching Todd, I'll try to drop you guys off somewhere that is gonna be fun. Let's see who's up and about, who I can say hello to. Ooh, I got a lot of friends in. Let's see. It is late, so I'm gonna start seeing the Aussies. Oi, oi, ois. And I think I'm gonna drop you off to one of them. So, let's go over to, my teammate at Team Ethernet. Actually, me and Todd are on Ethernet as well. I'm a new member. Todd's an old member. Well, not old, like age old, but he's been there. We're gonna go to Miss Sarah Jane. We raided her last time for the Ethernet marathon, but now we're just raiding her because she's a cool person. She's on Materia. She's doing the new deep dungeon. Not new deep dungeon. I'm sorry, the new dungeon, and it looks like she's gonna start progging P8S. So we're gonna drop you guys off there. So thank you guys. Hope to catch you tomorrow. Hope to catch you tomorrow for some Fire Emblem. If not, I hope to catch you Sunday for more Deep Dungeons. You guys have my emotes. Drop that off over at Miss Sarah Jane's chat. She'll take care of you. She's a good person. Good people. Thank you. Gunbreaker, done. Cheers to anyone trying Gunbreaker. It's a great job. We'll get this up on YouTube maybe in about, I don't know, a week and a half or something. So thank you, thank you, thank you. Good night. I'm sleeping. Bye-bye.